Chapter 2002. The Blue Raging Sea Tyrannosaurus was the overlord of the seas during the Divine Dragon era. At that time, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was much larger than it was today. High-level divine dragons were comparable to gods and had earth-shattering power. It was an extremely powerful era. The raging sea Tyrannosaurus in front of him was thousands of meters long. His blue dragon scales glowed with dazzling brilliance. Countless waves appeared in the sky and surrounded him. Every time the raging sea Tyrannosaurus moved, it created a huge commotion. This raging sea Tyrannosaurus was one of the strongest among the old man's disciples. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have chosen him as his opponent. When the raging sea Tyrannosaurus transformed into his dragon form, he let out a loud roar. A pair of ocean blue gem-like eyes stared at Long Chen and roared, "Son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, quickly show me your divine dragon body. Let me see what you're capable of. If you still don't have the guts to fight with me and keep running away, don't blame me for being impolite." The real battles of the dragon martial artists were carried out with the body of a divine dragon. That was glory. The creed of the dragon martial artists was to be courageous and fearless. Naturally, they looked down on Long Chen's dodging. The surrounding young dragon martial artists were already sneering. In their eyes, Long Chen seemed to have such a powerful father for nothing. Such a lack of spirit. I really don't know how he killed Diyu. Seeing that they kept mocking him, Xiao Hongchen from the Illusion Immortal tribe, who had been silent all this while, said, "He's stalling for time. The battle hasn't started yet." Hearing this, the young dragon martial artists were stunned. Although what Xiao Hongchen said seemed to make sense, they were unwilling to believe it. In their eyes, Long Chen was in a sorry state. Especially after the raging sea Tyrannosaurus transformed into his dragon form, he didn't even have the guts to transform into his dragon form. Lingxi succeeded. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment. To be honest, he had had enough of this guy's humiliation. He had been enduring it all this while, waiting for the moment when Lingxi succeeded. Indeed, she succeeded at this moment. As expected of my good wife. Long Chen smiled secretly. At this time, the raging sea Tyrannosaurus was furious. Long Chen was courting death. He couldn't bear it anymore. He was the Tyrannosaurus of the sea. At this time, his body was moving in the sky. His thick tail brought along endless waves and bombarded Long Chen. In an instant, a huge object fell from the sky like a meteorite. But Long Chen no longer needed to dodge him. It wasn't that he didn't feel anger in his heart, it was just that his rationality was suppressing it. In his entire life, the thing he couldn't stand the most was being humiliated by others using his father as it was the greatest provocation to him. He had been able to endure until now purely for the sake of his rationality, but when there was no need for him to endure, Long Chen's murderous and cruel personality was completely manifested. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and his murderous intent filled the sky. At this moment, he suddenly stopped retreating. Instead, he rushed towards the raging sea Tyrannosaurus. However, he didn't transform into a dragon. Instead, he took on the terrifying attack of the raging sea Tyrannosaurus with his human body. The raging sea Tyrannosaurus' tail could stir up the sea and form a destructive storm. Its power was imaginable. Long Chen's move was undoubtedly like a moth flying into a flame. He was undoubtedly courting death. At least, the young dragon martial artists were in an uproar. They looked at Long Chen in surprise, but this still couldn't eliminate their previous contempt for Long Chen. In their opinion, regardless of whether Long Chen was a dragon martial artist or not, he was a traitor and wasn't qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as them. They had deep feelings for the human clan and hated Long Chen. They wished he could die. However, they saw an unimaginable scene. Long Chen was like a small fly, colliding with the huge blue dragon tail in the air. In everyone's opinion, Long Chen should have been blasted into powder. However, they absolutely didn't expect that not only was Long Chen unharmed, but he was even on the tail of the raging sea Tyrannosaurus. His hands turned into blood-red sharp dragon claws, deeply piercing the scales of the raging sea Tyrannosaurus, and he was firmly fastened to the dragon tail. The raging sea Tyrannosaurus naturally knew that he was stuck. He shouted angrily, "Damn fly!" As he spoke, he swung his huge dragon tail towards the ground. With a loud bang, he originally thought that he could crush Long Chen into minced meat. However, at this moment, the stinging pain from the dragon tail woke him up. He was shocked to find that after the dragon tail struck down, Long Chen fell to the ground first. His legs were deeply embedded in the ground, but his hands were holding onto the dragon tail, which was many times larger than him. This strange scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Long Chen still didn't let go of his opponent. What was he doing? Competing with his opponent's strength with his human body? The raging sea Tyrannosaurus was originally good at strength. This was undoubtedly courting death. However, the next scene was Long Chen shouting. He gritted his teeth, and a terrifying power erupted from his small body. He actually hugged the raging sea Tyrannosaurus dragontail and exerted his strength furiously. No one thought that he could succeed, but he completely exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, the raging sea Tyrannosaurus let out a panicked cry. The terrifying power from Long Chen's body controlled his body from the dragon tail. He originally thought that he could easily throw Long Chen away, but to his horror, he found that his dragon tail couldn't move at all. Long Chen had used his extremely small arms to grab himself. At this moment, Long Chen finally revealed a cold smile at him. "You motherfucker! That's enough!" Along with his angry roar, he exerted his strength furiously. The raging sea Tyrannosaurus, which was countless times bigger than him, was actually pulled by him. With his small body, he rolled the raging sea Tyrannosaurus' entire body up. With himself as the center, he actually spun the raging sea Tyrannosaurus around, and finally smashed the raging sea Tyrannosaurus onto the ground. In that instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The earth and forest within a radius of 100 miles all cracked, creating deep abysses. Under the terrifying power of Long Chen, the raging sea Tyrannosaurus was smashed onto the ground. His dragon scales cracked, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, forming a river in an instant. The raging sea Tyrannosaurus body twitched uncontrollably. His eyes were pale and filled with confusion. The corners of his mouth trembled, and he couldn't believe it. However, this was just the beginning. He couldn't imagine what kind of anger Long Chen had accumulated in his body. "Let me tell you, I've never regretted killing anyone. I've never been afraid of anyone I've offended. I have no complaints or regrets about the Dragon God domain. Even if my father and I were ridiculously wrong, it's not up to you to point fingers at me. Do you hear me clearly?" Long Chen roared. He was still hugging the incomparably huge dragon tail. He lifted it up again and rushed into the sky. With his small body, he spun the raging sea Tyrannosaurus a few times in the sky before finally smashing it onto the ground with all his might. Instantly, it was as if a huge meteor had crashed onto the ground. If the raging sea Tyrannosaurus had smashed onto the ground this time, it would definitely have been smashed into pieces. At this moment, Long Chen's fearsomeness had already shocked everyone. In the most violent manner, in the shortest amount of time, he had made all the people who had been pointing at him shut their mouths. Everyone's faces were pale as they powerlessly looked at the raging sea Tyrannosaurus' miserable state. Seeing that he was about to be smashed into pieces, almost every youth's mind went blank. No one even thought of saving the raging sea Tyrannosaurus. They were completely scared out of their wits by Long Chen's heaven-defying short performance. To be honest, in the entire Dragon City of Life, the raging sea Tyrannosaurus Xueqi was considered a very high-level genius. He was worshipped by countless young dragon martial artists and had a huge reputation among the 5 great dragon cities. However, the speed and degree of his defeat today had simply exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the old man's expression had undergone a huge change. Xueqi was his disciple. Of course, he couldn't let Xueqi die just like that. Xueqi, who was scared out of his wits, finally reacted before he died. He transformed back into his human form. Although he was badly mutilated, at least he could reduce the pressure on his master this time. When he was about to hit the ground to his death, the divine palace thunder dragon stretched out his hand and pulled him to the ground safely beside his fellow disciples. At this moment, he vomited a mouthful of blood and could no longer stand steadily. His vision became extremely blurry. When he looked up, he saw that the blood-colored youth was still falling slowly. His eyes were filled with extreme horror. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and then fainted and lost his consciousness. From being high-spirited to being defeated, it had only been less than 10 breaths of time. If Gong Qing hadn't saved him, he would have been dead for sure. After the battle, it was quiet here. This battle had been very satisfying. Long Chen had never expected that the people from the Dragon City of Life would come here. He had long regarded the 5 great dragon cities as the targets that he had to conquer in his life. All his efforts had been to shut the mouths of the people from the 5 great dragon cities. Therefore, he had no fear or dread today. Just as they had said, he was the son of the eternal dragon emperor. Therefore he should have his own pride. He became cautious and landed on the ground. In fact, this was the most crucial moment. Facing the people from the 5 great dragon cities, he had to leave as soon as possible. He was waiting for Lingxi to succeed. When he landed, Lingxi, who had a telepathic connection with him, appeared before him. Long Chen hugged her slender waist from behind. Lingxi was prepared. Her target was the leading elder. As long as she could get him away, the others could not do anything to Long Chen. The stellar shift formation. At this time, everyone was shocked to see the injuries of the raging sea Tyrannosaurus. They basically didn't notice the appearance of Lingxi for a while. Moreover, Lingxi's movements were fast. This time, the Big Dipper shift array instantly surrounded most of the warriors on the other side, including the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon and the Shadow Dragon beside him. The stellar shift design was activated. Lingxi's hand gestures changed, and her Immortal Lord Realm technique was activated. Long Chen was naturally nervous. Once Lingxi succeeded, he would immediately leave with Lingxi. Chapter 2003. He looked over calmly. Those eyes with dragon scale markings gave Long Chen a bad feeling. The other party was a 6 Daos Reincarnation Realm Warrior. Lingxi could move a 5 Daos Reincarnation Realm Warrior, but to a warrior of this level of Immortal Lord Realm technique was child's play. The revolving star shift formation was fast. It had just been activated, and it was about to succeed. The dragon warriors within the design were all shocked, and were about to escape. At this moment, the old man flicked his hand and a destructive bolt of white lightning shot towards Lingxi at an extreme speed. The speed of the white lightning bolt was extremely fast. If the stellar transposition formation was activated, the old man would be teleported away. However, Lingxi would probably die to the white lightning bolt as well. The power of a 6 Daos Reincarnation Realm Warrior, and even a casual attack, was not to be underestimated. At this critical moment, Long Chen couldn't care too much. He made the most correct decision, and that was to move Lingxi into his divine kingdom. This was the fastest way to protect her. Lingxi was safe and sound, but the result was that the revolving star shift formation was forcefully cut off. It didn't have any effect at all. When the white lightning struck, all Long Chen could do was desperately dodge. However, he found that he couldn't dodge this kind of attack at all. Just as he was about to clench his teeth and risk his life, he didn't expect that the white lightning would suddenly disappear in mid-air. Long Chen was also safe and sound. He started. Gong Qing must have dispelled the attack. He had no intention of killing him, or perhaps he would not let him die so easily. Long Chen did not know what the elder was thinking. This turn of events made the young dragon warriors even more furious. You dare to escape? As a traitor, you dare to hurt our people. Today you will die a horrible death. A few dragon warriors shouted angrily, and charged towards Long Chen. Hold it! The elder called them back. Although they were very unwilling, they could only hold it in. After all, it was their master who had spoken. They believed that someone as strong as their master would definitely make Long Chen pay the price. At this stage, Long Chen could only take it one step at a time. But he keenly felt that the breakthrough today would be with this elder. He comforted Lingxi, telling her not to be too nervous. This might not be a problem for him. Master, let us kill him and avenge junior brother Jiang Kuan. Yes, I'm here to avenge senior brother Jiang Kuan. He actually hurt senior brother so badly. They bared their teeth at Long Chen while taking care of Jiang Kuan. But in reality, they were also afraid, so they could only attack as a group. The elder's eyes were calm. Take care of Jiang Kuan and let him heal. I will handle the rest. Stay here and do not leave. Hearing this, they finally vented their anger. They looked at Long Chen with hatred and schadenfreude. My master has made a move. Don't even think about living. Even if you do, don't think about living comfortably. Under the influence of their elders, the younger generation of the Dragon God realm saw Long Qinglan as a demon and the representative of treachery. They had hated this kind of person since they were young. Long Chen was his son, so he naturally became the target of his hatred and contempt. Moreover, Long Chen had killed Diyu and joined the spirit race. Under their smug gazes, The elder walked in front of Long Chen and said expressionlessly, "Let's talk somewhere else. Follow me." Hearing the old man's words, the proud faces of the dragon warriors stiffened. They had originally thought that their master would immediately take Long Chen's life to avenge Jiang Kuan. Master must be secretly torturing him. They comforted themselves like this. Xiao Hongchen stood to the side with a puzzled expression. He was very curious to see what was happening. As for the shadow dragon, it had merged into the shadows and disappeared. Long Chen stepped on the fallen leaves as he followed the old man into the depths of the ravine. The old man's white lightning-like hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and everywhere he passed by was charred black. The white lightning that was surrounded by dragon scales swam around his body. Any one of those lightning bolts would have a terrifying divine might. Finally, he stopped and turned around. "Senior, what business do you have with me here?" Since the other party had no killing intent, Long Chen was not stingy with being more respectful. After all, he was an elder of the 5 great dragon cities. The elder said in a low voice, "With your strength, I estimate that you can fight with the early stage of the 4 symbols reincarnation realm if you transform into your dragon form. Such power is truly nature-defying. You are truly worthy of being the son of the eternal dragon emperor. To be honest, you are still too young. Your future is boundless, and your achievements will definitely shock the world. From the people I have seen at your age, the 5 great dragon cities do not have such combat power. It would not be an exaggeration to say that you are the best in the world among your peers. If Du had reached the 3 symbols reincarnation realm a year ago, he would not be your match now." His analysis was very accurate. Right now, Long Chen's talent had indeed reached the point where he could shock the world. Of course, he was just a genius, and not an expert. Gong Qing knew his specific strength when he had left the battlefield of the gods. The fact that Long Chen had been able to reach his current realm within a year had, in fact, caused a huge stir in his heart. In reality, no one in the Dragon God domain had ever thought that Long Chen was a genius with potential. This was because no one thought that his potential could compare to Du's. As long as it was not Du, the Dragon God domain did not lack other geniuses. In other words, if the news of your battle prowess today were to spread to the Dragon God domain, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. I believe that the others are the same as me, and none of them would have imagined that the you from back then would have such achievements today. It looks like your improvement in the past year is truly astonishing. However, you should know that the stronger you become, the worse it is for all the humans in the Dragon God domain. In fact, it might even be a disaster that would cause them to panic. If this is the case, before you truly become strong, I believe that countless people will want to strangle you in the cradle, lest you become the second Long Qinglan. Long Chen, do you think that what I said makes sense?" Long Chen still could not figure out what the other party was trying to say. However, what he said was right. Up until now, he had already displayed an unparalleled talent in the world. At the very least, up until now, even Du's talent could not compare to his. The divine might of the ancestral dragon had already begun to be displayed, and it had become even more heaven-defying after the intense battle with the Tai Su deity. If the humans knew that he had already reached this step, and that he could very well become the second Long Qinglan, they would most likely kill him. Because, in their eyes, he would be the second Long Qinglan, the second traitor. This put a lot of pressure on Long Chen's heart. He bore no ill will towards the humans, and if it were not for Long Qinglan, he would not even interact with the people here. However, he understood that to Long Qinglan, this was his homeland, the place where he had been born and raised. He did not want his ugly reputation to be passed down for all eternity. This was Long Qinglan's dying wish. "Senior, please say what you want to say." Long Chen knew that the other party definitely had his true intentions for saying so much. Otherwise, the other party would not waste his breath on him. He could very well just imprison him and bring him back to the Dragon God domain. In any case, he was not afraid. Gong Qing nodded, but he still could not help but praise him. "With your temperament, no one at the same age can compare to you. I believe that the so-called surrender to the Spirit Clan is just a ridiculous claim. Otherwise you would not have come here. What I really want to say to you today, in fact, I did not give you the choice to object. Listen. According to the rules of the 9-Star Alliance, the 3 clans can form an alliance. The Human Clan will assist the Illusion Immortal Clan, and the Human Clan will send a few from the Dragon City of Life to oversee the battle. The 3 clans will soon have the Star-Lord battle, and the first battle will be the Battle of Geniuses. At that time, the dragon warriors from the Dragon City of Life below 4,000 years old will form a battle team with the geniuses from the Illusion Immortal clan. They will fight against the other two clans, the Golden War God clan and the Monster clan, and the Nightmare Immortal clan and the Primal Chaos royalty. The winner will get an important point, which will be very useful in the final Star-Lord battle. Do you understand? Long Chen nodded. He had always been smart. At this point, he had more or less understood. He said, "Senior, you want me to fight against the other two clans with the people from the Dragon City of Life and the Illusion Immortal clan so that you can win?" The elder was very satisfied. He stroked his long beard and said, "We have many talented dragon warriors at the early stage of the four-symbol Samsara Tribulation realm, but if you can participate, you will have a greater chance of winning. Everything I have said is to give you a chance to prove yourself. If you can make a great contribution to the human tribe on the Bright Star system, coupled with your natural talent, I believe that the leaders of the 5 dragon cities will consider it carefully. After all, the only mistake you made was killing Du. But if you can replace Du, repent, and make an outstanding contribution to the human tribe, I believe that you will regain the 5 dragon cities' trust and respect, and you will win honor for your father." The elder was very satisfied. He stroked his long beard and said, "We have many talented dragon warriors at the early stage of the four-symbol Samsara Tribulation realm." He spouted out his ideas in succession. It was obvious that this guy had come prepared. He did not want to be like those young people who wanted to kill him the moment they saw him. Instead, he treated him from the perspective of a rational elder and pointed him in the right direction. Because of this, Long Chen felt that he should give face to this old man. But he needed to think carefully whether he should agree or not. Let me sort out my thoughts. Chapter 2004. At most, he was still thinking about Long Qinglan. In reality, after he became stronger in the Chaos Galaxies, he wasn't sure how he would return to the Dragon God domain and give those fellows a head-on blow. However, he knew one thing. In the entire Dragon God domain, there were definitely more than just those who hated the Eternal Dragon Emperor. There was definitely a group of his admirers. What he needed to do was to let those who didn't know the truth and had been deceived by history know the truth. However, all of this was built on the premise that he was not despised by the human race. Given his current state, there was no way that the human race would believe him. Not only did he want to assimilate into the Dragon God domain, he also wanted to wash away everything that had happened to him. He wanted them to see his positive image and shut the mouths of those who despised him. And this old man before him seemed to have provided him with an entry point, an opportunity. He yearned for freedom, but he had to shoulder the wishes and responsibilities of his father's generation. This was something he couldn't abandon even in death, and it was also the difference between him and others. That was why he could endure others' insults and give them a head-on blow at the most critical moment. The Divine Palace Thunder Dragon continued, "If you really think about your future, you should understand that you are a dragon warrior, a descendant of the divine dragon. You belong to the human race, but you also belong to the dragons. Long Chen, I know you are very dissatisfied with what happened to your father, and I also know that you want to salvage the situation. So, I will give you a chance for everyone to get to know you again. In my opinion, that youth can be arrogant and can pursue freedom, but you can't. If you want everyone to shut their mouths about what happened to you and your father, then you can only show them with your actions. Long Chen, I know you are very dissatisfied with what happened to your father, and I also know that you want to save the situation. So, I will give you a chance for everyone to get to know you again. In my opinion, even that youth can be insolent and can pursue freedom, but you can't. If you want everyone to shut their mouths about what happened to you and your father, then you can only show them with your actions." This old man seemed to know many of Long Chen's thoughts, and he also understood Long Chen's insistence. Long Chen guessed that if it had been someone else, they would have imprisoned him and sent him to the Dragon God domain to be judged without a word, but he didn't. "Brother Chen, I think he's right. We can't go against the humans. After all, we are humans. The more we go against them, the harder it will be to fulfill your father's dying wish. What you need to do is to conquer them and make them shut their mouths. Make them feel guilty for you and your father." When Long Chen asked Lingxi for her thoughts, Lingxi had told him this, which was probably the same as his own. His original plan had been to return to the Dragon God domain after passing the One Origin Calamity to clear his father's name. But the God of Taisher hadn't arrived yet, and the One Origin Calamity was even further away. If he wanted to fulfill Long Qinglan's dying wish, to clear his father's name and clear his name, he could totally start right now. He could use this opportunity to make a name for himself in the Chaos Star region, and let his name shake the entire Dragon God realm. This could also be considered as paving the way for him to return to the Dragon God realm in the future. If this old man gave him such a chance and achieved a win-win situation, then he would definitely face great pressure. After all, among the human race, almost all public opinion was bad for Long Chen and his son. Long Chen only wanted to verify one thing. He asked, "Senior, let me ask you a question. What do you think of my father's character?" The old man suddenly laughed out loud. After a while, he said in a serious tone, "I think he is a peerless hero. His talent is unparalleled, and his strength is invincible. He almost became a god and created a new river in history. But I personally don't think that's useful. You have to make the world believe in him and make them feel ashamed of their past misunderstandings. That's the most important thing. My personal opinion is dispensable." No. Long Chen's eyes became resolute. He said, "At least let me understand that not everyone in the Dragon God domain is stupid, and that I still have hope." Although this was a little rude, young people should show off their abilities like this. Gong Qing smiled. "Then we have a deal, right?" Long Chen no longer hesitated. He smiled. "If I don't agree, I believe you definitely won't let me go like this." The other smiled. "You are very smart. It wasn't easy to catch you. If you don't do as I say, I can only send you back to the 5 great dragon cities and let them judge you." This was pretty much what Long Chen had expected. In reality, the other was only giving him a chance, but not a choice. The brave and the wise should face difficulties, fight against fate, and fight against the world. After making this decision, Long Chen seemed to have found a way. He knew that he couldn't keep quiet anymore. From today onwards, he would be ruthless. As long as he didn't touch the bottom line of the 5 great dragon cities, he could be as ruthless as he wanted. Even if only this divine palace thunder dragon trusted him and Long Qinglan in the entire human race, he wasn't afraid. He swore in his heart, "One day, I will make everyone's misunderstandings about me and my father disappear. I will make them repent and blame themselves for their mistakes. I will use my efforts to find the truth of history and give my father justice." This was Long Qinglan's dying wish. This was also Long Chen's eternal obsession. If he didn't succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. After all, everything he had today was given to him by his father. His life was once again filled with fighting spirit. Gong Qing was very satisfied with him. He took the lead and walked on the road back. As he walked, he said, "The road ahead is fraught with calamities. Young people should be fearless, challenge authority, subvert history, and move forward bravely. Although I don't know why, I believe that your participation will cause unprecedented turbulence in the whirlpool of history. Let's go, and meet your challenges." It had to be said that this Gong Qing was really a very special person. His way of thinking might be very different from that of the other humans, or at least different from that of his disciples. "Qin, you can do it. I will fight with you." Lingxi was with him. Long Chen looked up and saw the crystal quicksand flashing in the sky. His future was bright. "Let's go." He followed Gong Qing back to where he had been. When the dragon practitioners saw that Long Chen was unharmed, they couldn't believe their eyes. They thought that their master would torture Long Chen badly. After all, he was a traitor of the entire human race. This unbelievable accident stunned them for a moment. Only when the old man walked up to them did they ask in shock, "Master, you didn't punish him? He is a traitor of the human race, and his father is a sinner. He even brutally injured senior brother Jiang Kuan. Why didn't you punish him? Why bring him back to the Dragon God domain?" Although they definitely couldn't kill him right away and had to bring him back to the Dragon God domain to be judged jointly by the 5 great dragon cities, he had already committed a great crime. At the very least, he should be beaten up to avenge Jiang Kuan. They couldn't understand. The old man didn't answer. Everyone knew his temper. If they asked too many questions and annoyed him, everyone would definitely suffer. "Let's go back," the old man announced, then glanced at Long Chen. Long Chen was already standing side by side with Lingxi. The two were holding hands, ready to fight. "Why didn't you kill them?" The young dragon practitioners almost went crazy. They couldn't bear to go back with Long Chen like this. Even if they didn't punish him, they should at least imprison him. How could they let them swagger around as if they had the same status as them? These doubts made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Everyone looked at each other and once again raised their doubts to Gong Qing. Gong Qing said, "Too many questions. When we return to the little dragon domain, I will announce something." This answer made the crowd even more confused, and they scratched their heads in confusion. At this time, Long Chen had already followed Gong Qing and headed in the direction of the little dragon domain. The young dragon practitioners were extremely angry, but they could only grit their teeth. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Long Chen. They followed the others and returned to the little dragon domain together. Long Chen wouldn't put these insignificant people in his eyes. Along the way, no one spoke. Xiao Hongchen from the Illusion Immortal tribe suddenly stepped forward and came to Long Chen's side. As he hurried along, he said, "You are Long Chen. I am Xiao Hongchen from the Illusion Immortal tribe. Nice to meet you." This was the young master of the Dream Alliance. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have come here. He probably had evil intentions towards him at the beginning, but Long Chen didn't know what his intentions were. But they probably couldn't be good friends. This time, he probably had some ulterior motives. Long Chen said, "The young master of the Dream Alliance, right? Can I ask why you sent people to follow me when I was just bribing the emperor?" His straightforward questioning method made Xiao Hongchen feel a little awkward. He smiled and said, "I saw Brother Long Chen fight, and I felt that you were quite an extraordinary dragon practitioner. But you're not from the Dragon City of Life. I was curious, and if I offended you, I can only apologize. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I'm afraid we will have many interactions in the future, and we need to help each other. I hope Brother Long Chen won't take it to heart." Xiao Hongchen could probably tell that Gong Qing didn't plan on punishing Long Chen at all. Long Chen had displayed earth-shattering battle prowess just now. Without a doubt, Gong Qing wanted him to participate in the Star-Lord battle for supremacy. And he, Xiao Hongchen, was also one of the participants. It's just a small matter. Of course, there's no need to take it to heart. Long Chen smiled faintly and focused on hurrying along. Behind him, the dragon practitioners looked at them with unfriendly expressions. They laughed coldly and said, "This guy really knows how to act." He even ignored Xiao Hongchen when he spoke to him. Does he really think that his status is very high because he's the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? Ignore him. This guy is a joke. We're about to return to the Little Dragon Domain. There are still nearly 100 dragon practitioners there. When the time comes, we'll beat this guy to death and avenge Jiang Kuan. Indeed, after a few days, they returned to the Little Dragon Domain. Chapter 2005. In fact, there were less than 10 days left before the Star-Lord battle. Recently, the three forces on the Bright Star who were qualified to participate in the Star-Lord battle had been preparing like a raging fire. The entire Bright Star became heated, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. A large number of experts shuttled back and forth. The Bright Star was about to welcome a storm. And at this time, Long Chen followed the Divine Palace Lightning Dragon to the Minor Dragon Domain. There were other people from the Dragon City of Life here. The Dragon City of Life had many dragon cultivators hiding in the resplendent star, far more than 100. Not far away was the Dreamy City. In the deepest part of Illusory City was the true gathering place of the Illusory Immortal Clan. It was called the Profound Dream Realm. Illusory City had been relatively peaceful these past few days because the Illusory Immortal Clan's powerhouses were all in the Profound Dream Realm, preparing for the upcoming Star-Lord battle. When they were close to the small dragon domain, Xiao Hongchen said goodbye. He first said goodbye to Gong Qing, then said to Long Chen, "Brother Long Chen, see you at the Star-Lord battle." After he said this, the genius dragon martial artists looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what Xiao Hongchen meant at all. From their point of view, even if Long Chen wasn't judged or punished, he would still be imprisoned for eternity. These days, Xiao Hongchen had been very kind, but he was too shrewd. Long Chen had no intention of becoming friends with him, so he said goodbye politely. The small dragon domain was in front of them. The dragon martial artists of the Dragon City of Life gathered together. They looked at each other, and a mocking smile flashed in their eyes. When they were heading toward the small dragon domain, the recovered raging sea Tyrannosaurus said coldly in Long Chen's ear, "Don't be so proud. Once you reach the small dragon domain, your fate is destined to be miserable. You can forget about having a free life in this life. Even the beauty beside you, your wife, will have the same fate as you." She will be imprisoned for life and suffer all kinds of hardships to atone for the sins you committed. Long Chen tilted his head and smiled evilly. If I knew you were so noisy, I would have killed you. He was the primordial spiritual blood dragon, and his killing intent was unstoppable. Although it was just a simple sentence, Jiang Kuan was still frightened by it and took several steps back. He clenched his teeth and said, "Let's wait and see." At this moment, Gong Qing waved at Long Chen with a gentle expression. His kindness towards Long Chen made the other disciples extremely uncomfortable. They were filled with confusion and had many opinions about this old man's actions. However, they could only wait for his so-called explanation. Long Chen brought Lingxi forward and asked, "Does Senior have any instructions?" Gong Qing said, "There are 3 leaders from the Dragon City of Life in the small dragon realm. I'm only one of them, and I have the least experience. The other 2 have been stationed in the dazzling star system for thousands of years. One of them is called Desolate Wood, and he's a high-level divine dragon, a towering giant wood dragon. Although he's a high-level dragon, his realm is higher than mine. This person hates your father very much, and he's the opposite of me. If Xiao Hongchen had gone to look for him previously, you would have been dead by now." A cold glint flashed across Long Chen's eyes. He said, "I'll remember that." Gong Qing continued, "There's another leader. He's a super divine dragon like me, but his battle prowess is stronger than both Desolate Wood and I. His name is Xingyu, and he's a 3,000 star soul dragon. He's also the strongest person in the dazzling star system of our Dragon City of Life. This person has a quiet personality and is rather mysterious. He doesn't have much of a relationship with Desolate Wood and I, and he's passionate about cultivation. He probably won't target you. Remember, no matter what, you can't anger these 2. Long Chen said, "I know what I'm doing." The other party said, "My personal agreement doesn't count for anything in the Lord of Stars battle. It requires at least 2 out of the 3 of us to agree. Therefore, after you enter, you can show off your potential and battle prowess. You should fight when you need to. You know this better than I do." In other words, if they didn't fight, these hundreds of people from the Dragon City of Life wouldn't be convinced. What Long Chen needed to do was to beat them until they were convinced. All right. After saying that, they arrived at the small dragon domain. A group of people passed through the boundless forest and sea of clouds. Because this matter involved a lot of people, Gong Qing had already communicated with the other 2 before returning. Now the people from the Dragon City of Life had gathered, waiting for Gong Qing's return, and also for the arrival of the legendary son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. After returning, the raging sea Tyrannosaurus and the others all smiled. A high platform appeared in front of them. It was made of polished rock. The platform was extremely wide, with a diameter of a few thousand meters. Looking from afar, they could see hundreds of dragon warriors standing on the platform. A vast dragon might rushed over. Long Chen had never seen so many dragon warriors before. After arriving here, he actually felt an inexplicable sense of belonging. If they didn't misunderstand him and Long Qinglan, fighting together with such a group of people like him might be a beautiful thing in life. Before Long Chen arrived, he could already feel a lot of hatred, disdain, and ferocious gazes on him. Some of them were even fiercer than the raging sea Tyrannosaurus and the others. Long Chen deeply realized that his and his father's reputation in the dragon god domain must be terrible. But this was definitely not without reason. Other than Long Qinglan himself, there must be someone else adding fuel to the fire. At the very least, the hatred of the younger generation was formed under the influence of the older generation. Coming here, Long Chen was fearless. Moreover, Lingxi accompanied him at all times, giving him encouraging smiles. If he couldn't face these hundreds of people today, how could he face the millions of people in the dragon god domain in the future? As the son of the once strongest expert in the world, he couldn't back down at all. Thud thud. The Divine Palace's Thunder Dragon and the others landed on the stone platform. Gong Qing's disciples were all behind him. Mu Huang and Xing Yu had also brought many disciples with them. Apart from the 3 of them, there were also many experts whose strength surpassed Long Chen's and had reached the 5-element Samsara realm. Among them, there were also peerless geniuses who had come from the Life Dragon City to assist in the Star-Lord battle. These hundreds of people had a vast and imposing aura. They were definitely coming to give Long Chen a show of strength. Hua hua. Gong Qing's eyes were calm. He led Long Chen to the center of the crowd, while his disciples remained outside with cold smiles. They couldn't help but gloat, because the show was finally about to begin. Long Chen's heart was very calm. How many years had it been? He was finally standing in this place, facing this group of people. Although there were only 100 of them, this scene was something that Long Chen had imagined countless times. Ever since he married Lingxi, everything he had fought for was all for the sake of being able to stand in front of them openly one day. Laughing and chatting. His gaze swept over quietly, and he soon saw the two super experts, Mu Huang and Xing Yu. They were the upper echelons of the Life Dragon City, and their status was equal to the Divine Palace's Thunder Dragon, the Heaven-supporting Wood Dragon and the 3,000 Star Soul Dragon. The Heaven-supporting Wood Dragon was an old martial artist over 2 meters tall. Although he had a head full of white hair and wrinkled skin, his figure was strong and vigorous. His green eyes were as sharp as a goshawk's, and he exuded authority without being angry. One look and you could tell that he was a very old-fashioned old man. As for the 3,000 Star Soul Dragon, it was a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe. He had a handsome appearance and his long hair was combed neatly. He was like the entire starry sky, and his body was filled with resplendent stars. It was as Gong Qing had said, he was an extremely mysterious person. Long Chen's arrival caused an uproar among the crowd. Almost everyone present stared at him. Although they had not seen Long Chen with their own eyes, they had heard the complete story of what had happened on the battlefield of the gods. From that day on, Long Chen's name had shaken the world. However, because he had killed Diyu, and because he was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he had to bear a rare infamy. The younger generation had not lived in the same era as the Eternal Dragon Emperor, so they could only learn about the Eternal Dragon Emperor from the influence of their elders. They had turned their disdain for the Eternal Dragon Emperor, just like Gong Qing's disciples, onto Long Chen. For a moment, they were all talking about him. The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? Is that the guy? He was abandoned by the Spirit Clan, and he ended up in the Chaos Galaxy. Then he was captured by the Life Dragon City. This guy's life is simply a joke. The speaker giggled. How interesting. What do you think his fate will be from now on? I guess he will be brought back to the Dragon God domain, and then he will be forced to commit suicide in front of the world as an apology. Is that person beside him his woman? What a pity. Such a beautiful young lady actually followed him. This is truly a tragic thing. I wonder if the elders will let this young lady off. Let's wait and see. In any case, this Long Chen is doomed. The son has to pay his father's debts, but the Eternal Dragon Emperor owes us humans too much. Can he pay it back? Hee. Although they were talking in whispers, it was not taboo. Long Chen could hear them. Of course, he was not angry. He had heard these kinds of words and opinions countless times. He had long since understood how to shut their mouths. In front of Long Qinglan, he had to be a terrifying person. Only then would he be able to shut their mouths. Xing Yu and Mu Huang were also carefully sizing up Long Chen. Gong Qing had probably told them everything about Long Chen. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Gong Qing stood still, and Long Chen stopped beside him. Gong Qing looked around and said, "Everyone, this is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. His name is Long Chen." Everyone laughed coldly and looked at Long Chen with mocking eyes. It was like a group of people surrounding a monkey and teasing him. Chapter 2006. In truth, in the eyes of the crowd, Mu Huang was a very amiable person, and rarely targeted others like this. At this moment, his expression was ferocious, and his face was full of murderous intent. His meaning was quite clear. Hearing his words, the crowd felt a little vexed. How could he have killed him so easily? He should have been toyed with. Mu Huang's words were completely directed at Gong Qing. Hearing this, Gong Qing frowned deeply. He knew that this old fellow would definitely go against him. He stood beside Long Chen and said in a loud voice, "Today, I brought him back not to let you all toy with him, nor to kill him, but to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf and earn merit for our human race. I am not joking with you all. The reason why I have made this decision is because I feel that he can do things that others cannot. There are 2 other points that I need to make clear to you all. First, no matter how you view the Eternal Dragon Emperor, that is all in the past and has nothing to do with him. Second, although he killed Diyu, I believe that before a genius becomes an expert, he is no different from a piece of trash. Diyu's death was his fate. Long Chen is indeed in the wrong, but as a dragon warrior of our race, he also has a chance to turn over a new leaf. Our human race has always been a generous and magnanimous race, so there is no need to haggle over a matter of the past. Gong Qing's words immediately set off a huge uproar. In truth, the younger generation of dragon warriors had never thought that Gong Qing would have such a bizarre plan. This was simply beyond their imagination. For a moment, almost everyone looked at him in astonishment, especially his disciples. They all felt a sense of disbelief. It must be known that the Fury Sea Tyrannosaurus had been ruthlessly beaten by Long Chen. Shouldn't this kind of traitor be killed? Why was he given a chance to repent? Almost no one could understand Gong Qing. From their expressions of disbelief, Long Chen also knew what kind of pressure this old man had to face for him. He suddenly felt a little moved. It was not like someone he had just met was willing to go this far for him. Why was he willing to resist such great pressure for him? Was it because he sympathized with him, or because he also had his own faith in Long Qinglan? Long Chen did not know the reason, but he knew that he could not disappoint the old man's expectations of him. Gong Qing's words set off a huge uproar. Despite his supreme authority, the crowd could not restrain their confusion. They all shouted, "Mr. Gong, how can you do this? He is a traitor of the human race. Even if he were to die, he would not be able to redeem himself. How can we forgive such a person? If you say that he has nothing to do with the Eternal Dragon Emperor, does that mean he is innocent? Even if the Eternal Dragon Emperor is dead, he can still impose his views on his son. This guy is so unruly. If he is allowed to grow stronger, he will definitely become a new demon in the future. He will definitely cause great trouble for the human race. We cannot allow him to live. Master, how can you think like that? No matter what, he beat up senior brother Jiang Kuan so badly. He's an outsider and a traitor. He's probably still working for the spirit race. How can we let such a person turn over a new leaf? I don't think he can change at all." Long Chen quietly looked at these faces. He could only describe them as ugly. If they were against him, he would have been used to it. However, Gong Qing had just met him, and he had put him under such pressure. Long Chen felt bad. Long Chen was about to say something, but Gong Qing stopped him. White lightning flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Shut up!" The sharp sound of the explosion shocked everyone. They closed their mouths and looked at Gong Qing in astonishment. They did not understand why Gong Qing was angry. At this moment, Gong Qing looked around and said, "Who do you think you are? The three of us have made the decision. You just need to listen obediently. Whoever dares to say anything will be slapped 3,000 times. If you are dissatisfied with me, you can go back to the Life Dragon City and report to your superiors. Now, you better shut your mouths. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He was truly enraged. As soon as he uttered such ruthless words, the young people immediately retreated several steps in fear. Among the three leaders, Gong Qing's temper had always been the fiercest. After all, he was the Thunder Dragon of the Divine Palace, and his ferocious reputation was well known. After these words, no matter how angry the young people were, they could only swallow it down. However, from their bloodshot eyes, it could be seen that none of them were convinced. In the past they might have respected Gong Qing. However, in their eyes, this old man had become an unreasonable person. They did not believe that the other two leaders would make such a messy decision like Gong Qing. Long Chen deserved to die. While the young people clenched their teeth and looked at Long Chen with hatred, the three leaders were already at each other's throats. In fact, Mu Huang and Xing Yu already knew part of Gong Qing's thoughts. At this time, the one who was truly at odds with Gong Qing was the giant wood dragon. His green eyes were incomparably deep. He said coldly, "Old Thunder Ghost, if I confront you, I will have to slap myself 3,000 times." Gong Qing already knew that he would make things difficult for him. Today, he had to fight for an opportunity for Long Chen. It was not easy, but in reality, he had never hoped that Mu Huang would be moved by him. He also sneered and said, "If you want to slap yourself, of course, I won't dare to stop you. Today, my opinion and decision cannot be changed. If you have anything to say, just say it." Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. Mu Huang laughed loudly and said, "Old Thunder Ghost, you must have water in your head. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's sins are monstrous. He almost ordered the devils to destroy our Dragon God domain, and he even attempted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, claiming that the gods of the battlefield of the gods were puppets. Such a treacherous person is not worthy of being a member of our human race. As for his son, he even destroyed the hope of our human race that lasted for millions of years. He killed the blood and sweat of the first dragon emperor. The entire human race can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood, yet you are telling me that you want to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Can you not make such a joke? I have known you for so many years, but I didn't know that there was something wrong with your head. After he finished speaking, everyone nodded their heads. Clearly, he had spoken the thoughts in everyone's hearts. Even Gong Qing's disciple had no choice but to stand on Mu Huang's side. At this moment, Gong Qing was being condemned by thousands of people. Long Chen did not expect such an intense situation to occur. He did not know what kind of courage this old man had to bring him to stand here. Facing Mu Huang's intense questioning, Gong Qing laughed coldly and said, "You stubborn old man, your wooden brain has long rotted away. Do you still know what thinking is? It's not like I don't know that you were once crushed by the followers of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Don't talk about your personal grudges here. Don't make me feel that you are very old and laughable. I have already said that everything about this child's father has nothing to do with him. Don't force a rare genius away. Also, I will not say another word to you. The decision of our Dragon City of Life team can only be made by 2 out of the 3 of us. Xingyu." As he spoke till here, he looked towards the purple-robed middle-aged man who had been silent all this while. 3,000 Star Soul Dragon. Xingyu. Xingyu's gaze that was like a resplendent starry sky swept over. "Xingyu, what do you think?" Gong Qing said with a resolute gaze. Xingyu's opinion became the key. Mu Huang was extremely furious. He said to Xingyu, "You have to think carefully. Don't bring another calamity to the human race. Of course, this little thing has not reached the Samsara realm and does not have the ability to do so. Even if the Eternal Dragon Emperor's sins have nothing to do with him, the fact that he killed Du has caused the world to be enraged. We definitely cannot let him off lightly." Xingyu did not listen to him. He took a few steps forward and circled around Long Chen. Finally he said, "Child, what do you say?" Long Chen was fearless. His gaze was resolute as he said in a clear voice, "I am very grateful for Elder Gong's trust in me. As for everyone's denial of me, I have my own thoughts. First of all, regarding Du, regardless of his innate talent, he went against me. I have never regretted killing him. Perhaps everyone sees him as the future hope of the human race, but who can say for sure what the future holds? With his personality, if he died at my hands, he would die at the hands of others in the future. Let's not talk about how such a person is. He is just an illusory dream. Other than the matter of Du, I do not believe that I have done anything wrong to the human race. Of course, killing Du does not count. As for the so-called seeking refuge with the spirit race, it is because I could no longer stay in the human race and had no choice but to let my friends take me away. If everyone thinks that this is seeking refuge with the spirit race, then I can only say that everyone is ignorant." At this point, he looked around and said word by word, "Lastly, regarding the matter of my father, I can say that I firmly believe that my father has never betrayed his ancestors. Helping him wash away the non-existent humiliation is my life's goal. However, today, I do not have any evidence or power. However, I will not give up because of any obstacles. I will not say what will happen to me one day. All I want to say is that everyone can give me this opportunity. Let us wait and see." It took an extraordinary amount of courage for him to say all of this. Many people had never seen Long Chen speak before, so they didn't know that he had such courage. If they put aside their previous impression of him, they suddenly felt that this youth was sincere, tenacious, valiant, and would rather die than submit. He had so many valuable qualities that people couldn't help but feel warm. Long Chen did not finish his words. He paused for a second and raised his voice. His disdainful temperament arose. He was like a king in the sky, looking down at all his subjects. He said, "Today, I am here to participate in the Star Lord competition for the Dragon City of Life. I have the ability to make the team of the Dragon City of Life have a greater chance of winning the championship. If you have any doubts about my words, you can challenge me here. I, Long Chen, will accept as many challenges as you want." Chapter 2007. First, he expressed his attitude. Then, he went straight to the point and stated why he was here. He could do things that others couldn't. Gong Qing had recommended him to participate in the Star-Lord battle, and if he didn't display his strength, no one would be convinced. Hence, Long Chen directly stated that if there was any misunderstanding of his strength, No matter who it was, they could come to challenge him and speak with their true strength. If he had made everyone speechless when he expressed his attitude, then how could those hot-blooded and masculine men tolerate him when he publicly challenged all the young experts? Most importantly, Long Chen did not look like he had reached the samsara realm at all. Most people had not seen his battle with the raging sea Tyrannosaurus, so what qualifications did he have to say such words here? One was anger after being provoked, and the other was disdain for Long Chen. The two emotions mixed together, and everyone started laughing coldly. When they came to their senses, they felt that Long Chen had made a huge joke. For a moment, everyone roared with laughter. They pointed at Long Chen and laughed so hard that they could not stand up straight. What did he say just now? He said that anyone can challenge him. Does he think he is very powerful? Oh, I remember he defeated Du last year, but Du was only 20 years old at that time. Does he think he is invincible just because he defeated a 20-year-old genius? Why is it so funny? For a moment, everyone could not stop laughing. Only Gong Qing's disciples did not laugh. They thought carefully. With the thunderous methods that Long Chen used to defeat the raging sea Tyrannosaurus, he might really be able to become a parasitic existence among the top experts under 4,000 years old. He might even be able to fight against those who were scheduled to participate in the Star-Lord battle. Long Chen coldly looked at these people who were mocking him. He didn't care, because the more they laughed now, the more defeated they would feel. Long Chen wasn't arrogant and conceited. He knew that there were many experts in the Dragon City of Life, but he also knew that he couldn't lose today's battle. He had to do his best to shut these people's mouths. If he could shut them up today, Long Chen could shut the entire Dragon God domain for him in the future. Today was the start of the battle. Everything that Long Chen had said previously was in response to Xing Yu's words. He could see that Xing Yu had actually considered many things. He would not be like Mu Huang, who would blindly deny Long Chen. Instead, he was truly considering Long Chen's value. Long Chen's point of view and his challenge were concise and clear. It allowed Xing Yu to understand his pursuits and his choices. Long Chen knew that Xing Yu would definitely use this method to see if Long Chen had the ability to take risks, and then decide whether or not to support Gong Qing. Because of Mu Huang's opposition, Xing Yu's support was very important. Long Chen needed his support. Just as the crowd was rocking back and forth with laughter, Xing Yu suddenly said, "Young man, you are courageous. The brave are fearless. Very good. Geniuses from the Dragon City of Life. Who is willing to fight him?" Xing Yu's words stunned everyone. Although they did not understand what Xing Yu was thinking, no one would let go of a good opportunity to beat up Long Chen. Instantly, more than half of the youths raised their hands, expressing their desire to fight Long Chen. There were even children at the One Origin reincarnation realm among them. Although they were children, they were actually older than Long Chen. Strangely, none of Gong Qing's disciples said anything. Although they were also very angry, they did not dare to fight Long Chen head-on. During the competition for the right to fight Long Chen, many people asked Gong Qing's disciples why they did not want to participate. One of them said, "This kid once defeated senior brother Jiang Kuan. He is very powerful. Everyone, it's best not to underestimate him." Although this sentence was spoken very softly, the place was too small. Almost everyone heard it. The originally noisy scene instantly became dead silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Kuan in a daze. Seeing that he looked dispirited, it was obvious that he had experienced a great battle and had not fully recovered from his defeat. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In fact, most of the people who wanted to participate in the battle were not as strong as Gong Qing. An advanced divine dragon, a raging sea Tyrannosaurus, and 3 late-stage reincarnation realms actually lost to him. Everyone could not help but compare Jiang Kuan's strength with their own. They realized that they could at most be on par with Jiang Kuan. If they wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson, they would most likely be taught a lesson. However, what they could not understand was how this young man had such combat strength. This was simply impossible. Everyone guessed that Long Chen must have used some tricks. They still felt some disdain in their hearts. However, after hearing this news, there were fewer people among them who wanted to take action. The remaining people were similar to Jiang Kuan and felt that they might not lose to Long Chen. But in reality, the strongest group among this group of youths, the ones who had originally planned to participate in the Star-Lord contest, had been observing coldly and had no intention of interfering. They were standing closest to Xing Yu. At this moment, Long Chen was also sizing them up. This group had come directly from the Dragon City of Life to participate in the Star-Lord contest. Every one of them was a lot stronger than Jiang Kuan. Even in the Dragon City of Life they were the true top geniuses. They were the future influential figures of the Dragon City of Life. Their names would spread far and wide. Any one of them was a household name and was the pride of the dragons of the Dragon God domain. Whenever their names were mentioned, there would definitely be voices of praise. This was the complete opposite of the treatment that Long Chen had received. According to the standards of the eternal celestial domain, a person who had cultivated for 4,000 years was still considered a member of the younger generation. These people in front of him were the true experts of the younger generation. As for people like Di Feng, he was at most a genius among the younger generation. If it wasn't for their outstanding talent, they wouldn't have been sent here to help the geniuses of the Illusion Immortal clan participate in the Star-Lord contest. 5 people, all in the early stage of the 4-symbol Samsara realm, and all of them are Super Shenron. Is this the standard of the top geniuses of the eternal celestial domain? The Snow Spirit King is a genius too, but he has cultivated for a shorter time. In another 2,000 years, the Snow Spirit King should be at their level. During cultivation, most of the time was spent on the Samsara realm. For geniuses, the Nirvana Tribulation realm only took a few hundred years. In reality, Long Chen had only spent a few years. Just as he had expected at this moment, one of the 5 groups raised his hand and said coldly, "I'll deal with him." It was a young girl who seemed to be the youngest of the 5. She was like ice, standing on the ground, surrounded by frozen ice particles. Her eyes were a faint blue, and her long blue hair was similar to the Snow Spirit King's. However, the Snow Spirit King was snow, while this girl was ice. Whether it was her appearance or her eyes, they both gave people a bone-chilling feeling. She was a Super Shenron. The Ice Soul Beauty coldly stared at Long Chen and said, "Misters, isn't he going to participate in the Star-Lord contest? I am the weakest among the 5 of us. Let me see if he is qualified or not." In her eyes, she must hate Long Chen. Bing Xinyue is here. This kid is doomed, heh heh. Let him talk big. Let's see if he can keep talking when he meets a real genius. So many challengers have been turned into ice sculptures in front of Bing Xinyue. This kid is going to be the same. Since Bing Xinyue could make a move, the others all gave her the chance. After all, nobody thought they were stronger than Bing Xinyue. This powerful and arrogant little princess was famous in the City of Life. Her seniors sent her to the City of Life because they sent her to the City of Life. They all looked at Long Chen like he was a dead man. They were waiting for Xing Yu's answer. Xing Yu looked at Bing Xinyue with a pair of mysterious eyes. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and said, "Xinyue, step down. Qing Er, you do it." His gaze was fixed on another woman. As he said that, the others all held their breaths again. They looked at Xing Yu with astonishment. Their minds were blank. None of them had thought that he would choose Xing Qing as his opponent. Let Qing Er do it. Mu Huang was also taken aback, but he soon smiled and said, "This is a good decision. Didn't some little thing who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth say that he wants to challenge all the young experts? We'll let Xing Qing play with him, and let him truly see what a true genius is." Bing Xinyue hurriedly said, "Misters, didn't you say I would do it? How can you let Sister Xing Qing do it? You can't kill a chicken with a butcher's knife." In fact, Long Chen could see that Bing Xinyue was the weakest among the 5 people in the Dragon City of Life. He could tell the strongest one was the girl named Xing Qing. She looked like Xing Yu, so they must be related by blood. Most importantly, she also had the essence blood from the 3,000 Star Soul Dragon. She and Xing Yu were both 3,000 Star Soul Dragons. It wasn't that 3,000 Star Soul Dragons were better than other super dragons. It was just that this girl gave Long Chen a horrible feeling. At least in this place, she was the most powerful cultivator in the young generation. The girl named Xing Qing had a real coldness in her eyes. She didn't look cold like the girl named Bing Xinyue, because she was an ice element. Xing Qing had a sense of danger in her bones. Her eyes were like a machine, emotionless. Even when she looked at Long Chen, he couldn't see any hatred in her eyes. From the beginning to the end, she wasn't particularly interested in Long Chen's matters, nor did she expect that this matter would fall on her head. When Xing Yu asked her to take action, she was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, father. She is Xing Yu's daughter." Chapter 2008. To be honest, this woman called Xueqi was also very outstanding in appearance, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her a peerless beauty. Her movements and mannerisms displayed the elegance of a young lady from a noble family, and her appearance leaned towards the quiet and gentle type, which was rather similar to Ling Shi. However, it had to be said that the cold aura that emanated from her body made people feel that she was somewhat unapproachable. It could be seen that the young disciples were all in awe of this woman called Xueqi. They no longer made a ruckus and instead looked at Long Chen with mocking smiles. The show was about to begin. Since Xing Yu had already made his decision, all they had to do was wait for the results. At least, no one believed that Long Chen could defeat Xueqi. If Long Chen defeated Bing Xinyue, it might cause a commotion, but the crowd could still accept it. However, if his opponent was Xueqi, the strongest cultivator, no one thought it was possible. Even back in the Dragon City of Life, Xueqi could be ranked in the top 5, or even the top 3 among all the young geniuses. She was the most important force in the fight between the geniuses in the Lord of Stars competition. The illusion immortals were good at illusions, but they were actually good at supporting. The real power was in the Dragon City of Life, in Xueqi. Step back. Gong Qing was full of faith in Long Chen. Even though Xueqi's appearance made him uncertain, he still clenched his teeth and believed in Long Chen. Keep it up. Lingxi kept him company. Don't worry. Long Chen put down her soft white hand and let the God Palace Thunder Dragon take him away from the stone stage. In fact, if the Thunder Dragon turned into a dragon, the stone stage would not be enough for them to fight. The hundreds of people from the Dragon City of Life left the stone stage as well. They floated in the sky far away from Long Chen. They could see the fight clearly with their eyes, and it wouldn't affect the fight. On the wide stone stage, only Long Chen and Xueqi were looking at each other. In the distance, Mu Huang laughed coldly and said, "You've really made the right decision. I don't know what's wrong with Gong Qing's brain. Let Xueqi teach this guy a good lesson. Seeing him suffer a crushing defeat, Gong Qing will probably come to his senses. Letting the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son participate in the Star-Lord battle for supremacy is really a big joke." Xing Yu said, "I am serious." Mu Huang was shocked. "What do you mean?" Xing Yu did not conceal it at all. "If he has the means to defeat Qing, then I will agree to Gong Qing's suggestion and let him participate in the Star-Lord struggle for supremacy. If he really is a child that is beneficial to the human race and not harmful, then I will not let him suffer criticism." Mu Huang was furious. Xing Yu glared at him and said, "Although I have never seen the Eternal Dragon Emperor, I lived in the same era as him. I don't believe in rumors and rumors. I only believe in what I see with my own eyes and my own judgment. I will study this child, his personality, and everything about him. I will not blindly deny him. No one can decide their own birth. They can't be criticized just because they are the son of another." Hearing this, Mu Huang's eyes were about to spit fire. However, he knew Xueqi's battle strength. He sneered and said, "Then let's wait and see. Let's see if this little brat has the ability to make you pay attention to him." Xing Yu didn't say anything else. All that was left was to see the results. Long Chen could indeed feel the pressure from this cold woman. She stood in front of him, and it was as if she was a vast starry sky, endless and endless. Sometimes the vastness of the world could also be a fatal pressure, and Xueqi was giving him this kind of vast pressure. She didn't seem to want to say too much. When everyone was ready, she stared coldly at Long Chen. She raised her slender hand, and countless rays of light from the starry sky gathered, forming a starry long sword in her hand. It had to be said that very few women of the same generation could make him feel like a formidable opponent. He thought back to when he came to the Eternal Sacred Realm. The first divine dragon he saw was the 3,000 Star Soul Dragon. The starry sword was purple in color, and it was covered with dazzling stars. It shone brightly and formed a vast galaxy. The galaxy exploded with astonishing power and charged in all directions. There were many Dao patterns on the Dao weapon. There were probably more than 200 Dao patterns on it. There were at least 250 Dao patterns. With her cultivation in the early stage of the 4-symbol Samsara Tribulation Realm, it was very suitable for her to use a Dao weapon with such Dao patterns. Star River Sacred Sword. Those 4 words were uttered from her light purple lips. It was a sign of respect for Long Chen. He didn't expect her to use a sword. This was going to be fun. It was rare for Long Chen to meet a formidable opponent who used a sword. He couldn't wait to take out the god-slaying sword. The battle halberd of the Styx River had been completely digested by Little Skeleton. Currently, the god-slaying sword had 180 Dao patterns. Its overall power had reached its strongest state ever. Although the battle halberd of the Styx River had more than 300 Dao patterns, it only increased the god-slaying sword's power by less than 80 Dao patterns. It was not easy to feed the god-slaying sword. When the god-slaying sword encountered a divine weapon again, it instantly became excited. Although Little Skeleton was already very full and satisfied, his desire to devour would always be endless. He was like a thirsty man, and his opponent's sacred Star River sword was a noble and elegant beauty, stimulating his endless desire. Long Chen raised the god-slaying sword. Although there were more Dao patterns on the god-slaying sword, Long Chen and the god-slaying sword seemed to be no weaker than his opponent. The name god-slaying sword was a taboo. Long Chen didn't say it out loud. However, because of that, the crowd thought he was being rude, which made them criticize him even more. What an unruly man. He doesn't even have the courage and courtesy to do that. Bing Xinyue gritted her teeth. She wished she could fight in Xing Qing's place. At this moment, Xing Qing had no objection to Long Chen's performance. She was a swift and decisive dragon warrior. After both parties took out their weapons, she couldn't wait to fight. At this moment, Long Chen was calmly facing her and faintly exuded a powerful aura. This made Xing Qing, who was obsessed with martial arts, feel an extreme sense of challenge. Although she was still cold, the fire in her heart was already burning fiercely. Her seemingly delicate body released an astonishing killing intent, which did not seem to belong to a girl at all. Obviously, this was a woman who had been through thousands of battles. She coldly looked at Long Chen. She held the Star River sacred sword in one hand and raised it horizontally. Her other hand made a hand seal in front of her chest and quickly changed. A dot of starlight suddenly appeared on her fingertip. She was mumbling some unknown spell. It was like ants crawling into Long Chen's ears, making Long Chen feel itchy. Starry sky. Following her soft shout, the starlight on her fingertip instantly expanded, turning into endless starlight that spread out in all directions. It quickly engulfed Long Chen completely. In just a short moment, Long Chen felt as if he had passed through countless spaces. Suddenly, there was nothing beneath his feet. Looking up, he found himself in a starry sky, surrounded by endless darkness. Not only him, but the others were also in this starry sky. In all directions, there were hundreds of resplendent stars surrounding Long Chen and the others. These stars gave off a dazzling light that illuminated the darkness, and the violet-clothed girl in front of them was the core of these hundreds of stars. Countless thin threads extended from those stars, entangling with Xing Qing. Her power started to grow, forming a terrifying starry might that pressed down on Long Chen's body. She could actually turn the space around her into a starry sky and connect with the stars. She used the power of the stars to temporarily improve herself to fight against Long Chen. The eyes of Xing Qing, who was the core of the hundreds of stars, shone with a resplendent light. The Star River sacred sword tore through the starry sky, and the sharpest blade pointed at Long Chen, bringing with it a fatal threat. The surrounding young dragon martial artists all clicked their tongues and laughed. Clearly, this guy was dead for sure. In order to deal with him, Xing Qing had gone all out and actually started to increase her battle power. Although the other party was strong, it would not be easy to scare him. This battle is too important. I have to win. Long Chen gritted his teeth. This was one of the most important battles of his life, and it was also the beginning of his journey into the Dragon God domain. Therefore, he definitely could not lose. Under the guidance of his violent will, a large amount of spirit refinement fire was produced on his body. The blood-red flame soared into the sky, faintly turning into countless roaring blood-colored dragons that danced around him. Xing Qing had hundreds of stars to increase her battle power, but Long Chen's spirit refinement fire also had the same effect. The spirit refinement fire had just been unleashed, and the crowd had already witnessed the many tricks Long Chen had up his sleeve. Although they were still disdainful, they had to admit that at least the matter of Long Chen defeating the raging sea Tyrannosaurus was real. Roar! The angry roar of a dragon actually came from Xing Qing's body. Her expression was even colder, and her eyes had already disappeared, replaced by two resplendent stars. On the Astral River sacred sword, a light that was hundreds of meters long burst forth. Countless stars flowed on it, and a dazzling sword aura swept out. Xing Qing was clearly eager for this battle. At this moment, she waved the Astral River sacred sword in her hand, twisted her waist, and with a flash of starlight, she charged towards Long Chen mercilessly. Wherever the astral river sacred sword went, the starry sky was torn apart, and the dazzling sword aura was endless. In an instant, it covered the sky, and its aura was majestic. Although Xueqi was a woman, she was also famous for being a martial arts fanatic. Once a battle began, there was no room for mercy. The spectators laughed loudly as they retreated. They began to bet on how long Long Chen could last against Xueqi. Some said 10 breaths, while others said 20 breaths. You guys think too highly of him. I dare say that after I say this, he will lose. Right? When she said the word lose, under the countless resplendent sword aura of stars, a gray deathly sword aura suddenly soared into the sky, tearing apart the astral river sacred sword aura. Countless gray sword auras burst forth, forcing Xueqi back immediately. Chapter 2009. Rumble. The starry sky trembled and was on the verge of shattering. Hundreds of stars trembled faintly, and more than half of the young dragon warriors were sent flying. They tumbled a few times in the air before coming to a stop. They were stunned and looked ahead blankly. The two people in front of them had already engaged in an intense battle, causing a huge commotion. The person Long Chen was fighting was Xueqi. Super Divine Dragon. 3000 Astral Soul Dragon. At least until now, Long Chen did not show any signs of being defeated. This was simply a miracle. Previously, everyone had mocked Long Chen. Many warriors in the reincarnation tribulation realm also felt that they might be able to defeat Long Chen, who was not even in the reincarnation tribulation realm. However, at this moment, they were completely dumbfounded. With Long Chen's strength, it could be said that he was countless times stronger than them. He was definitely the kind of person who could easily kill them. Yet they actually had such suicidal thoughts before. Long Chen's performance was like a slap to their faces. It was incomparably resounding. Their hearts twitched in pain. Those who had been arrogant previously all shut their mouths at this moment. Their eyes could no longer leave the scene of the battle because it was too shocking and too exciting. Without a doubt, these two people could be considered to have encountered the strongest opponents. The battle between them was a process where they fought with their lives on the line. Neither of them could suppress the other. The so-called victory or defeat was actually just a matter of an instant. This battle broadened the horizons of the young warriors. Even though they were too prejudiced against Long Chen before, they had to admit that Long Chen really did seem to have some skills. However, they still clenched their fists tightly, firmly believing that Xueqi would definitely defeat him. This was because Xueqi was the symbol of invincibility in their hearts. The celestial river sacred sword swept out, and every time it did so, it brought with it an endless amount of dazzling sword chi. The sharp sword chi rushed through the starry sky in a grandiose manner. Xueqi performed her moves with cold eyes. She drew power from hundreds of stars, and every move she made was filled with fatal killing intent. The power of the stars was vast and sharp. On the other hand, Long Chen's power was filled with bloody slaughter, death, devouring, and other negative auras. In terms of power, Long Chen was no match for his opponent, but he had been nurtured by Tai Su's power, which made his fleshly body almost invincible among the younger generation. It brought him a huge boost in merits. Whenever he was injured by Xueqi's celestial river sacred sword, Xueqi's arm would feel numb from the impact of his fleshly body, and her sleeves would be stained red with blood. However, this woman's tenacity was terrifying. Even though she was bleeding, her expression did not change, as if she did not hear anything. Senior sister Xueqi seems to be bleeding. The cultivators were even more shocked. Xueqi had always been synonymous with terror in battle. Countless people who had looked down on her had been slain by her sword. Her battle style was fierce and intense, even more so than that of many men. However, from the looks of her current battle situation, she, who had always been able to finish off her opponents in a few moves, was actually unable to break through Long Chen's attacks. Don't talk nonsense. Bleeding is just a small matter. That brat must have been injured by senior sister Xueqi's astral soul sword chi. He must be heavily injured and will be defeated soon. Most of the disciples had the same thought. They gritted their teeth, as if they were also fighting against Long Chen. In reality, they were fighting against Long Chen. The battlefield was in their hearts. Long Chen's outstanding performance had crushed their hearts time and time again, occupying more and more territory in their hearts. It caused their mockery and ridicule towards Long Chen to completely collapse, turning into awe and fear. From Long Chen's point of view, this cold little girl, after years of nurturing by the Dragon City of Life, was indeed very strong. She was even stronger than the male opponents he had met before. To a certain extent, her personality was very similar to his. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Facing her, Long Chen did not relax at all. The spiritual fire on his body burned fiercely, and his entire body burned to a state where it seemed like it was about to explode. Although his terrifying physical body had yet to transform into a dragon form, it was like a super ferocious beast. Every move he made had the power to tear the world apart. In reality, it was not that they did not want to immediately transform into their dragon forms to fight. This was a tactical psychological problem. Generally speaking, only those who were at a disadvantage in battle would desperately display their trump cards. Once this trump card was overcome by the opponent, they would be defeated. Therefore, they did not want to be the first to fight in their dragon forms. Since it was a competition, they had to compete in all aspects. In reality, both of them were very proud people. Since they wanted to suppress the other party, they had to suppress the other party in all aspects. Only then would they be able to suppress the other party in all aspects. This was also the greatest deterrence to the surrounding human race. That was the biggest result that Long Chen wanted. At this point in the battle, the cold girl, Xueqi, had already made her move. She viewed this terrifying opponent with incomparable importance. In reality, she did not believe that Long Chen had not reached the Samsara realm. Given her abilities as a super divine dragon, she had once defeated the Tai Chi deity. She knew that it was impossible for him to unleash such power at that level. Astral Sword Art. After blocking Long Chen's attack, Xueqi exploded forth. The Astral River sacred sword in her hand radiated a boundless sword chi that descended from the sky. Long Chen had already executed the massacring sword art. This was a clash between two sword arts. The massacring sword chi shot up into the sky, once again dissipating the astral sword chi. Constellation Twinkle. Xueqi's countenance remained unchanged. She descended above Long Chen's head and raised her Astral River sacred sword, pointing it towards the heavens. The hundreds of constellations in the sky suddenly lit up, radiating intense astral light. For a moment, the intensity of the astral light was so intense that the majority of the cultivators present had to close their eyes. Long Chen looked up and saw that the hundreds of stars had actually transformed into hundreds of gigantic star swords that stood proudly in the sky under her power. Those were the dazzling stars, and they were also the gigantic swords that had been transformed from planets. Constellation Twinkle. Transform into heavenly swords. Listen to my command. Slay the demons. Xueqi silently chanted the incantation, causing Long Chen's voice to tremble. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared at Long Chen. With a point of her Astral River sacred sword, countless strands of astral sword chi actually descended from the heavens, blasting towards Long Chen. For a moment, the starry space trembled as countless spatial rifts appeared. Everyone felt as though the end of the world had arrived. This scene was simply too grand. Everyone retreated once again, dodging this attack. They had long been in awe of this woman, Xueqi, to the point of prostrating themselves before her. The Astral Soul Sword technique is Mr. Xing Yu's specialty. But in the hands of senior sister Xueqi, it's still so terrifying. In front of this Astral Soul Sword technique, Long Chen will definitely die. They finally felt a little better. They had been beaten up too harshly by Long Chen, and their faces were burning with pain. To them, it was as though the time to vent their anger had finally arrived. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Long Chen's ears were filled with this kind of rumbling. He lifted his head. Almost all of his vision had been flooded by the astral sword chi. All the astral sword chi had locked onto him. It seems like she has been setting up the Astral Soul Sword technique from the very beginning. This starry domain is also a part of the Astral Soul Sword technique. It's indeed powerful, however. Long Chen was laughing coldly in his heart. He would not lose. His opponent was indeed powerful, but this was just the beginning. At that moment, he held the god-slaying sword in his hand without hesitation. Like an ant, he charged toward the astral sword chi formed by the countless falling stars. The impact of this moment was like the impact of his entire life. From the beginning, he had been pursuing his destiny. He had never retreated even half a step. There was no retreat in his life. He could only move forward bravely and fearlessly, fighting against authority and against the rules. The astral sword chi was authority. authority that came from the dragon god domain. He gritted his teeth. At that moment, he had forgotten everything else. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to destroy everything in front of him. The massacring sword technique. From the very beginning until now, Long Chen had already unleashed more than 100 slashes. When the 100 slashes arrived, it was time for the massacring sword technique to truly display its extraordinary might. Wow! The crowd started to clamor. From their point of view, Long Chen was simply courting death by charging forward in the face of such a move. However, was he really courting death? Long Chen used his hot blood and his actions to prove it to them. Facing the astral sword chi formed by the huge astral sword chi, he was undoubtedly insignificant. He was as insignificant as his god-slaying sword. However, he used the god-slaying sword to ruthlessly strike the astral sword chi in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The insignificant god-slaying sword carried a terrifying power and directly tore the astral sword chi into two. Whoosh! That stunning sword strike simply blinded everyone's dog eyes. Rumble! The dazzling astral sword chi exploded around him. Under the endless starlight, he, who was covered in blood-colored dragon scales, stood proudly in the sky like a god. However, this was just the beginning. Oh my god! The explosion of the astral sword chi from the first astral sword chi had already exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. However, following that, Long Chen seemed to have gone mad. He waved the god-slaying sword, and when all the astral sword chi rushed towards him, he unleashed the most violent counterattack. Every strand of massacring sword chi could cause the astral sword chi to explode. In an instant, it was as though fireworks had exploded in the sky. The dazzling starlight drowned Long Chen. However, every time the astral sword chi exploded, it indicated that Long Chen was still alive. He was still persevering. Boom, boom, boom. At the beginning, there would only be one explosion after a very long time. Towards the end, there were consecutive explosions. The countless explosions caused the starry sky to shake violently. Most places were torn apart, and the massacring sword chi covered the entire starry sky. Everyone saw that every time the astral sword chi exploded, it was an injury to Xueqi. In the sky, she was hit again and again. Blood began to flow from the corner of her mouth, and her beautiful face was a little pale. However, her eyes were still determined from the beginning to the end. Starry purple dragon scales also appeared on her body. They were incomparably dazzling. When Long Chen saw her current appearance, he had to admit that among all the Dragonians, Xueqi was definitely the most beautiful dragon martial artist he had ever seen. At this moment, Long Chen was covered in blood-colored dragon scales. His head, back, and joints were all blood-colored bone spurs. He could only be described as ferocious. Boom! Chapter 2010. Twinkling stars exploded in everyone's eyes. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand and displayed incomprehensible strength. He performed the slaughter sword skill and successfully blocked the attack of the star soul sword skill. At the same time, he did some damage to his opponent. The girl covered in purple dragon scales flew out and escaped from Long Chen's fighting range. The Star River sacred sword was shaking. So far, in the battle of sword skills, the 3,000 Star Soul Dragon had actually lost to Long Chen. No matter who it was unimaginable. How is this possible? Bing Xinyue's face was pale. She clenched her fists and muttered to herself. Her face was full of disbelief. If Xingyu didn't decide to let Xueqi fight, she would be the one facing Long Chen. She was an Ice Soul Dragon, one of the rare super dragons. Although she was a little weak in the group of 5, she was still a few times stronger than the Raging Sea Tyrannosaurus. She knew that she couldn't block Xueqi's attack unless she transformed into a dragon. But this was just the beginning. An even greater shock had yet to come. After all, no one had lost at this point. It was just that Long Chen had temporarily suppressed his opponent. Xueqi possessed peerless talent. In a short moment, she had already recovered. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. From the beginning to the end, she had not shown any signs of underestimating Long Chen. When twinkling stars shattered, Xueqi didn't retreat. Instead, she moved forward and attacked with an even more powerful attack. Wherever the Star River sacred sword pointed, the sky and earth cracked. This attack was actually much scarier than twinkling stars. The 3 leaders saw this and quickly protected the young disciples. They were worried that the shockwaves of the battle would hurt them. Xueqi attacked with her long sword. Star Soul Sword Skill. Universe Explosion. The name alone showed that this skill was much more powerful than twinkling stars. Under the guidance of the Star River Sacred Sword, the entire starry sky finally shattered, revealing the little dragon domain. When she first performed Starry Sky, it was clear that if she couldn't defeat her opponent right away, she would perform her most powerful skill. She would shatter the starry sky and make the universe explode to form Star River Sword Chi to deal with Long Chen. The entire starry sky exploded. Countless fragments of the starry sky gathered around Xueqi like a huge wave. As the Astral River Sacred Sword was swung, the fragments rolled and gradually condensed into a huge sword formed from the fragments of the starry sky before Xueqi. It had to be said that the power of the sword was terrifying. There were not many people in the same generation who could survive this attack. The seniors of the Life Dragon City were very satisfied with Xueqi's move. They were looking forward to seeing if Long Chen could break out of this situation. When Xueqi performed the Star Soul Sword skill, Long Chen chose to end the battle quickly. Before the Star River Sword Chi of the Star Soul Sword skill was completely formed, he used the Slaughter Sword skill and attacked fiercely. At this time, the Slaughter Sword skill had already been used for more than 400 moves. The spirit training fire on Long Chen's body burned fiercely, gathering and stimulating his power. 430 moves. That terrifying sword strike tore the heavens and split the earth. Xueqi could only dodge in a sorry state as she failed to condense the sword chi of the galaxy fragment. However, the look in her eyes was especially resolute. In just a short moment, the entire starry sky gathered on her sword chi, and everyone returned to the stone platform in the Little Dragon Domain. At this moment, Xueqi did not hold back. She used the Star Soul Sword skill. Endless murderous aura rushed over. The sword skill covered the sky and twisted the space. There was no room for Long Chen to dodge. Long Chen had already swung his sword. The Star River Sword Chi was coming for him. This woman is really terrifying. She had no choice but to let Long Chen use his trump card to fight against her. Before the vast Star River Sword Chi, Long Chen was fearless. He charged forward again, raised the god-slaying sword in his hand, and made another slash. Eye of Hell. Within the god-slaying sword, Little Skeleton actively cooperated. After his Taoist patterns were upgraded, it was getting easier and easier for him to use the Eye of Hell. Behind him, the clouds shifted and changed. In Xueqi's vision, it was as if the world behind Long Chen had been forcefully torn apart. A pair of huge, oily green eyes suddenly appeared. The suffocating pressure and fear instantly caused Xueqi's mind to go into disarray. It had to be said that this pair of eyes was simply too terrifying. Xueqi had always been a staunch person, but at this moment, she was still greatly affected by the Eye of Hell. Long Chen laughed coldly in his heart. At the moment when Xueqi's mind was in a mess and she was almost unable to control the Galaxy Sacred Sword, he used the Time Dragon and disappeared in front of her. In the next instant, another even more ferocious Slaughter Sword Chi slashed at the Galaxy Sacred Sword from the side. In an instant, the Galaxy Sacred Sword flew out of Long Chen's hand, and the destructive power of the universe shattered in front of Xueqi. If she hadn't been clear-headed at the last moment, Xueqi would have exploded her own attack. But even though she had successfully dodged it, she was still shaken to the point that her blood and chi were in turmoil. At this point in the battle, she actually showed signs of being seriously injured. Her face had turned even paler. After an earth-shattering explosion, the two sides once again faced each other in mid-air. Long Chen appeared unscathed. His aura was magnificent, but Xueqi was in a rather sorry state. Even the purple dragon scales on her body had been shattered. For the first time, her eyes trembled in front of Long Chen. That move from the Eye of Hell had shocked her greatly. Even now, she still had lingering fear in her heart. She had never been afraid of any opponent, but at this moment, Long Chen gave her a feeling that made her want to retreat. She knew that she represented the Dragon City of Life. No matter what, she could not lose. She had gradually realized that this Long Chen was indeed a terrifying opponent. She wasn't the only one. Those who had previously mocked Long Chen were now completely convinced. They watched everything unfold in fear. Seeing the youth's bloodlust and might, they had long been defeated. They were completely convinced by Long Chen. Although they were still unconvinced, at least no one dared to say anything about Long Chen anymore. In their eyes, Long Chen had become someone who was on the same level as Xueqi. In fact, He didn't even seem to have passed the Samsara realm. This was a power that should never have appeared. Although there were more than 100 people in this confrontation, there was only the sound of nervous breathing. Long Chen had already achieved the effect that he wanted to achieve. He had made those who had opinions about him shut their mouths. I admit that in terms of human form and swordsmanship, I am inferior to you. Xueqi's eyes were cold. She put away the Star River sacred sword that had been sent flying by Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath. The final moment had come. As long as he defeated this resilient girl one last time, it would be equivalent to him opening the door to the Dragon God domain. This battle was very important. The crowd became excited again. They did not want to admit defeat. They did not think that Xueqi would lose just like that. They still had one last chance to counterattack. That was a battle that truly belonged to the Dragon Warriors. For a moment, they were fired up again. They had lost too badly. Only Xueqi's victory could make them raise their heads in front of Long Chen. Under the lead of their elders, they retreated again. Xueqi's beautiful eyes turned into resplendent stars, bursting with intense light. Long Chen had seen the 3,000 astral soul dragon before. Of course, it was just a clone, but it was no different from the 3,000 astral soul dragon in front of him. It could only be said that because Xueqi was a girl, the 3,000 astral soul dragon in front of him was even more beautiful. She swam in the starry sky, as though she was a part of the stars. Her body shone with resplendent light, like crystals or gems. Be it the dragon claws, dragon teeth, or dragon tail, they were all exquisite, as though they were works of art created by the heavens. Mystical dragons were truly the most perfect existences. Standing before the 3,000 astral soul dragon, Long Chen was no different from an ant. Xueqi looked down at him. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, but they also burned with a terrifying fighting spirit. She was like Long Chen, someone who would not admit defeat. She was more like a battle maniac. When she met her opponent, the passion in her heart was no less than Long Chen's. The scene of such a battle was grand, and it was also a type of enjoyment that delighted the eyes. Without another word, Long Chen retreated. His body turned, and the spiritual cultivation fire shot into the sky. Blood-colored mist filled the air, and finally, it turned into a blood-colored mystical dragon in front of the 3,000 astral soul dragon. Although the blood-colored mystical dragon looked smaller than the 3,000 astral soul dragon, it was filled with killing intent. Its domineering aura was unrivaled. Even as a super mystical dragon, facing Long Chen, Xueqi still felt unprecedented pressure. This kind of bloodline suppression was something even her father could not give her. The lowest grade of red dragon. Everyone was puzzled. Because there was no description of the primordial blood spirit dragon, only a name, it was hard for them to imagine its level. Dragon martial artists were the ones who understood mystical dragons the best. Therefore, they knew that the ancestral dragon was just a legend. They were not even sure if it really existed. No. Gongqing, Desolate Wood, and Xingyu were all carefully observing Long Chen. The more they observed, the more shocked they were. Even with their understanding of mystical dragons, they still did not know what kind of dragon Long Chen was. There were simply too many primordial mystical dragons. There were many inheritance blood essences that were not recorded, and there were no names. This was normal. They exchanged glances. While they were studying, the 3,000 astral soul dragon and Long Chen's primordial blood spirit dragon were engaged in an intense battle. This battle between mystical dragons was even more violent and shocking than the battle between humans. What made everyone give up was that Long Chen still displayed extraordinary combat strength under such circumstances. He was actually not any weaker than the super mystical dragon, the 3,000 astral soul dragon. If that was the case, Long Chen should also be a super mystical dragon. After transforming into the body of a mystical dragon, Long Chen had an even greater advantage in terms of physical strength. Under the attacks of his physical body, the 3,000 astral soul dragon could be said to be retreating step by step. This was out of Xueqi's expectations. Chapter 2011. The strongest ability of the 3,000 astral soul dragons was their 3,000 doppelgangers. This was a mystique that they had been born with, and it was the fundamental mystique that allowed them to crush other mystical dragons. When the 3,000 doppelgangers attacked together, they were almost indestructible and could inflict heavy damage to their enemies. The 3,000 astral soul dragons were famous for their 3,000 doppelgangers. Rumble. Just as Xueqi forced Longchen back, she summoned her 3,000 doppelgangers. Countless beams of starlight shot out from her body, forming 3,000 stars around her. The 3,000 stars gradually turned into 3,000 astral soul dragons. The size of the astral soul dragons was only 1/20th of the size of the 3,000 astral soul dragons, but there were many of them. The 3,000 astral soul dragons gathered together, covering Longchen's entire vision. The 3,000 astral soul dragons roared at Longchen and gathered their strength. Once Xueqi gave the order, she and the 3,000 astral soul dragons would attack together. Xueqi hid in the group of 3,000 astral soul dragons, waiting for the chance to deal a fatal blow to Longchen. When they saw Xueqi summon the 3,000 star soul dragons, the dragon martialists of the Dragon City of Life were in an uproar. They cheered loudly, cheering for Xueqi. They had been waiting for this moment. It was precisely because Xueqi had 3,000 doppelgangers that she had never been defeated. This was the symbol of her strength. If it wasn't the strongest opponent, it would be impossible to force her to use this move. After all, using this kind of divine ability would consume a lot of energy, and it would very likely affect the upcoming Starlord battle. Hiss! The 3,000 astral soul dragons roared in front of Longchen. Under Xueqi's control, they spread out and bared their fangs and claws at Longchen. Every astral soul dragon shone with a dazzling light. The most brutal battle was about to begin. Senior Sister Xueqi, hurry up and defeat this guy. Don't let him participate in the Starlord contest and embarrass us. You're right. Crush him ruthlessly. Don't give him a chance to make a comeback. With his identity and crimes, he has no right to be on our side. Longchen could only describe them as a dog that couldn't stop itself from eating shit. At the most crucial moment of this battle, there was no way he would slack off. He had to admit that Xueqi was indeed capable. However, Longchen already had the confidence to win. He could not wait to complete the final victory. The title of winner would only belong to him. Under the urging of the dragon warriors of the Dragon City of Life, Xueqi no longer held back. Her main body and 3,000 clones swarmed over. The 3,000 clones actually used different attacks, and for a moment they created an effect that could destroy heaven and earth. When the 3,000 doppelgangers moved out, everyone could almost see the dawn of victory. They became incomparably passionate, and their heartstrings were stretched taut. Longchen had not only defeated Xueqi, but also their pride as disciples of the 5 great dragon cities. Everyone was looking forward to it. Longchen was hidden in the blood mist, watching everything with a sneer. He suddenly closed his eyes and murmured, "Father, today is just the beginning of my return to the dragon god domain. There will come a day when I will stand in front of all humans and defeat all of them. Then, I will use my authority and my evidence to prove everything to them. Father, I will do it." His desire for victory was stronger than anyone else's, and he was crazier than anyone else's. Xueqi was a martial arts fanatic, but compared to Longchen, she was still far from it. As the 3,000 star soul dragons attacked, Longchen let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a peerless beast that had been buried for many years had awakened, scaring the disciples back again. Just as their faces paled again, Longchen performed an extremely shocking scene. 1,000,000 blood dragon souls. 3,000 against 1,000,000. Longchen had shown them what a true doppelganger was. What was 3,000? If Longchen wanted to, he could summon 2,000,000 weeping blood dragon souls. On the path of doppelganger, the primordial blood spirit dragon was the true ancestor. 1,000,000 blood dragon souls burst forth from the blood mist. Although the blood dragon souls were small, far from the star soul dragon clones, their numbers were frighteningly large. They surrounded one star soul dragon in a frenzy, killing frenziedly, just like Longchen. The blood dragon souls against the 3,000 star soul dragons. This scene was a complete defeat for the 3,000 star soul dragons. The attacking star soul dragons all screamed and fled. In terms of ferocity, they were far inferior to the blood dragon souls. In terms of savagery, the blood dragon souls did not care about life and death. They only knew how to kill. They were truly invincible. Roar, roar. Countless roars and screams filled the air for a moment. The crowd, who were anticipating the victory of the 3,000 star soul dragons, had their mouths agape and eyes wide open. They were dumbstruck. They had forgotten everything, and their minds were blank. Only the endless, densely packed blood-colored little dragons in front of them had given them a deep shock. And a deep blow. Starting from the first Star Soul Dragon, the group that was fleeing grew larger and larger. Xueqi's 3,000 clones collapsed in a short period of time, completely defeated. Drowned by the countless blood dragon souls, Long Chen rushed to the sky above the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons, pouncing ferociously. His sharp dragon claws, sword like Long Chen, and sharp dragon fangs were all killing weapons for close combat. In terms of close combat, Xueqi was like heaven and earth compared to Long Chen. When Long Chen's steel whip-like body wrapped around her, the purple dragon scales of the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons were instantly minced. The 3,000 Star Soul Dragons struggled with all their might, but it was to no avail. As long as Long Chen used a little more strength, it would not take long for him to tear them into two. To Long Chen's steel whip-like divine dragon body, the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons under his control were like fragile tofu. Everyone watched helplessly as Xueqi was entangled by Long Chen, struggling with all her might. The battle between the two mystical dragons was very shocking, but it also dealt a deep blow to them. Seeing Xueqi unable to move, they all felt like crying, but no tears would come. From human form to dragon form, from swordsmanship to close combat, and then to 3,000 clones against 1,000,000 blood dragon souls. Although Xueqi was the #1 genius here, she was completely defeated by Long Chen. After being held up, Xueqi no longer had the strength to control the 3,000 clones. The 3,000 clones exploded one by one, vanishing into thin air. Fortunately, Long Chen also put away the blood dragon souls. After all, maintaining so many blood dragon souls was also a huge drain. More importantly, he was sure to win. With his ferocious strength, he slammed the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons onto the stone platform. Instantly, the platform exploded, and the rocks were sent flying. More wounds appeared on the bodies of the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons. Long Chen used his dragon claws to press her to the ground, making her unable to move. His blood-red eyes stared at Xueqi's eyes that were as resplendent as the starry sky, and he coldly said, "You have lost. Do you submit?" Xueqi roared in anger, exhausting all the strength in her body. Seeing that she was still unwilling to submit, Long Chen increased his strength, using his steel whip body to grind countless wounds on the bodies of the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons. "Do you submit?" Long Chen asked again. Boom. Xueqi returned to her human form after being held up by him. She stood on the shattered stone platform and swayed, almost falling to the ground. At this moment, she was even more heavily injured. Her body was full of wounds. To a great beauty like her, Long Chen's methods were indeed a little too cruel, especially when her father was still here. Long Chen returned to his human form and stood before her. In comparison, Long Chen had indeed obtained a complete victory. He was not injured at all. Victory and defeat were very clear. If Long Chen had wanted to kill her just now, he would not have asked if she submitted. Although this result was expected by the dragon martial artists of the Dragon City of Life during the battle, when it really happened, it was still hard for them to accept it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they glared at Long Chen with hatred. How could he not show mercy to the fairer sex? However, they did not have the guts to fight with Long Chen alone. Xueqi was indeed injured. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and glanced at Long Chen again. She did not say anything unnecessary, nor did she hate Long Chen for defeating her. She returned to Xing Yu's side as if nothing had happened and said, "Father, I've lost." Xing Yu's gaze was calm as he said, Recuperate well. Try to recover to your peak state before the Star Lord competition." "Then I'll go back first," Xueqi said. She hesitated for a moment, but she still glanced at Long Chen. This was the first person in her life who had defeated her in a way she did not expect. It had indeed given her a deep shock and caused a change in her heart. She suddenly felt that she was still lacking and realized that there was still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Xing Chen's eyes flashed. Xueqi did not linger and floated away. Senior sister Xueqi. The remaining 4 members of the Star Lord competition hurriedly chased after Xueqi. However, Gongqing stopped them at this moment and said, "It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. The 4 of you stay here. I still have something to announce." Only then did everyone return to Long Chen's side. Lingxi, who was beside Gongqing, was safe and sound. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They could understand each other's thoughts. No matter how nervous Lingxi had been during the battle, he had now won. He had opened the door to return to the dragon god domain. Lingxi was sincerely happy for him. The time for the results to be revealed had arrived. Xingyu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the Star-Lord competition is related to our human race's right to speak in the chaotic star field. It is extremely important and also our biggest mission. Today, we should rejoice that another genius has joined our team of young warriors. Everyone has clearly seen his strength. I have to say that I have been moved by his valiance. I can temporarily ignore what he has done in the past, and I also don't care about his background. I will let him join the Star-Lord competition and realize the value he wants to realize." Xingyu expressed his stance. He agreed to allow Long Chen to join their team. Mu Huang was about to go mad with anger. Chapter 2012. Xingyu and Gong Qing had agreed to Long Chen's participation in the Lord of Stars tournament. The other dragon warriors had no chance to object at all. Gong Qing's words, in addition to Long Chen's strength, basically cut off any thoughts of resisting this matter. Of course, it was impossible for them to accept this. In their hearts, they felt more sullen and angry than anyone else. Unfortunately, their strength was inferior to Long Chen's, and with the suppression of their elders, they could only suppress their anger and look at Long Chen with unwillingness. Don't be happy too early. Just wait and see. He actually dared to hurt senior sister Xing Qing. That traitor. Bing Xinyue was especially angry. She was covered in icy mist, which made the people around her feel a lot colder. After the announcement, Gong Qing calmed these guys down. He said to Long Chen, "In less than 10 days, the Battle of Geniuses in the Lord of Stars tournament will begin. You can get ready. In 5 days, we will go to the profound dream realm of the illusion immortals and meet up with them. After that, we will depart together." At this moment, the entire planet must be waiting for that moment to come. Some people were happy, some people were sad. Long Chen didn't say much. He just nodded. He had made up his mind. He naturally had to face the difficulties and pave the way for his return to the Dragon God realm in the future. After that, Gong Qing announced the dismissal of the team. Everyone left unwillingly, but only the other 4 dragon warriors who were also going to participate in the Lord of Stars tournament stayed. They were all super dragons in the early stage of the 4-symbol Samsara stage. In terms of fighting ability, they were actually not much weaker than Xing Qing. The 4 of you get to know Long Chen well. In the Lord of Stars tournament, you will be teammates. You will be related to each other's lives. For the victory of our human race, you should put aside everything and work together to become an iron plate to fight against the enemy." Gong Qing said harshly. Because of the rules of the Battle of Geniuses, everyone would not be fighting alone. It was extremely important to cooperate with each other. If there was internal disharmony, it would have a huge impact on the overall battle strength and might even lead to failure. That was why Gong Qing had specially instructed them. She angrily looked at Long Chen and said, "Mr. Gong Master, we have never cooperated with him. Besides, he doesn't get along well with us. If we work with him, he is indeed powerful, but if he acts alone, it will affect our fighting power. I don't think it is a good thing to let him join us. Besides, who knows whose side he will be on?" Long Chen's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Mr. Gong Master, we have never cooperated with him." "Shut up." Xingyu stopped her. Bing Xinyue was Xingyu's disciple. She grew up with Xing Qing. Gong Qing smiled and said, "Little Xinyue, you don't have to worry about this. He knows his limits better than you do. As long as you guys don't reject him, our team will only become stronger. The leader among you is Xing Qing, and I believe that she will have a more rational judgment. She won't be like you, acting like a little girl even though you've grown up. This is an important matter for the human race. Since you're here, don't mess around. Do you understand? Do you understand?" In the end, Gong Qing sounded serious. Bing Xinhue wanted to say something, but she stopped. In the end, she just stared at Long Chen with anger. Although she didn't want to accept it, she knew that the result was set. It was useless for her to say more, so she said, "I see." Xing Yu, who was at the side, said, "The 4 of you should communicate with him. I'll give you 5 days to familiarize yourselves with each other. Don't leave this place during these 5 days. Also, explain to Long Chen some of the competition rules and things to take note of. The 3 of us have matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first." Behind them, Mu Huang looked gloomy. He was also reluctant. They actually had to stay for 5 days and explain the rules to Long Chen. Bing Xinyue was so annoyed. She wanted to quit. Gong Qing talked to Long Chen for a while and gave Long Chen a star figure. He told Long Chen to find him if he needed help. After that, he left with Xing Yu and Mu Huang, leaving Long Chen, Lingxi, and the 4 of them staring at each other. What are you looking at? Don't think you can do anything just because you are capable. Bing Xinyue angrily stared at Long Chen and then walked away angrily. However, she didn't leave. She just sat somewhere far away, preparing for the fight that was going to happen in a few days. Maybe she will fall in love with you. Lingxi held his arm, looked at Bing Xinyue's back, and said with a smile. Long Chen said, she is just like you 10 years ago. You are both fierce. However, you are enough. When the 2 of them first met, Lingxi was easily angered. Now, the 2 of them had experienced too much, and they had also gone through 100 reincarnations. Their mental states had changed greatly, and Lingxi was no longer the young girl from back then. Xing Qing was the only one who didn't like Bing Xinyue, so the other 4 didn't like her. The 3 men in front of Gong Qing were like Bing Xinyue, but they were obedient. Although they didn't want to, they still listened to Gong Qing and got to know Long Chen. The 3 men were all super dragons. They were all geniuses. One of them had a rather ordinary appearance and figure, but it had a pair of golden eyes that were burning with flames. Those eyes actually looked like a 3-legged copper cauldron, and the copper cauldron was covered with golden runes. It was extremely mystical, and when Long Chen looked at those eyes, his eyes felt like they were being burned. He roughly understood that a large part of this super mystical dragon's abilities came from its eyes. My name is Sun Che. My essence blood comes from a super dragon, the fiery golden eyes dragon. The other was a shorter man with a small build. He looked a little pocket-sized, but he was rather handsome. However, his face was gloomy and shrouded in a black fog. He was very mysterious and gave off the feeling of a king of the night. He was probably quite young, and he didn't seem to speak much. Furthermore, he didn't like Long Chen either. He said, Jun Ling, my inherited essence blood came from the monarch dragon of the eventide. He had short hair that stood up like steel needles. His skin was dim yellow, and there was a pattern of skulls on his skin. He seemed to be the most horrible among the 3. He was like a demon, but he didn't hate Long Chen the most. He was a more cheerful man. He introduced himself, my name is Huang Long coincidentally. My essence blood comes from the Hades dragon. I would like to have a fight with you, because I spend most of my time on physical combat. The lady is Bing Xinyue. The 5 of us are all super dragons. Bing Xinyue's essence blood comes from the Ice Soul dragon. She is powerful too. Normally, a dragon warrior would reveal what kind of dragon they were. Long Chen couldn't say it, so he said, I am sorry. I don't know where my essence blood comes from. The Hades dragon, Huang Long, said, that's fine. They don't talk much. Let me tell you about the Lord of Stars competition. Thank you. Finally, there was someone who was willing to talk for him. That was the first step to success. After Xing Yu and the other 2 left, they gathered together. The 3 of them sat down in a pavilion and looked at each other. Mu Huang tapped the table lightly and said, Old Thunderclap, we have worked together for thousands of years. Today, you have to tell me clearly what is going on. The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor is indeed talented, but how dare you keep such a ticking time bomb by your side? If you are not careful, you might die a horrible death. It's fine if you die, but you will implicate me. My attitude is still considered good. The people from the 5 great dragon cities hate Long Qinglan to the core. They are all defeated by Long Qinglan. They can't wait to find Long Qinglan and eat him up. How dare you take your son out and play with him? Xing Yu also looked at Gong Qing thoughtfully. Gong Qing chuckled and said, All right, I have indeed gone crazy this time. But you don't know how I feel. I think Xing Yu has already guessed what I am thinking, right? Xing Yu was startled for a moment. Then he nodded and said, According to my observation, there is an 80% chance that you are right. What do you mean? Mu Huang asked in confusion. Gong Qing chuckled and said, Old wood. Do you know how long it has been since our dragon god domain has had an existence above the ultimate divine dragon? In other words, a supreme divine dragon. Mu Huang's pupils shrank and he said, If that's the case, then there is really only one possibility for him to be able to miraculously defeat Xing Qing before he has even reached the rebirth realm. Gongqing said, "It is not just a matter of strength. There is another important piece of evidence. Although it has not been proven, everyone knows that Long Qinglan definitely has the inheritance blood essence of a supreme divine dragon. He is a supreme divine dragon martial artist, which is why he can defeat all the heroes of the world and is known as the #1 in a million years. As his son, with Long Qinglan's ability, it is not impossible for Long Chen to obtain the inheritance blood essence of a supreme divine dragon for his son." Mu Huang pondered for a moment, his expression extremely shocked. He said, "Do you know what kind of supreme divine dragon his inheritance blood essence is? Are there any legends or records?" Gongqing shook his head and said, "Of course I don't know." At this time, Xingyu, who had been silent all this while, said, "I heard that the Eternal Dragon Emperor once went to the forbidden area of Slaughter Dragon City and took away an important item from their ancestral realm. Even the people of Slaughter Dragon City don't know what it is, but Long Chen's inheritance blood essence is clearly of the Slaughter attribute. If his inheritance blood essence is that of a supreme divine dragon, then it is very likely that it is one of the 10 great ancestral dragons, the primordial blood spirit dragon, the dragon of slaughter and blood." At this point, Mu Huang laughed and interrupted, "Bullshit. There is no way to verify whether or not the ancestral dragons really exist, so where would the inheritance blood essence come from? That would be heaven-defying." Chapter 2013. Mu Huang finally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the term Syndicate Dragon. However, his expression became even more solemn. A transcendent divine dragon was no trifling matter. Long Qinglan's transcendent divine dragon was actually just a guess, but if Long Chen was truly proven to be the legacy blood essence of a transcendent divine dragon, it would definitely cause an even greater uproar in the dragon god domain. Gongqing said, "To be honest, to the 5 great dragon cities, the value of a supreme divine dragon completely exceeds that of a young genius with 80% of Di Jun's divine blood. Although a supreme divine dragon's improvement will be slower than Di Jun's divine blood, and the 18 great tribulations will definitely be more terrifying, in terms of combat power or inheritance of magical powers, a supreme divine dragon is superior by several levels. It's not that Long Qinglan didn't have the chance to become a god, but he destroyed his own future. What I mean is, if Long Chen really is a supreme divine dragon, then his value to the human race will exceed that of Diyu, and he might even become another Long Qinglan in a short period of time." The influence of a person like the Eternal Dragon Emperor was too great. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Mu Huang knocked on the table and said with a frown, "I don't object to what you said, but you have to remember what happened to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. This kid doesn't look easy to deal with. The fundamental difference between him and Diyu is that Diyu belongs to the human race, while Long Qinglan is very likely to be loyal to his father, and may even bring disaster to us again. He has great potential, but if he's another Long Qinglan, then it's better to kill him now to prevent irreparable losses in the future." Gongqing said angrily, "Mu Huang, don't force such a good genius into the enemy's camp. At least for now, I don't think there's anything wrong with this youth. Instead, I think he's very real." Mu Huang sneered. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was also very real. But in the end, didn't he betray his ancestors? Seeing that they were about to start quarreling again, Xingyu said, "All right, let's use this Lord of Constellation battle as a benchmark and see how this kid's temperament is. If he is willing to work for us, with his potential, he might even become a supreme divine dragon. In that case, we must bring him back to the 5 great dragon cities and let the Dragon Emperor decide." Gongqing sighed slightly. He understood in his heart that if he brought Long Chen back to the dragon god domain, that place would very likely become hell for him. He was very worried about this youth's future. The last thing he wanted was for Diyu to be dead, and for the human race to chase away this newly born genius. As for the Ice Soul Heart Dragon, the Fiery Golden Eyes Dragon, and the Dark Knight Monarch Dragon, they basically walked to the side and whispered to each other after introducing themselves to Long Chen. They had grown up under the influence of their elders, so it was impossible for them to have a good attitude towards Long Chen. In this Lord of Constellation battle, although Long Chen was strong, they did not expect to cooperate with Long Chen. The Netherworld Monarch Dragon gave Long Chen some face, but he was only completing his mission. He stood in front of Long Chen, looking down from above, and introduced in a deep voice, "The 9-Star Alliance is made up of the 10 great superplanets in the center of the chaotic star region. Other than the dragon warriors of the celestial dragon planet, the other 9 planets form the 9-Star Alliance. There are tens of thousands of races in the 9-star alliance other than the 5 great races. It is an extremely powerful force outside of the eternal celestial realm. If the Star Master of the 10 great superplanets is to be chosen, it will have to follow the rules of the 9-star alliance and carry out the Lord of Constellation battle. The Lord of Constellation battle is not a battle to the death that makes life difficult for the people, but a competition. Long Chen listened quietly and did not say much. It did not matter whether these people accepted him or not. He only needed to perform well and open up a path for himself to enter the dragon celestial realm. The Netherworld Monarch Dragon paused for a moment before continuing. To put it simply, there are a total of 5 rounds in the Star-Lord battle. The first and second rounds are related to us. We are considered the allies of the illusionary immortals. The strength of the young geniuses of the illusionary mortals and their allies is related to whether the illusionary mortals will be strong or not thousands of years later. It is also an important symbol of whether this race can have a Star-Lord. Therefore, we are related to the birth of 2 points. If we can win the first and second rounds and defeat the 3 teams of the Golden War God tribe and the Incubus tribe, then we can get 2 points out of the total 5 points. Then, the ownership of the Star-Lord will be determined. The 2 battles for our new generation are the team battle and the elite battle. The team battle is more complicated, but the elite battle is actually to select the 8 people with the most outstanding performance in the team battle. After 3 rounds of elimination battles, a champion will be decided. The team that wins the championship will obtain an important point, and the team that wins the team battle will also obtain a point. These 2 points are very important. The remaining 3 points will be fought for by the strongest of the 3 races. Hence, the more points we can obtain in the Battle of Geniuses, the less pressure we will feel in the battles of the experts later on. The 5-point system of the Star-Lord battle has always been the rule of the 9-star alliance. In a few days, we will be carrying out the team battle. There will be a total of 3 teams competing for 1 point. The elite battle will be after the team battle. Since the elite battle is relatively simple, I will explain the team battle in detail to you. The team battle was related to the cooperation of the teams. The Netherworld Monarch Dragon said expressionlessly, "We've been practicing with our friends from the illusionary immortal tribe for a long time. A team of 10 people was supposed to have 5 people from the City of Life and the illusionary immortal tribe. However, because of your appearance, the illusionary immortal tribe took away one of their spots. You'll meet our friends from the illusionary immortal tribe in a few days. They can play a very important role in the battle. Using you to replace a member of the illusionary immortal tribe is a big risk for our well-practiced team. Although you're strong individually, you can only contribute limited strength in the team battle. Don't be arrogant and act alone, and ruin our strategy." Longchen said, "Just get to the point. What is the team battle like?" The Netherworld Monarch Dragon coldly glanced at him and said, "At that time, the 30 of us will enter the stellar source of the resplendent star. The stellar source is the core of the resplendent star. It is a wonderful place. It is a dangerous place with many disasters. At that time all of us will go in. There is a magical thing called star sand in the stellar source. Star sand is a supreme treasure with many effects. It can also strengthen the body. Before we go in, each of us will fuse with a grain of star sand because only a body that has fused with star sand can enter the stellar source. 1 grain of star sand can last for about 4 hours. Once 4 hours have passed and we haven't obtained new star sand from the stellar source, we will be expelled from the stellar source and be eliminated. The team battle will last for 3 days. After 3 days, the team with the most people left in the stellar source will be the winner." The rules of the team battle were slightly complicated. However, after listening to it once, Long Chen roughly understood it. In other words, in the stellar source, they had to fight for star sand. Not only did they have to stay in the stellar source, but they also had to let their teammates stay in the stellar source. Only then would they be able to obtain the final victory. The Netherworld Monarch Dragon said, "Did you hear that clearly? In the team battle, killing is forbidden, and we can't injure the other party too badly. We can only fight for star sand. After obtaining star sand, it will take a quarter of an hour to fuse with it. During this time, you must have teammates to protect you. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be ambushed, causing the fusion to fail, and the star sand will be snatched away by others. After obtaining star sand, you can only carry it with you. If you put it somewhere else, it will be considered a violation of the rules and you will be expelled from the team battle. All the experts of the 9-star alliance will be watching everyone's performance outside the stellar source. Therefore, the team battle is more of a test of teamwork. You are not a member of our team. Even if you are strong, if you don't cooperate, it will bring a lot of negative effects to us. This is not a good thing for us. Our team leader is senior sister Xueqi. Will you listen to her orders? At this point, he had indeed shown his displeasure. The addition of Long Chen didn't make them feel relieved. Instead, it made them more worried. You can defeat senior sister Xueqi, so you are indeed the strongest cultivator on our side. However, you can only be useful in the elite battle. Of course, if you are willing to cooperate with us, you can still be useful in the team battle. After all, in a team, everyone's power is limited. We don't want you to be alone. Even if you can last until the end, it won't be a big deal. Long Chen sneered in his heart. These guys really worry too much. They haven't even started, and they are already sure that I won't cooperate with them. He roughly understood the rules of the team battle. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. He said, "Are you done, Brother Huang?" Being interrupted by Long Chen, Huang Long was a bit displeased. He said, "Anyway, just do your best. I know what you want. Isn't it our forgiveness? Just do your best." As he spoke, he returned to Bing Xianyue's circle, feeling extremely bored. The four of them started to chat, and from time to time, they would laugh out loud. Although Long Chen was left to the side, he didn't mind at all. He pondered over the rules of the team battle. This was indeed a test of the team. If he wanted to make a name for himself, he would have to rely on the elite battle. No matter what, he had to make a name for himself so that everyone in the Dragon God realm would start to take him seriously. Chapter 2014. A few days passed like a blink of an eye. Gong Qing had ordered them to familiarize themselves with Long Chen and cooperate with him in battle. However, with their hatred for Long Chen, it was impossible for them to do so. Besides the Netherworld Monarch Dragon, no one was willing to talk to Long Chen. Secretly, they were slandering Long Chen. They wouldn't accept a traitor of the human race as their teammate anyway. In the team battle, we can just ignore him and let him fend for himself. His value lies in the elite battle. I feel that if senior sister Xueqi doesn't lose in the end, she might meet him. At that time, if they fight again, senior sister Xueqi might not necessarily lose to him. Bing Xianyue said angrily. The previous battle had been too humiliating for them. This had deepened her hatred for Long Chen. She still remembered when she was young. Her parents had told her stories about the Eternal Dragon Emperor. They had told her that people who betrayed their ancestors should be despised. Long Chen was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Besides, he killed Diyu. In Bing Xianyue's heart, he was no different from Long Qinglan. Just as they were about to set off for the profound dream realm, Xueqi finished recuperating and joined them. Seeing that Xueqi had recovered, they all gathered together excitedly. Xueqi was not a talkative person. Her gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Long Chen. "Did you tell him the details of the fight?" Hades' dragon said, "I told him." Xueqi looked solemn and said, "It seems you haven't talked to him. From now on, he is a member of our team. He is a powerful warrior who can bring us victory. He is more valuable than me. The three elders don't want us to waste such a great warrior." Bing Xianyue couldn't believe it. Bing Xinyue couldn't believe it. She said, "Sister Xueqi, why are you still speaking for him? Have you forgotten whose son he is? Have you forgotten who defeated you?" Xueqi said calmly, "I only care about the victory of the Star-Lord battle for supremacy. I don't care about his identity. If he can defeat me, that is his ability, not his fault." She naturally knew that while she was recuperating, the others would definitely not be able to live with Long Chen. She left the crowd and walked to the front of Long Chen and Lingxi under Bing Xianyue's angry eyes. She looked at Lingxi and then kept a distance from Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with serious eyes and said, "You are much more powerful than I thought. My dad told me that no matter what you did, no matter where you came from, as long as you can fight alongside us, you will be our comrade. I know what you want is for everyone to accept you, to accept your dad. You're working hard. If you can help us, I'll be happy. If you win the Star-Lord battle, my father and I will do our best to speak up for you. How about it?" Long Chen liked people who were straightforward with their words. Xueqi's personality was straightforward. She did not have any small ambitions, and she was generous. The other four could not catch up to her. However, she was wrong about one thing. Long Chen didn't want everyone to accept him. If it wasn't for his father, he definitely wouldn't care about what the human race thought of him. After all, his roots weren't here. Everything he was doing now was just to prove to them in the future. Long Qinglan was innocent, and so was he. He only wanted to let this group of people understand, to let this group of people blame themselves for their erroneous judgment back then, and to let those who spread public opinion be punished. He did not want them to accept him. Long Chen was not such a lowly person. What he wanted to do had always been to kill his way back to the Dragon God domain. He didn't want to kneel back to the Dragon God realm and beg for their forgiveness. He didn't need to say what he really thought. Instead, he smiled and said, "I will do my best to cooperate. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing." Xing Qing pursed her lips and said, "That's good. Maybe Huang Long gave you a simple introduction. I'll tell you the specific arrangements for the team battle. I'll also set up your division of labor. How about we move together?" Long Chen nodded, of course. Seeing Xing Qing actually lower herself to communicate with Long Chen and patiently explain all the details to Long Chen, everyone felt indignant. In truth, they wanted to throw Long Chen out of their team, but they didn't have the ability to do so. I'm sure that the three sirs are using him. After he finishes the Star-Lord battle, he will definitely be captured and sent back to the Dragon God realm for interrogation. Bing Xinyue said angrily. "I think so too," Fiery Eyes Dragon Sunche said. They laughed coldly. This possibility was still very high. They seemed to have been comforted, and no longer showed the anger in their hearts on their faces. Next, Xing Qing called over the unwilling crowd and assigned them tasks, letting them get familiar with Long Chen. Although they were very unwilling, under the command of their mood, they could only compromise. After understanding almost all the details, Long Chen started to consider the problem of Lingxi. He didn't feel at ease leaving Lingxi to anyone, not even Gong Qing. However, according to the rules, he shouldn't be able to bring Lingxi into the stellar source. "Qin, don't worry. I can use a protective barrier in your God Kingdom, so they definitely won't be able to sense my presence. At the crucial moment, I can even provide you with help." With this, Long Chen was much more at ease. They were about to set off for the profound dream realm. In these few days, Xiao Hongchen, who had temporarily separated from Long Chen and the others and returned to the profound dream realm, met with his father again. The ruler of the Illusion Immortal tribe was the very famous Dream King. If the Illusion Immortal tribe succeeded in the Star-Lord battle, then the Dream King would be the new Star-Lord. And Xiao Hongchen's father was the Dream King's younger brother, Xiao Dingyuan. He was also a rather important figure in the Illusion Immortal tribe. It could be said that he was second only to the Dream King. Xiao Hongchen stood outside the clouds and said, "Father, the Star-Lord battle is about to begin. You should end your seclusion. It seems like you'll be leaving tomorrow." In the depths of the clouds, Xiao Dingyuan said, "Time's up? How fast?" As he spoke, the depths of the clouds started to shake, as if something was breaking out from within. Xiao Hongchen pondered for a moment, but still said, "The Dragon City of Life has gained an expert these few days. I heard that this expert defeated Xing Qing in battle, so our illusory immortal tribe has decided to reduce the quota by 1. After all, the Dragon City of Life is the main battle force. Hearing this, Xiao Dingyuan, who was just coming out of seclusion, was puzzled. He said, "Tell me the details." Only then did Xiao Hongchen tell him about his pursuit of Long Chen, the process that led to so many things, and Long Chen's identity. The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? It seems like this Star-Lord battle is getting more and more interesting. Xiao Dingyuan laughed. This was something that the Dream King had agreed to, so he didn't express his own opinion. At this time, Xiao Hongchen said something else. He said, "There's a woman beside the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I keep feeling that she has something from our Illusion Immortal tribe, and it's very likely to be a treasure." "Is that so? I'll take a look when the time comes. It's just that, after so many years, apart from the star core of the previous Star-Lord, we haven't lost anything else. As for the old star core, it's been destroyed, and it doesn't seem to be of much use. Moreover, the new star core has been born. This time, you should be able to see the new star core when you fight in the star source. If it wasn't for the new star core, the resplendent star wouldn't be able to hold the Star-Lord battle." Xiao Hongchen murmured, "That's right. Only by merging with the star core can one become the true Star-Lord, the true master of the resplendent star, and the true control of the entire resplendent star. Xiao Dingyuan corrected him. Not the resplendent star. In the past, this place was called the Fantasy Star, and it was the territory of our Illusion Immortal tribe. It's just that the previous Star Lord died, and the Star Core was destroyed, causing this place to return to a masterless state. Now, a new Star Core has been born. Your chance has come. Whether it's the Golden War God tribe or the Nightmare tribe, they must all bow down to our divine might. Hearing this, Xiao Hongchen was especially excited. The entire Chaos Star region only had 4 Star Lords. It wasn't that the other superplanets didn't have any experts, it was just that they didn't have a Star Core. The Resplendent Star's Star Core would allow the birth of the 5th Star Lord. The position of the Star Lord was so high that it was close to the highest level in the Eternal God territory. As long as the Star Core is passed down, one day, we can also become the new Star Lord. The Star Core is the foundation of a Star Lord. The previous generation's Star Core was a sword with a total of 700 Dao patterns. What will it be this time? I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Dingyuan finished his closed-door cultivation. Xiao Hongchen and a white cloud left this place and headed towards the Illusion Immortal tribe's large group. The Star Lord battle for supremacy was about to arrive, and they had also mobilized their entire tribe to witness the first of the 5 battles, the Genius Team Battle. Of course, they first had to wait for the genius experts of the Dragon City of Life to arrive. Over at the Little Dragon Domain, there were already people from the Illusion Immortal tribe who had come over to invite them. On this day, Gong Qing and Xingyu brought along Long Chen and the other 5 and headed towards the Profound Dream Realm. As for Mu Huang, he stayed behind to guard the Little Dragon Domain. Gong Qing sized up Long Chen and asked, "Where's your wife?" With his level, he still couldn't discover that Lingxi was staying in Long Chen's God Nation with a protective barrier. Long Chen said vaguely, "I let her leave. When the Star Lord battle for supremacy is over, I'll go find her." Oh. Gong Qing didn't ask any further. At the side, Bing Xinhue and the others looked at each other and laughed coldly in their hearts. When the Star Lord battle for supremacy is over, you brat will be escorted back to the Dragon God domain and be a prisoner for the rest of your life. You still have the chance to see your wife. They firmly believed that Long Chen's final outcome would definitely be like this. Chapter 2015. The day of the Star-Lord competition was getting closer and closer, and the entire Resplendent Star was in an increasingly tense atmosphere. A weak clan like the Emerald Grass Tribe even found some barren land and hid obediently, hoping that this storm wouldn't affect them. All the races in the Resplendent Star were under the feet of the Illusionary Immortals, the Golden War God Tribe, and the Nightmare Tribe. They were ruled by the 3 races, and each of them had a powerful race that they supported. If the race they supported lost in the Star-Lord competition, then this would cause their status in the Resplendent Star to plummet in the future. Therefore it was very important to stand on the right side. The Illusionary Immortals were the favorites to win, and the Golden War God Tribe had almost caught up. They were more suitable for fighting than the Illusionary Immortals. The Nightmare Tribe was also an old faction in the Resplendent Star, and it was said that they had a lot to do with the Illusionary Immortals. Just as everyone was anticipating or fearing the star of the Star-Lord competition, Gong Qing and Xingyu, the 2 elders of the Dragon City of Life, brought Long Chen and the other 6 young dragon warriors to the Profound Dream Realm. A large number of Illusionary Immortals were already waiting in the Profound Dream Realm. Long Chen looked over. The Profound Dream Realm was like a dream in the clouds. The Illusionary Immortals rode on cloud-like smoke cloud beasts. Both men and women were very handsome. Among them, it seemed that most of the Illusionary Immortals experts were here. There were over 100 of them, and almost all of them were Samsara Realm warriors. Of course, this was not the Illusionary Immortals' full strength. Most of the experts were still hidden. After all, this was the first battle of the Star-Lord competition, and the experts had yet to take action. One of the 2 people standing at the very front of the Illusion Immortal clan was the famous Dream King. He was a middle-aged man shrouded in clouds and mist. He was handsome and otherworldly, and although he was definitely old, he still had boundless charm. He had a gentle smile on his face, making people feel that he was not arrogant at all. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. Beside him was his younger brother, the Illusionary Dream Immortal clan's war god Xiao Dingyuan. He looked similar to the Illusionary King, but his aura was extremely valiant and unparalleled. The illusionary immortal clan was generally very graceful, but Xiao Dingyuan was an exception. Xiao Dingyuan's aura caused people to revere him. Xiao Dingyuan was publicly acknowledged as the second strongest person in the Illusion Immortal clan. In reality, his strength was about the same as the Illusion King's. Of course, to Long Chen, they were still existences that he could only look up to. However, Long Chen wasn't discouraged. After all the hard work he had put in, he was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the world. In terms of the younger generation, he was a super genius in the Eternal God domain. In fact, there were only a handful of people under 4,000 years old who could compare to him. The two sides met, and the Dream King led all the Dream Immortals to warmly welcome them. Brother Gong, Brother Xing, the Dream King cupped his hands towards the two of them. The experts of the Illusion Immortal tribe all gestured to welcome them. The Dragon Warriors came before the Dream King. Xingyu also cupped his hands and said, "Xingyu greets the Dream King. We're late. Can we head to the stellar source now?" The Dream King smiled amiably and said, "Nonsense. There's still plenty of time. We're not late at all. Everyone has just traveled. Don't you want to rest?" Xingyu said, "The Star-Lord Hegemony battle is more important. We should arrive early and prepare early." The Dream King nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's set off. However, there's one thing. I heard that there's an additional genius in your teams. He's the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor." The Dream King had to ask about the Star-Lord Hegemony battle. He looked at Long Chen. Gong Qing had already expected this. He pushed Long Chen to the front. For a moment, almost everyone's gazes were on Long Chen. When they discovered that the legendary son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor was actually a kid who hadn't even reached the Samsara realm, they were filled with doubt. Some people even asked, "Friends from Life Dragon City, are you mistaken? The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor hasn't reached the Samsara realm yet." In the face of all these doubts, the Dream King stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't underestimate him. You don't know that a few days ago, he defeated Xing Qing in front of the three brothers from Life Dragon City. Xing Qing is the daughter of the 3,000 Star Soul Dragon, Brother Xing Yu. In reality, Xing Qing was also the strongest person in the Illusion Immortal tribe's genius battle. This news only reached the upper echelons of the Illusion Immortal tribe. When they heard this news, the jaws of the Illusion Immortal tribe dropped, their faces filled with disbelief. However, when they remembered that Long Chen's father was the Eternal Dragon Emperor, they felt relieved. Perhaps only the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor would be capable of such a feat, however. No matter what, they had not seen it with their own eyes. They couldn't accept it. After all, Xing Qing and Dark were quite famous in the Illusion Immortal tribe. The Dream King stopped everyone's discussion and said, "Little brother Long Chen is our secret weapon in this battle of geniuses. Everyone, don't leak any information about him in advance. Alright, let's set off for Star Source." Under the Dream King's order, over 100 superior cultivators of the Illusion Immortal tribe and the 8 men from the Life Dragon City started their journey. Don't be too happy yet. Don't be too proud. You got the position because of Sister Xing Qing, but one day, she will win it back. Bing Xinyue didn't like Long Chen. When the Illusion Immortal tribe looked at Long Chen with curiosity and admiration, she felt uncomfortable. In her eyes, Long Chen had made such a mistake. He didn't deserve to participate in the Star-Lord competition. He had nothing to do with glory. "Xinyue, shut up. Don't you remember what I told you?" Xing Qing glared at her. Bing Xinyue didn't want to give up. The 4 participants of the Illusion Immortal tribe joined their team. Apart from Xiao Hongchen, the other man and 2 women were curious about Long Chen. They surrounded Long Chen and asked, "I heard that your father is the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He used to be the strongest cultivator in the Eternal God realm." This kind of question, Long Chen could only nod. "Humph. The strongest." Bing Xinyue and the others sneered. "It seems your friends don't like you." One of the Illusion Immortal tribe members said. "It doesn't matter," Long Chen replied. "It seems you are arrogant. We are a team. You can't be so uncooperative. In a team fight, one person's power is always small." The man from the Illusion Immortal tribe couldn't stand it anymore, so he lectured Long Chen. The Dream King said that Long Chen had defeated Xing Qing before. That should be true. However, they didn't believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. In the face of such a problem, explaining was futile, so Long Chen simply ignored them. The few from the Illusion Immortal tribe were a little angry. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen walked over and interrupted them. He stood beside Long Chen and asked, "Oh right. Where's your wife, Lingxi? Why didn't she come over to watch the battle? Is she in the small dragon domain?" Long Chen was curious. Why did Xiao Hongchen pay attention to Lingxi? Was he also lusting after Lingxi's beauty? But it didn't seem like it. Long Chen was wary and said, "The Star Lord battle is very important. I can't protect her, so I let her leave first. Is there a problem?" "No, of course there's no problem," Xiao Hongchen chuckled. The other three from the Illusion Immortal tribe gathered with the other dragon martial artists of the Dragon City of Life. To ease the tense atmosphere, they chatted happily, especially Bing Xinyue. She chatted happily with the others and giggled from time to time. Xiao Hongchen frowned and exchanged glances with his own father, Xiao Dingyuan. Xiao Dingyuan turned away expressionlessly. After a few hours, they arrived at a place called the Southern Mountain Region. Only then did Long Chen realize that the so-called star source was actually at the very core of the entire resplendent star. They needed to pass through a lot of soil and rocks. They had to pass through heavy soil, lava, and steel to reach it. At the core of the bright star, there was a mysterious hole. The stellar source was a very mysterious place. It existed in the hole at the core. There were 4 entrances to the stellar source in the whole bright star. The 3 races each controlled one, and the other was controlled by the 9-star alliance. The entrance to the stellar source was guarded very strictly. For example, the entrance to the Nanshan region of the Illusion Immortal tribe had many strong martial artists guarding it. They were waiting for the Illusion Immortal tribe to arrive. The entrance to the stellar source was in front of them. It existed under an endless abyss. Long Chen looked down. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a dot of starlight. That was the entrance to the stellar source. They were about to pass through half of the bright star and reach the center of the planet. Without reaching the rebirth tribulation realm, it was impossible to reach that place. "What's the situation like?" The Dream King stood at the front of the group and asked the martial artists guarding the entrance to the Nanshan region. The person on the other side replied, "The people of the 9-star alliance are already inside and ready. The heads of hundreds of races in the bright star have also entered. Now, only the teams of the 3 races are left. We should be the earliest." The Dream King nodded and waved his hand. He led the hundreds of martial artists and geniuses into the entrance to the stellar source. Long Chen suddenly felt like he was traveling through a tunnel in the starry sky. There was a huge attraction force underground that swallowed everyone. At first, it was bright starlight. Then it turned into fiery lava. Long Chen believed that if Mo Xiaolang came here, he would like this place very much. It's really magical. There's actually such a place in the core of this super planet. Lingxi was also watching and couldn't help but sigh. After the tunnel around them turned fiery red, Long Chen seemed to hear people talking below. They had been falling for more than 2 hours. It seemed like they were about to reach the stellar source. Chapter 2016. Boom. The fire was burning. The underground fire was especially hot. It was impossible to get through the fire without a powerful body. People like Bing Xinyue had to be careful when they were getting through the fire. Of course, Long Chen didn't care at all. It was a problem. When he rushed out from the scorching flames, Long Chen suddenly discovered that his surroundings had become extremely cold and empty. After looking carefully, he realized that he had arrived at his destination. Over 100 people from Dream Immortal Clan had arrived. This seemed to be a very large space, and it would not be a problem for at least a few 100,000 people to be stuffed into it. It looked very empty, and although it was the core of a bright star, it was not scorching at all. It was more like an empty starry sky. This place was undoubtedly dark, but there was something in the darkness that attracted everyone's attention the most. Long Chen looked down and saw a blue embryo-like object. It was extremely huge, and the embryo was fluctuating as if it was nurturing a life. The blue embryo released a blue fluorescent light, illuminating the entire underground space. The blue energy was extremely magnificent and exceptionally beautiful. Seeing this beautiful thing, everyone was momentarily stunned, and then they all sighed in admiration. The star source is so beautiful. This is the origin of the entire planet. Back when the eternal life god domain was destroyed, The astral source gathered the shattered pieces of land together to form this miraculous planet. Without the astral source, the domain of chaos wouldn't exist. That's right. The star source is like our mother. Seeing this beautiful blue embryo, everyone could not help but reveal gratified smiles. There seemed to be countless secrets within the stellar source, but since ancient times, no one had been able to unravel these secrets. Everyone only knew that only by fusing with the star sand could one enter the stellar source. However, a grain of stardust could only last for 4 hours. There were many people around the star source. More than 30 alliance masters of the 9-star alliance have arrived. The Dream King said and then led the others to the star source. The 9-star alliance was an alliance made up of tens of thousands of races in the chaos starfield. Only the truly powerful races could join the 9-star alliance. For example, the Illusion Immortal clan was a member of the 9-star alliance. The so-called alliance leader represented a very high position in the 9-star alliance. The Dream King was one of the leaders of the 9-star alliance. The Patriarch of the Golden War God tribe and the Patriarch of the Nightmare tribe were the leaders of the 9-star alliance. There were more than 1,000 strong warriors gathered below. Some of them were from the 9-star alliance, while others were native to the resplendent star system. However, they did not belong to the 3 great races. There were at least 40 of them, and they all had terrifying power. Aside from the 4 star masters, it seemed like the core of the entire Chaos Galaxy was the top 10. The elites of the superplanets had all gathered here. At least half of the 9-star alliance's power had been gathered here. Long Chen estimated that there would be quite a few experts at the level of Holy Spirits. The Dream King was more or less a super expert of that level. The core experts of the field of chaos were gathered here. With so many powerhouses gathered together, a young man like Long Chen did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Star-Lord competition was a huge event for the entire starfields of chaos. After all, there were only 4 Star-Lords in the entire starfields of chaos. If a new Star-Lord was born, it would be a huge boost to the strength of the 9-star alliance. That was why there were more than 30 leaders gathered here. The illusionary immortal race, the Golden War God race, and the other 2 races were lucky that the resplendent star had given birth to a star core. After fusing with a star core, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of a Star-Lord. This meant that they would be able to soar into the heavens in a single bound. They were about the same as the Dream Immortals, but after the birth of a Star-Lord, they were very close to the primal chaos royalty. The alliance leaders could only be envious and jealous of these 3 races. The rules of the 9-star alliance had been set a long time ago. Once a star core was born, only local forces could compete for it. They could only blame themselves for not having a star core yet. But no matter what, there were too many benefits involved in this Star-Lord battle. Even the Human Clan and the Demon Clan were involved, so the 9-star alliance placed a lot of importance on it. That was why almost all the strong people in the Chaos Star region had gathered there. Of course, except for Destiny and Sky Dragon. Although it was called the 9-star alliance, it had nothing to do with Destiny or Sky Dragon. The people of those 2 planets never cared about the affairs of the Chaos Galaxy. Destiny, in particular, was extremely mysterious. Under the gazes of countless elites of the 9-star alliance, the Dream Immortals, as one of the hosts, arrived. They looked like they were in a dream as they went to the star source. On the 9-star alliance's side, all of the alliance leaders were sitting on the star thrones. The star thrones were made of starlight, and only the alliance leaders could enjoy such treatment. They were high up, and they gave everyone a lot of pressure. The Dream King was also one of them, but now he was the target of their envy. He descended with the Dream Immortals and reported in a clear voice, "Friends of the 9-star alliance, the Dream Immortals of the resplendent star realm have arrived. They have already prepared for the Lord of Stars battle in 3 days. Prepare." The 9-star alliance sent a representative to talk to the Dream King. "Very good. Dream King, please take the Dream Immortals and rest. Give the star thrones to the Dream King." The Dream King brought the Dream Immortals to the side. Behind him, the starlight formed a throne. The Dream King sat on it elegantly. He looked down on the world, attracting countless envious and jealous gazes. No matter what, the Dream King had a high chance of becoming a Star-Lord. More than 30 star thrones shone on the blue star source. It was a symbol of authority. Most people didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of so many elites. Gong Qing and Xingyu represented the power of the tyrant dragon celestial realm. Although they weren't at the level of alliance masters, they still received a lot of attention. After all, The Eternity Celestial Realm was still the world of the 5 great races. The human race's dragon warriors were famous throughout the world. If the 5 races didn't keep each other in check, the Chaos Galaxy would have been conquered long ago. Long Chen and a group of young faces were participants of the Battle of Geniuses. They also received a lot of attention, especially since Xueqi was famous. Whispers about them rose everywhere. While the Nightmare Tribe and the Golden War God Tribe hadn't arrived yet, the Dream King and the 9-Star Alliance's 30 alliance leaders happily conversed. Obtaining their support was very important to the Dream King. The new Star-Lord was almost certain to be born between the Dream King and the Golden War God Tribe's leader, the Sky Pillar Emperor. In terms of combat power, the two had their own strengths, but they should be about the same. However, the Star-Lord battle wasn't just about the strength of the two strongest. The battle of the strongest was the last battle. There were a total of 5 points. If one race obtained 3 points in advance, then there was no need to compete in the following battles, and a Star-Lord would be born. If the final result was that 2 races obtained 2 points, then the deciding factor would be who was the strongest in the end. In the Battle of the Strong, there were 2 clans that were on the same level. Whichever clan had the strongest expert would be the victor. In other words, if the Illusion Immortals obtained 3 points first or more, then the Dream King would become the Star-Lord. There wouldn't even be a need for the 5th battle of the strongest. However, if the Illusion Immortals and the Golden War God Tribe obtained 2 points each, then the deciding factor would be whether the Dream King or the Sky Pillar Emperor was stronger in the Battle of the Strongest. This was the most perfect competition rule set by the 9-Star Alliance. It was also a game. The first Genius Team battle of the day was actually very useful. While Dream King and 9-Star Alliance's Alliance Master were talking, the second team finally arrived. The Dream Immortal Tribe's people all looked over and saw countless intense metallic lights shooting down from the sky, as well as the dual auras of the sun and moon. The Golden War God Tribe and the Demon Tribe had arrived. Clang, clang, clang. The Golden War God Tribe was a group of steel men. The slightest movement would cause the steel on their bodies to make ear-piercing sounds. This ear-piercing sound was sometimes a form of attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hundreds of Golden War Gods descended in front of everyone. The Golden War God race's individual appearance was different, but they were all made of metal. They were basically about 3 to 4 meters tall, but the more powerful they were, the larger their bodies could expand. They used gorgeous steel as their skin, flesh, and bones. They were the Golden War God race. They were naturally violent machines. Their steel bodies were extremely sturdy, and their physical bodies surpassed any other race. They were very famous in the Chaos Galaxy, even more famous than the Illusion Immortals. Hundreds of shining steel giants stood in the air. Their intense gazes swept across the area. At least in terms of momentum, they far surpassed the elegant Illusion Immortals. They were like a group of killing machines. They didn't show any weakness in the face of the 9-Star Alliance's experts. They were still showing off their abilities. Among them, the vast Sun Wolf Tribe and the Eclipse Moon Wolf Tribe were hidden among the Golden War God Tribe. At the very front of the Golden War God Tribe was a golden steel man with a body similar to that of a human. No one would have thought that this ordinary-looking Golden War God with the dullest metal and the weakest-looking Golden War God was actually the famous Sky Atlas Emperor. The Sky Atlas Emperor's gaze swept across the Illusion Immortals. Everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness. Compared to the Dream King's gentleness, the Sky Atlas Emperor was showing off too much. He cupped his hands and said to the 9-Star Alliance leaders, "Alliance leaders, the Golden War Gods have arrived. The War Gods have arrived." On the 9-Star Alliance's side, everyone looked at each other. Then the announcer said, "The Golden War God Tribe is bestowed the Sky Throne. In 3 days, the Star-Lord battle will officially begin." Chapter 2017. As soon as the Golden War God sat down, the Incubus Tribe arrived. The Incubus Tribe was easy to recognize. Their bodies were only half a meter long. A small part of their torso and head were complete. Their skin was purplish-black and looked very smooth. They had a pair of horns on their heads and 2 canine teeth in their mouths. Their eyes were sometimes evil and sometimes cute. However, there were no legs below the torso, only a mass of black mist. The Incubus Tribe descended like a nightmare. Their leader was also very famous in the brilliant star system. His name was King of Nightmares, and he and the Illusion Monarch were old rivals. In fact, King of Nightmares had always been suppressed by the illusion monarch. It was only when the Golden War God tribe arrived in the brilliant star system that they replaced the Incubus tribe. It was the second largest faction, and it was almost on par with the Illusion Immortal clan. Although the Incubus tribe was also very famous, they couldn't cause a sensation. Everyone knew that in the Eternal Sacred Realm, no one from the 5 major races supported the Incubus tribe. Not every race was interested in the Chaos Galaxy. For example, the Oceanids would only stay in the Sea of the Oceanids and rarely come out. In the end, they reached an agreement with the Incubus tribe. The alliance of the Incubus tribe was the strongest race in the Chaos Galaxy, the Primal Chaos Royalty. Although the Primal Chaos Royalty was far from being comparable to the 5 major races in the Eternal Sacred Realm, in the Chaos Galaxy, other than the Divine Planet of Destiny and the Sky Dragon Planet, they were undefeatable super overlords. They played the role of leader. Although their overall strength was not as good as the 5 major races, the Primal Chaos Royalty had the advantage of being close to the brilliant star system. They knew everything about the Chaos Galaxy. Therefore, from the beginning, the Illusion Immortals and the Golden War God tribe had not underestimated the Incubus tribe. What really shocked everyone was a young expert from the Chaotic Royalty in the Nightmare Clan's team. His arrival disrupted the Illusion Immortal tribe's plans. After seeing this young powerhouse, the higher-ups of the Illusion Immortal tribe gathered together and fell into a tense discussion. Even the Golden Battle God side seemed to be in a rather big mood. However, this young expert was terrifyingly famous in the Chaos Galaxy. Such a young man had disrupted the arrangements of the Illusion Monarch and the others. Long Chen also looked over curiously. It was a young man from the Primal Chaos Royal family. The Primal Chaos Royal family was similar to the human race. There was not much difference between them, except that their skin was more silvery gray. The power in their bodies was also a little strange. It was filled with primitive, overbearing power. The royals were the overlords in the system of chaos. Their way of doing things was very similar. They were arrogant and domineering. From the disdainful look in the young man's eyes, it was clear that he was very confident in his own strength. An evil smile hung on his lips. Although he was young, he didn't back off when he looked at the leaders of the 9-Star Alliance. Long Chen had encountered many opponents, but this one was the most evil. He didn't hide it at all. Surrounded by the crowd, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, he was fearless and had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he was enjoying the attention. That's right, it's Primal Kunwu. The Primal Chaos Royalty had a unique surname. Their surname was Chaos. This youth's name was Primal Chaos Kunwu. This young man's cultivation seems to have broken through to the late stage of the 4 Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation realm. Compared to all the contestants present, he is 1 level higher. Moreover, his bloodline is also very powerful, not losing to the Super Dragon God. Therefore, the current Yu and Xing Qing are probably not his match. An opponent. Lingxi whispered to Long Chen. Long Chen was truly surprised. He did not expect such an expert to appear in the younger generation of the Star-Lord battle for supremacy. Previously, he thought that the strongest expert was at Xing Qing's level. It seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. He had previously guaranteed that he would definitely be able to help. Life Dragon City had won, and now it was Mysterious' turn to win. After all, it would be difficult for Long Chen to influence the battle between geniuses. Of course, the appearance of this Primal Chaos Kunwu was also beyond the expectations of the Dream King and the Life Dragon City. Hence, they fell into an intense discussion. Long Chen eavesdropped on their conversation. Primal Chaos Kunwu is known as the #1 genius in the starfields of chaos. There is no one younger than 4,000 years old who can surpass him. I thought he was only in the early stage of the 4 Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation realm. I didn't expect the Primal Chaos Royalty to hide him for so long. He's actually... The Primal Chaos Royalty must have hidden him for so long because of this Star-Lord battle. It's a pity that the strongest young warrior of the Dragon City of Life isn't here. Among the other 4 Dragon Cities, there's even an ultimate divine dragon who has reached the 5-element Samsara Tribulation realm. If he comes, then Primal Chaos Kunwu is no match for him. What should we do in the genius battle? Given Primal Chaos Kunwu's strength, even if Xing Qing and Long Chen work together, they won't be able to withstand the Primal Chaos Royalty's chaos arts. Their gazes fell upon Long Chen and Xing Qing. With Long Chen's participation, they thought victory was in the bag. They didn't expect the Primal Chaos Royalty would send out Primal Chaos Kunwu. He was the so-called #1 young expert in the starfields of chaos. Even more surprising was that he was in the late stage of the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation realm. Given the primal chaos royalty's strength, it seemed that the genius battle and the elite battle were out of the question. The Dream King said in a low voice, "We absolutely cannot let the puny nightmare race obtain 2 points. Xing Qing, Long Chen, can the two of you do it?" Xing Yu answered for them. "They can only do their best. We dragon warriors aren't that weak. The battle is about to begin, and we can't summon more young experts from the 5 dragon cities. They might not be willing to come all the way here. Everything depends on the efforts of the younger generation." Hearing this, the members of the Illusion Immortal tribe felt their hearts sink. The 10 participants looked at each other. Clearly, Primal Chaos Kunwu's arrival gave them a lot of pressure. If Primal Chaos Kunwu led his team and got 2 points, then the Nightmare tribe, who had the least chance of winning, would become the most likely to win. The Nightmare tribe. Dream King would rather give the position of Star Lord to Emperor Sky Pillar than give it to Dream King. The atmosphere was heavy. On the other side, Dream King and the alliance heads of the 9-Star Alliance were having a pleasant conversation. In reality, the Primal Chaos Royalty had a lot of say in the 9-Star Alliance. Now that the Nightmare tribe had the support of the Primal Chaos Royalty, they were very familiar with the other experts of the 9-Star Alliance. Luo and the alliance heads all praised Primal Chaos Kunwu. In less than 4,000 years of cultivation, he had actually reached the late stage of the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation realm. Primal Chaos Kunwu clearly had hopes of becoming a god. The Four Symbols Samsara Tribulation realm was already quite difficult. Countless people had died in the Samsara Tribulation along the way. Neither servile nor overbearing, Kunwu smiled and said, "You flatter me, seniors. It's not that I'm exceptionally talented. It's just that the domain of chaos is too small, and the resources we have can't compare to the 5 great clans in the Eternal Life God domains. His strength is really nothing." These words could be considered humble, but in reality, they were extremely arrogant. The Chaos Star region was also filled with geniuses. If they could unite, their overall strength would at least not be inferior to the Sorcerer region or the Oceanic God region. However, the Kunwu region of the Chaos Star region had directly trampled all of these geniuses under its feet. Then, amidst the warm atmosphere, the King of Nightmares sat on the starry sky throne. Everything was waiting for the appointed time to arrive. The mere Nightmare race had actually stolen the limelight from the Golden Battle God and the Illusion Immortal race because of Chaos Kunwu. On the Illusion Immortal tribe side, the various experts explained the Primal Chaos Kunwu's combat prowess, divine abilities, and other aspects to Long Chen. They also told Long Chen and the others that it was best not to fight with the Primal Chaos Kunwu over the Star Sand, and not to get entangled with the other party. It wasn't easy. Generally speaking, it was to avoid fighting. As for the Golden War God clan, Sky Pillar Emperor, Vast Sun Wolflord, and Eclipse Wolflord were not as enthusiastic as the Illusion Immortal clan. The Vast Sun Wolflord prostrated within the sunlight and sneered, "Primal Chaos Kunwu. I've long expected this." Lord Eclipse Wolf said, "Looking at how nervous the Illusion Immortal tribe is, they're definitely going to lose this time. As for the Nightmare tribe, if they want to rely on Kunwu Primordial Chaos to get 2 points, they'll have to ask our Xiao Lang if he agrees. Let Xiao Lang continue to hide for the time being. When the battle starts, let him go in and give them a surprise," the Steel Man said. "That's true." Lord Eclipse Wolflord chuckled. At this moment, the young and vigorous Primal Chaos Kunwu left the Nightmare tribe's team. With an evil smile on his face, he walked toward the Illusion Immortal tribe. It should be known that there were too many experts in the Illusion Immortal tribe. Any one of them could subdue him, yet he was so fearless and arrogant. He was truly bold. Of course, this was also the general personality of the Primal Chaos royalty. In their world, they were the most precious. Primal Chaos Kunwu arrived in front of the Illusion Immortal tribe and raised his head to look at the Dream Monarch. He said, "Dream Monarch, Junior Primal Chaos Kunwu wishes to meet with Dragon City of Life Xing Qing. Please let us pass." He clearly wasn't polite when he said this. Everyone's gaze was drawn over. They wanted to see how the Dream Monarch would deal with this young and vigorous fellow. The Dream Monarch merely smiled and waved his hand. He said, "We're both young, so let's have a good chat." When they heard this, the experts of the Illusory Immortal clan who stood in front of Xing Qing moved aside and opened up a path for him. Chaos Kunwu swaggered over to Xing Qing, and his gaze was filled with an invasive gaze as he sized her up. His eyes narrowed into slits, and then he said, I heard that you're the strongest expert in the Illusion Immortal Tribe's team. Xueqi was still extremely cold. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared at him without saying a word. Chapter 2018. This sentence was too provocative. Moreover, it provoked the dragon city of life of the human race in front of so many people. The arrogance and boldness of primal chaos Kunwu could be clearly seen. Facing such provocation, Bing Xueqi couldn't hold it anymore. She was standing next to Xueqi, watching the crowd watching the fight between the young men. She was about to scold, but Xueqi stopped her. Everybody looked at Bing Xueqi, but she didn't feel any pressure. She looked at primal chaos Kunwu with her star-like eyes and said, the reason why all the truly outstanding people I've seen are strong isn't because they are good at talking. The battle for the Lord of Stars hasn't started yet, so I'll have to ask you to leave. Please leave us. If you are not convinced, you can show it in the source of stars. No matter how you boast now, it is all fake. Upon hearing these words, primal chaos Kunwu laughed out loud. He said, I'm just joking. Beauty, don't take it to heart. It's already not easy for a woman to have such capabilities. I really want to make friends with you. In the future, we can go to the Dragon God domain and meet the Dragon God, the genius of the Dragon God realm. Xueqi interrupted him. Friend, that is impossible. You don't have the right. Although primal chaos Kunwu was incomparably arrogant, he had no way of dealing with Xueqi. For example, right now, the smile on his face was broken by Xueqi's cold words, and it instantly caused a wave of mocking laughter. Of course, it was the fantasy immortals who laughed. In other people's eyes, chaotic Kunwu was quite powerful. Fine. Let's meet in the source of stars then. Primal chaos Kunwu chuckled. He didn't make Xueqi feel awkward because of her cold words. He was still very happy and contented as he shuttled through the crowd with a proud look on his face. That is so satisfying. Bing Xueqi smiled. Now it is. If we piss him off, he will target us in the source of stars. Xueqi said. Bing Xueqi was confused. Sister Xueqi, can't you deal with him? Xueqi thought for a while and looked at Long Chen. He is the only one we can count on. Bing Xueqi paused and then laughed. She said, forget about him. It is good enough that he can help us in the team fight. With the chaos Kunwu, he won't be able to do much in the elite fight. It is useless to let him join us. Time slowly passed while the atmosphere became more and more tense. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Star-Lord battle. Long Chen and the others were also in meditation, quietly welcoming the guests. Suddenly, someone from the Illusion Immortal tribe said, that's strange. Why is there one person missing from the Golden War God tribe? It seems like their team only has 9 people. That's right. Could it be that they are willing to give up on a spot? That's impossible, right? You should know that a spot might play a huge role in the team battle. After all, the team battle depends on how many people are left in the end. Long Chen also looked in that direction. Indeed, there were only 9 people. The Monster Clan. The Vast Sun Wolf Lord and the Eclipse Wolf Lord made Long Chen frown. They were the same as Mo Xiaolang. They were both from the Wolf Clan. It was said that they were from 2 of the 3 supreme bloodlines of the Wolf Clan. They must be very eager to leave. Long Chen would definitely meet the Vast Sun Wolf Lord in the Source of Stars. The Wolf Clan and the Eclipse Wolf Lord were opponents of the Wolf Clan. Wolf Cub is also in this bright star. He must know about the Star-Lord Battle of Hegemony and that the monster race is here. He should have left this place. After the Star-Lord Battle of Hegemony, I will contact him again. It was a bit inconvenient to do that in front of so many people. The people from the Illusion Immortal tribe were still discussing why the Golden War God tribe was missing one person. Long Chen was talking to Lingxi secretly, waiting for the time to come. Xueqi, do you think I can let the Illusion Immortal tribe get 2 points? Because of the appearance of the primal chaos Kunwu, he lost some confidence. Lingxi smiled and said, of course you can. Even if you can't fight the other party head-on, you have the time-roaming dragon, which will give him a headache. In this case, Long Chen was much more relieved. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As everyone waited anxiously, the first battle of the Star-Lord Hegemony battle finally arrived. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely tense, and even the spectators were quite nervous because of the birth of a Star Lord. The birth of the Star Lord was related to too many interests. The first battle would have a huge impact on the morale of the people in the future. Before entering the source of stars, they had to first fuse with the star sand. The star sand in the hands of the three major forces was brought out the last time they entered the source of stars. Each force only had 10 grains of star sand. These 10 grains of star sand could only allow everyone to stay in the source of stars for 4 hours. Whether they could stay in the source of stars for a full 3 days would depend on whether they could get the star sand. The star sand was a mysterious thing. It would be randomly born in the source of stars. Star sand was a mysterious thing. It would be randomly born in the star source, and after a long time, it would disappear without a trace. Star sand contained a mysterious power. At the very least, it could heal people's injuries, and at the same time it could also increase the strength of the body. Regarding everything in the source of stars, as long as he knew it, Long Chen knew it by heart. When the 10 of them entered the source of stars, they would definitely be washed away by the turbulence of the starry sky. The source of stars didn't seem big, but after entering, there would be an endless reincarnation space inside. There was no end at all. Everyone would be wandering in the endless void. They would search for the star sand while avoiding the turbulence of the starry sky that would sweep them to other places. Outside the source of stars, the experts could circle around the source of stars and observe most of the corners of the source of stars, watching any battle. Of course, in their eyes, the people who entered the source of stars would become very small, only the size of a thumb. However, this didn't affect their view of the sky. That was the battle of the experts. After entering the source of stars, the first task was to find their companions, and then fight side by side with them to search for the star sand. After all, one more person meant one more power. That was why Bing Xinyue was sure that Long Chen wouldn't be able to play a big role. The time was almost up. The Dream King took out 10 grains of star sand. Everyone curiously looked at it. It was an irregular grain of sand that was about the size of a soybean. Different from normal grains of sand, the star sand was as bright as the stars, emitting dazzling light. The small star sand seemed to hide a whole world inside, with endless void inside. It was even slightly trembling, a bit like a miniature source of stars. Each of you take 1 grain of star sand and fuse it into your body. That way, you can stay in the source of stars for 4 hours. To fuse with the star sand, it normally takes a quarter of an hour. During this quarter of an hour, you need someone to protect you. Otherwise, if you are interrupted, the star sand will run out of your body and be taken away by others. The Dream King warned again. Everyone remembered these details. Apart from the Dream Immortal clan, the Golden War God clan and the Nightmare clan also started to move. Everyone approached the source of stars. Everyone's face was illuminated by the blue light, looking dreamy. The Golden War God clan went to the other side of the source of stars. They were still hiding Mo Xiaolang. Of course, Long Chen and the others did not expect that the Golden War God clan was more cunning. They would not easily show themselves to their opponents and let them prepare. Under the command of the Dream King, the time was up. Everyone started to fuse with the star sand. Long Chen placed the water blue star sand on his palm and covered it with nirvana power. The star sand gradually fused with his body. That was the power of the stars. When the star sand fused with his body, Long Chen found that his body was covered with a layer of misty starlight. He looked much more handsome. At the same time, there was a power in the star sand that was being swallowed by him and turned into his own power. If I could have more star sand, I might be able to reach the later stages of the Great Essence God realm and welcome the God of Taisha. Long Chen thought. A quarter of an hour soon passed. Everyone was almost done. It seemed that someone from the Golden War God clan had started to enter the source of stars. The source of stars was rippling. On the Dream Immortal clan side, there were still 2 people fusing, so everyone was still waiting. In this kind of competition, there was no advantage in entering first, so no one was in a hurry. Long Chen and Xing Qing stood at the front. Xing Qing said, "Next, I will get rid of you. I can't deal with the primal chaos Kunwu, but I am sure. Can you?" Long Chen said, "Try to avoid a head-on battle." The 2 of them chatted for a while about the battle, and then Xing Qing went to talk to every team member in detail. After entering the stellar source, the first thing they had to do was to meet up as soon as possible within 4 hours. Only then could they do other things. At this time, Bing Xinyue came over and stared at Long Chen. She said, Why is senior sister Xueqi talking so much to you? Looking at her angry face, Long Chen was confused. He said, does it have anything to do with you? Bing Xinyue's face turned red because of anger. She hurriedly said, let me tell you. I have a friend who likes her. He is pursuing her. Don't you dare have any ideas about senior sister Xueqi. I know she is beautiful. You, a toad, will definitely like her if you spend more time with her. Don't take advantage of me just because you are good at fighting. You are different from us. We are the favored ones. You are a traitor to the human race. You are trying to atone for your crimes. She didn't dare to speak too loudly. She was just threatening Long Chen with a low voice. Long Chen had already endured her for a long time. This woman had been biting him from the beginning to the end, and in such a baffling manner. No matter how good Long Chen's temper was, his expression instantly turned cold. He said in a deep voice, say it again. Bing Xinyue smiled and said, am I wrong? You are a criminal. You better take care of yourself. Besides, you have a woman, don't you? I despise traitors like you the most. Pa. Before she finished talking, Long Chen decisively slapped her on the face. She was slapped away. Bing Xinyue exclaimed in pain. She turned over in the air and was finally caught by Xueqi. However, her face was swollen and red at the moment. What is it? Xueqi glared at Long Chen. Chapter 2019. When they were about to enter the source of stars, that slap was especially loud. Not only the fantasy immortals heard it, but even some people from the 9-Star Alliance looked over curiously. Bing Xinyue was slapped in front of everybody, so she was unwilling to accept it. She seemed to be humiliated, so her eyes were full of hatred. When she was about to attack Long Chen, Gong Qing came over and stopped it. He fiercely stared at Bing Xinyue and said, I warned you. Don't mess with him. Bing Xinyue was even more resentful. She didn't expect Gong Qing to side with Long Chen. She angrily said, are you kidding me? He hit me first. The other dragon warriors beside Bing Xinyue were furious too. Except for Xueqi, the others all wanted to beat Long Chen up. I am not blind. I didn't see you provoking him. Gong Qing stared at them. White lightning flashed in his eyes. The young dragon warriors were scared and they hurriedly shut their mouths. The 10 of them had all absorbed the star sand. The Dream King came out to smooth things over and said, we are all comrades, and we will have to fight side by side in the star source. The battle this time is very crucial. If anyone spoils the big picture because of personal grudges, we will be able to see it clearly. It is best to pay attention. Dream King was elegant, but he was also horrifying. This time, he wanted to scare these young people, so he used his power to silence them. People in the 9-Star Alliance started to laugh. They never thought that the fantasy immortals would be suppressed by the chaotic Kunwu clan. Before the fight started, they even had a fight. How could they compete with the chaotic Kunwu clan? At the moment, the Golden War God clan and the Nightmare clan had all entered the Source of Stars. The Source of Stars was shaking. Xueqi put it down and said, let's hold hands and try our best. Don't let the turbulence of the stars wash us away. When they entered the Source of Stars, they would first face the turbulence of the stars. The turbulence of the stars was powerful, so they could stabilize as many people as they could. The others who were lost could only search for them. They held hands and stood in a row. Xueqi held Long Chen's right hand. Long Chen stood at the end of the line. The other 4 from the fantasy immortals stood on the other side. For the Star Master, for glory, fight, children. The Dream King's expression was excited. This was an important battle that would change the history of Bright Star. The friends from the human race became the main force of the illusory immortal tribe. Under Xueqi's lead, everyone lined up and charged towards the stellar source. In that instant, Long Chen felt as though he had crashed into water. His surroundings were filled with a sticky and cold liquid that enveloped his entire body, preventing Long Chen and the others from advancing. If it were not for the fact that they had all fused with the stars they would probably have been thrown out by now. The sticky and cold liquid did not block their way. After advancing for about 100 meters, they finally entered the stellar source. The scene before them suddenly became incomparably empty. Before they could react, before they could even look inside the stellar source, Xueqi shouted, "Be careful, the space turbulence is coming." She didn't need to say it. The others all knew it. Just as he stabilized himself, a terrifying turbulence rushed over. This turbulence contained the power of the stars. It was sharp, vast, and incomparably violent. Long Chen felt as though he had fallen into a mighty river. This wasn't an ordinary river. The terrifying power in the starry sky turbulence could be said to have surpassed the strength of Long Chen's physical body. He was almost unable to control himself, let alone those people who were staggering in the starry sky turbulence. Boom boom. The loud sound kept echoing in their ears. The space turbulence was vast. There was no way to dodge it. Long Chen only heard the screams of the women. The screams seemed to be getting farther and farther away. Apparently, some of them had been pushed away and separated from the group. As the group became shorter, Long Chen felt less pressure. He only held Xueqi's cold hand. Long Chen was the strongest among them, so Xueqi basically had to hold Xueqi's hand. Xueqi trusted him. She mainly held Bing Xianyue's other hand. Boom boom. Under the impact of the space turbulence, Long Chen suddenly felt that the resistance in his hand suddenly became lighter. He turned his head and looked over. It turned out that Xueqi failed to hold Bing Xianyue back. Bing Xianyue had been taken to another place by the space turbulence. In fact, to stay together in the space turbulence, it depended on both luck and power. Long Chen and the others weren't that lucky. The space turbulence was quite strong. When Long Chen was thrown out, he found that Xueqi was the only one beside him. In front of him was a vast, endless space. There were a large number of broken stars floating in the endless void. This was the interior of the stellar source. It looked very vast and endless. It was also a huge battlefield. Using the stellar source as the first battle of the Star-Lord battle was also a very special rule of the Nine-Star Alliance. After all, only the Chaos Starfield had the star source. Long Chen looked at the vast star source in front of him. Behind him, there was the space turbulence. Xueqi tidied herself up and said, "It is my fault. I didn't hold them back." The Star-Lord competition had begun. The two of them looked at each other. Long Chen said, "Let's go find them first and find some star sand. If we don't get any new star sand, we are going to be eliminated." Okay. He didn't expect the two of them to move together. The two of them started to move toward the vast space. Xueqi. Inside the star source, although the people outside could see him, they definitely did not know that Lingxi was in his divine nations. They could not see him clearly either. Lingxi activated the spirit-touching array, causing the illusory butterflies to fly into the distance, using this opportunity to search for other companions. Long Chen didn't like them at all, but this was the Star-Lord competition. It was the best chance for him to make a name for himself. He wouldn't give up on success. Outside the star source, people were all leaning on the star source, watching the young men in it. They are all gone. Primal Chaos Kunwu is moving alone. He is really brave. The two young geniuses of the Golden Battle God tribe, Lu Zhanshan and Lu Zhanxing, are together. Who is that young man in black? He's a monster, but he doesn't look like he's from the vast Sun Wolf tribe or the Eclipse Moon Wolf tribe. Even the onlookers were very excited to see this scene. The three major tribes were even more excited. They stared at their own people. Many people were very nervous. The Star-Lord competition was related to too many things. Huang Long is going to meet Primal Chaos Kunwu. Xingyu frowned. He was very satisfied that Long Chen and Xueqi were together. They were the strongest. However, the Netherworld King Dragon was the first to encounter the Kunwu of the chaotic imperial family. It hadn't been long since the competition started. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned over. In the endless void, the tall dragon warrior, Yellow Dragon, passed through an area of broken stars. He moved forward secretly, searching for other illusionary immortal tribe teams and star sand. "What are you looking for?" At that moment, a mocking laugh came from behind him. Huang Long's eyes narrowed. He looked back and saw a silver-gray airflow condense in the broken stars, finally forming the appearance of Primal Chaos Kunwu. He looked at Huang Long with a sinister smile and said, "What a coincidence to meet me at the beginning. I remember that you are a dragon warrior, right? I have never defeated a dragon warrior in my life. Is my wish finally going to come true?" His opponent was a late-stage 4-symbol Samsara Realm cultivator. If it was an ordinary late-stage 4-symbol Samsara Realm cultivator, Huanglong wouldn't be afraid. He was a super divine dragon. But the talent of primal chaos royalty was especially outstanding, especially the #1 person in the chaos galaxy. Xueqi had once been no match for primal chaos Kunwu. Thinking of this, Huanglong's first reaction was to escape. He pretended to be fierce and immediately turned to escape. He charged toward the endless space in front of him, turning into a beam of yellow light. "You want to run away from me?" Primal Chaos Kunwu laughed maniacally. With a shake of his body, he charged towards Huanglong. 2 silver wheels appeared under his feet and rotated at high speed. Primal Chaos Kunwu's speed was shocking. In just a short moment, a gray mist whirlpool appeared in front of Huanglong. Primal Chaos Kunwu dissipated all of his power and sneered. "I never thought of letting you leave. I will defeat you and make you stay by my side for 4 hours. I will let you leave Stellar Source safely. How about that?" Huanglong was shocked by his opponent's speed, but he was also proud. When he realized that he couldn't escape, he gritted his teeth and snorted. "You are just a primal chaos royalty. Do you really think you are invincible in the chaos galaxy?" Primal Chaos Kunwu laughed and said, "If the 5 great dragon cities only have people like you, then of course I'm already invincible. The Bright Star system is also the territory of our Chaos Star region. You humans and monsters want to meddle in our affairs? Wishful thinking. When that day comes, I really want to see what the so-called 5 great dragon cities are capable of. You dare to provoke the 5 dragon cities." Huanglong was so angry that he was about to explode. He knew that he was no match for his opponent in his human form. Since he was entangled, no matter who won or lost, he had to fight to the end. That way, he wouldn't lose face for the Dragon City of Life. Boom! The earthen yellow vortex exploded, and the yellow spring swept out, forming a blood-yellow cloud. Suddenly, a ferocious dragon roar sounded, and a completely blood-yellow divine dragon that looked like a mixture of blood and yellow clouds, but its head was pure black, and it exuded the aura of the netherworld. It poked its head out from the blood-yellow cloud. Dragon God. Primal Chaos Kunwu looked at the huge creature with disdain and sneered. Just like the demon clan, they're all big, but useless things. Chapter 2020. The chaotic force was the most primitive destructive force. It could be fused with any kind of force. It was a mysterious force passed down from ancient times, the era of divine dragons. In terms of destructive power, it wasn't much different from the power of Mo Xiaolang. However, the chaotic force was exerted by physical strength. The physical strength of the Golden Battle God was in its toughness, while the physical strength of the chaotic royalty was in the direction of vastness and destruction. Wisps of silver-gray air currents gradually twined around Chaos Kunwu's body, eventually forming a dense whirlpool. His body emitted the aura of an ancient power, heavy and overbearing, as if it came from the most primitive era. This strange power swept through Chaos Kunwu's body, making him look even more terrifying than the netherworld Hades dragon. Phew! Primal Chaos Kunwu raised his head and stared at the netherworld dragon with eyes full of aggression. A trace of an evil smile appeared on his face. The explosive energy on his body swept out and even broke through the blood-yellow clouds of the netherworld dragon. The battle was about to begin. This was the first battle. Everyone was watching nervously. Of course, they all knew that the netherworld dragon was a super divine dragon and not bad, but there was still a huge gap between him and the chaotic Kunwu. Rumble. In the starry sky, the netherworld monarch dragon and the primal chaos Kunwu began to fight fiercely. Because of the star source, the audience couldn't see it clearly. However, they roughly understood that the battle between the two was basically one-sided. Although the netherworld monarch dragon's eyes had turned red from killing, the two of them had just exchanged blows, and they had almost been knocked off their feet. His huge body was like tofu in front of the other party's primal chaos origin power. The primal chaos Kunwu laughed while using both of his fists to punch the netherworld monarch dragon. The scene looked like Long Chen was abusing the raging sea Tyrannosaurus. He grabbed the chaotic Kunwu's tail and flung him away, smashing him into countless broken stars. Damn it! The netherworld monarch dragon was scared. He was both angry and frightened. As a super divine dragon, He had his own pride. However, the terror of his opponent was beyond his expectation. Moreover, the chaotic Kunwu didn't give him any face. It turns out that the so-called dragon martial artist is so weak. I thought the dragon martial artist was terrifying, but it turns out that they are worse than a pile of dog shit. The Dragon City of Life actually sent you to participate in the Star-Lord battle. Can't the Dragon City of Life find any other young experts? Primal Chaos Kunwu laughed again and again. Sitting on the Netherworld dragon's head, he grabbed the dragon's horn with one hand and channeled his Primal Chaos origin power with the other, beating the dragon violently. The gigantic creature howled miserably again and again, losing all of its dignity as a divine dragon. The dragon warrior is just that's all you've got, and yet you're so famous. I think it's because the human race is no longer what it used to be. In the past, there was the Eternal Dragon Emperor, who was known as the most powerful person in the world, to hold the fort. As for now, ha ha ha, Chaos Kunwu's laughter mixed with Netherworld Dragon King's painful screams, which sounded especially ear-piercing. Outside the Star Source, people couldn't bear to watch. Although the Genius Team competition couldn't kill people, it was still possible to defeat them. The chaotic Kunwu didn't go too far. He only damaged the yellow dragon's body, but he didn't injure it seriously. Although this kind of crushing injury wasn't serious, it was hard to recover. After this battle, the Netherworld dragon wouldn't be able to find enough star sand to survive. Are you convinced or not? The chaotic Kunwu grabbed the yellow dragon and slammed it into a broken star much bigger than them. He pressed the Netherworld dragon to the ground, punching and kicking. The Netherworld dragon had completely lost his fighting power, howling in pain. Chaotic Kunwu, don't be too happy. What's there to be proud of? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Let me tell you, the strongest expert of the Dragon City of Life can kill you instantly. Even my sister Xueqi can only rank 5th in the Dragon City of Life. Even if you can defeat her, you're nothing. Moreover, the Dragon City of Life is ranked last among the 5 great dragon cities. Do you dare to compare yourself with the people from the Slaughter Dragon City? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Trash. The chaotic Kunwu kicked the yellow dragon, making him scream in pain and shut his mouth. The chaotic Kunwu hated it when he said such things. He sneered. Don't worry. I'll go to the Eternal God domain and challenge your so-called geniuses. I'll trample on them one by one. I'll prove to you that I, the chaotic Kunwu, am the strongest person in the world. One day, I'll become a god. When that time comes, the chaotic imperial family will rule the Eternal God domain. He whispered these words into the yellow dragon's ear. It was better to restrain his wild ambition a little. He didn't want the people outside to hear him. After all, there were humans and monsters outside. Yellow Dragon endured the pain and laughed. Wishful thinking. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Let me tell you, even in our current team, my sister Xueqi isn't the strongest. You can say such words after you defeat her. This sentence startled the Chaos Kunwu. He looked around and suddenly said, You're talking about the one who hasn't reached the reincarnation realm yet. Yellow Dragon was shocked. He didn't expect the chaotic Kunwu to notice him. It seemed that Long Chen was very capable. On one hand, he didn't like Long Chen. On the other hand, he hated the chaotic Kunwu even more. So he said, yes, it's him. Maybe you don't know, but he's the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He's called Long Chen. The chaotic Kunwu's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? That's not ordinary. He laughed. At that moment, the chaotic origin power in his body exploded and hit Yellow Dragon like a cannonball. The Netherworld Monarch Dragon's scales shattered, and he was seriously injured. He shrank and returned to his human form under the chaotic Kunwu's feet. Yellow Dragon's face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He had completely lost the ability to fight, and it was even more impossible to get the star sand. You! Yellow Dragon was furious. Take a rest. From now on, for the next 4 hours, don't even think about leaving my palm, until you leave the stellar source. The victory of this battle belongs to us, the royal family of the Chaos, and the Nightmare tribe. At this point he smiled and said, In that case, let's go look for the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor next. After hearing you boast so much about him, that guy definitely has some ability. If I defeat him, it will definitely cause the geniuses of your Dragon God domain to feel extremely frustrated, right? The chaotic Kunwu laughed sinisterly. Outside the stellar source, the spectators naturally couldn't hear their voices. They could only see the result of the battle. The result was that the Netherworld Monarch Dragon was defeated and then controlled by the chaotic Kunwu. They looked at each other. This chaotic Kunwu is really powerful. He can reach this realm before 4,000 years old. Maybe he really has a chance to become a god. Plus, his opponent is a super Shenron. Many people exclaimed in admiration. To them, the chaotic Kunwu was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Moreover, it was very likely that he would lead the Nightmare Babbler Tribe's team and obtain a very crucial point in the first battle. Moreover, in the elite battle, it was very likely that he would obtain an even more crucial point for the Nightmare Babbler Tribe. In the next 3 battles, the Nightmare Babbler Tribe only needed to obtain 1 point and they would become Astral Lords. This possibility put a lot of pressure on the Dream King and the others. On the other hand, the Golden War God Tribe didn't seem to care. They even seemed to have a card up their sleeves. Under their eyes, 30 martial artists wandered around. After 2 hours, more and more people began to encounter each other in this starry sky. As for the mysterious star sand, it was as if it had a mind of its own. Every time it appeared, it would shine, and the people around it could feel it. Once 2 people wanted the same star sand, a fight would occur. In a dark area, a fair-skinned youth dressed in black walked together with 2 4-meter-tall steel giants. The 2 steel giants were 2 rather famous geniuses of the Golden War God Tribe. Moreover, they were brothers. They were Lu Zhanchen and Lu Zhanxing. Their shiny steel skin flashed with ancient and powerful runes. The 2 Golden War Gods spoke very little, and the youth was the same. Wolf Tribe, can you deal with the chaotic Kunwu? One of the Golden War Gods looked coldly into the distance and asked in a dull mechanical voice. Mo Xiaolang stopped in his tracks and said, "It should be about the same. However, with the 2 of you, it won't be a problem at all." Hearing this, the 2 of them felt much more at ease. It is said that in the previous Astral Lord battles, there would be no more than 3 people left in the stellar source after 3 days. We just need to ensure that the 3 of us don't leave the stellar source. As for the others, it will depend on whether they have the ability to do so. They moved quickly and carefully searched for the star sand in the surroundings. At the same time, Long Chen and Xing Qing were also traversing through a star region. "Chen, it seems like there are 2 enemies over there. One is the Nightmare Race, and the other is the Chaotic Royalty." Lingxi's spirit sensing formation was scattered around Long Chen. Her senses were sharper than Long Chen's. Long Chen said, "Xing Qing, there are 2 opponents. They are from the Nightmare Race, not the chaotic Kunwu. Should we injure them and make them lose the ability to continue?" This time, she was the decision-maker. Long Chen respected her and asked. Xing Qing looked at him curiously. She felt that this youth had endless tricks up his sleeves. He even knew who the opponents were over there. She was about to speak when Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the Nightmare Race team. There was suddenly a flash of starlight that shot out and formed an attack. Star sand. He didn't expect there to be star sand between the 2 teams. Chapter 2021. The star sand has appeared. It's next to the girl called Xing Qing from the Dragon City of Life. Outside the stellar source, everyone's attention immediately shifted to Xing Qing and Long Chen. This was the first time the star sand had appeared. Most importantly, it had appeared next to the 2 teams, and 2 grains of star sand had appeared at once. The people from the illusionary immortal tribe looked over nervously. When they saw that Long Chen and Xing Qing's opponent wasn't the primal Kunwu, they let out a sigh of relief. 2 hours had passed, and stars and would appear everywhere. As for who would be able to obtain the stars and successfully fuse with it, that would depend on their strength and luck. These 2 grains of star sand. There's no suspense. Dream King and the others knew what was going on. As for the others, they had only just noticed Long Chen. Long Chen was a rather unfamiliar face, and they were quite confused as to who this fellow was. Generally, before the Star Lord battle for supremacy, the 3 parties had almost figured out each other's details. Of course, for example, Mo Xiaolang and Chaos Kunwu had concealed themselves first. Long Chen's appearance also looked like he had concealed himself. However, no matter how they looked at him, they didn't find that he had the same ability as Chaos Kunwu. Mo Xiaolang didn't attract too much attention at this time. After all, he hadn't shown his strength yet. A fight was about to begin. Long Chen and Xing Qing turned into two rays of light and instantly rushed in front of the star sand. They and the Nightmare Immortals were very close to the star sand, but they were faster, so they were about to take it. Who is this kid? How is he so fast? Everyone could see that Long Chen's speed wasn't any slower than Xing Qing's. It seemed that the other dragon warriors of the Dragon City of Life didn't have this kind of ability. Although everyone was confused, they didn't rush to ask Dream King. Otherwise, they might miss something interesting. Long Chen already saw the 2 grains of star sand. Compared to the fused ones outside, the star sand was even brighter now. It was like a living thing, shining in space. The small grains of star sand were incomparably dazzling. In the distance, there were 2 experts rushing over with great momentum. One of them was from the Nightmare Clan, and the other was from the Primal Chaos Royalty. Long Chen smirked. He instantly increased his speed and caught one of the grains of stars and before Xing Qing could. At the same time, he threw the other grain of stars and in Xing Qing's direction. When both of them had caught the stars and placed it in a jade bottle they had prepared beforehand, they hung it on their waists. Only then did the Incubi clan and the Chaotic Royalty reach within 30 meters of them. In Long Chen's eyes, the members of the Nightmare clan all looked the same, swarthy and swarthy. A pair of huge evil eyes stared at Long Chen and Long Chen. The Chaos Imperial family member, on the other hand, was filled with unwillingness. He clenched his fists and activated his Chaos Origin power, instantly creating an incomparably domineering force. Xing Qing looked at them calmly and said, "We'll be taking the star sand. If you want to fight for it, come at me." The 2 of them naturally knew of Xing Qing's reputation. The Nightmare clan members were somewhat respectful, but the Chaos Imperial family member had a violent temper. Without a word, he let out a roar and charged toward Xing Qing. To them, Xing Qing was naturally the most terrifying. The Chaos Imperial family member erupted with Chaos Origin power like a wild beast. Every move he made contained the power to move mountains and fill the seas. As for the Nightmare clan member, he had wanted to work together to deal with Xing Qing, but after recalling that Long Chen also had a grain of stars he shifted his attention to Long Chen. "Hold on for a bit, brother. I'll come to your aid after I snatch this grain of stars and..." The Nightmare clan member let out an odd sound as his dark body flickered through the mist, drifting toward Long Chen. He hadn't expected his first opponent to be a puny creature like the Nightmare clan. Long Chen naturally wouldn't underestimate them. Rumor had it that the Nightmare clan cultivated the Tao of Nightmares, which allowed them to invade the opponent's mind and cause them to hallucinate. This was a terrifying technique. Die! The Nightmare clan member sneered and charged forward. The other party's eyes grew especially large in front of Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, a black tide had completely drowned Long Chen. The surroundings were pitch black, and countless black mist turned into tentacles that burrowed into Long Chen's body. Long Chen seemed to be imprisoned, unable to move. But he knew this was just an illusion. The most powerful illusion he had ever seen had come from the Taisu god. Back then, Long Chen had almost died. Fortunately, the everlasting guardian heart had awakened him in the end. Although the Nightmare clan member before him was powerful, he was still far from the Taisu god. To this day, Long Chen still couldn't say what the Taisu god and Taisu god were. He didn't even know how terrifying the Taisu god would be. But at least the Nightmare clan member before him couldn't do anything to him. For a moment, endless illusions attacked him. Long Chen seemed to be immersed in a dream, unable to control his body at all. Disasters kept attacking him, causing him to break down and cry. But Long Chen looked on coldly. He knew that the Nightmare clan's attacks were undoubtedly terrifying to ordinary people. Everyone had nightmares, and the Nightmare clan could make nightmares almost equal to reality. Outside the stellar source, everyone could see that the Chaos Royalty was no match for Xing Qing. He was beaten back by the Galaxy Sacred Sword, but Long Chen was being held in place by the Nightmare clan. If Xing Qing doesn't turn back to save this kid, she'll probably be driven crazy by the Nightmare clan. That was what many people were thinking. Many people present had tasted the power of the Nightmare clan. The Tao of Nightmares, when cultivated to the highest level, could make nightmares equal to reality. As for the Nightmare clan, they could only make Long Chen have a mental breakdown and become a fool. This didn't affect the rules of the Master of Stars battle. As long as no one was killed, it would be fine. The Dream King and the others watched very seriously. After all, Long Chen was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. If he was defeated just like that, it didn't seem like it was worth it. In reality, the Nightmare Clan had never succeeded in invading. Just as the Nightmare Clan was feeling smug, thinking that he had succeeded, Long Chen's wooden face suddenly broke into a cold smile. He said, "Are you done playing?" The Nightmare Clan was shocked. In his shock, the nightmare he had created disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. Whoosh! Just then, Long Chen traversed dozens of meters in an instant and stood beside the Nightmare Clan. He opened his palm and grabbed the Nightmare Clan's head. The Nightmare Clan was shocked and struggled madly, but it was like a toy in Long Chen's hands. It looked very comical. This change dumbfounded those who had been nervous for Long Chen. When did the Nightmare Clan become so useless? Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In front of Long Chen, the Nightmare Clan couldn't resist at all. In terms of physical strength, even the primal chaos Kunwu and the golden battle god weren't his match. The Nightmare Clan was a race with weak physical bodies. After being controlled by Long Chen, he could only use his hands to scratch around. "Let go of me. I'm warning you. Let go of me." The Nightmare Clan was panicking, but he had to pretend to be angry. He was one of them. Long Chen had to make him lose his ability to fight. He didn't even have the right to compete for the stars and he didn't say anything else. He grabbed the Nightmare Clan and threw him high into the air. Then, he used his own strength to kick him. Under Long Chen's explosive physical strength, the Nightmare Clan was like a rubber ball. He instantly disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. Along the way he screamed. Finally, there was an explosion in the distant shattered stars. The Nightmare Clan crashed into the shattered stars. Long Chen knew when to stop. He wouldn't kill the Nightmare Clan. However, the Nightmare Clan could only stay there obediently, waiting for the Starsun's power to disappear. His comrades' quick defeat and Xueqi's powerful attack made the Primal Chaos Royalty smell the scent of defeat. However, the Primal Chaos Royalty were naturally fierce. They thought of themselves as noble and noble. They chased after glory, and the power of glory made them unwilling to retreat. Under Xueqi's powerful attack, the enraged Chaotic Royalty finally used the Chaotic Royalty's most famous mystique. Those who were still shocked by Long Chen's strength were immediately attracted by the Chaotic Royalty's mystique. The Chaotic Royalty would awaken this mystique at the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. When they used this mystique, their combat ability would soar. This was a mystique from the Divine Dragon era. Compared to the Chaotic Origin power, this mystique was the symbol of the Chaotic Royalty. This mystique was called 3 heads, 6 arms. From 1 person to 3. At that moment, the Chaotic Royalty retreated rapidly under Xueqi's attack. Then he froze in midair. His eyes were filled with anger. He roared, "Endless chaos, 3 heads, 6 arms." Buzz! The Chaotic Origin power swept out, forming a huge silver-gray cocoon that surrounded him. More power rushed out, forming a huge silver-gray vortex. It rushed out in all directions, forcing Xueqi and Long Chen away. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the silver-gray cocoon exploded. A Chaotic Royalty with a miraculous structure appeared before Long Chen. The one facing Long Chen was still the enraged Chaotic Royalty from before. However, his body had undergone a huge change. The change started from his torso. The change in his torso allowed him to grow 6 arms and 3 heads from 3 different directions. If it had 6 more legs, it would be like 3 people. Of course, he only had 2 legs, proving that he was still a person. This was the ultimate mystique of the Chaotic Royalty. The face in front of him had an angry expression. The face on the left had a sorrowful expression and was crying bitterly. The face on the right had a joyful expression and was laughing loudly. The 6 arms were actually holding 3 doctrine treasures. It was rumored that the Chaotic Royalty's 3 heads, 6 arms mystique came from the Divine Dragon era. It had been passed down to this day. It was the Chaotic Royalty's most precious treasure. They were even more proud of it than the Chaotic Origin power. After using 3 heads, 6 arms, their combat ability would increase by 2 to 3 times. It was as if they had 1 or 2 helpers that were equivalent to themselves. This miraculous mystique left Long Chen speechless. To be honest, this mystique could even be compared to the mystique of the ancestral dragon. After all, It was something that had been passed down from the divine dragon era to this day. Anger, sorrow, joy. Chapter 2022. This was Xueqi's opponent. Long Chen just had to watch. However, he could not help but be astonished by the combat prowess of the royal members of the Primal Chaos Empire. After using 3 heads and 6 arms, it was as if Xueqi was facing 3 opponents at once. She had to deal with 3 Dao treasures at the same time. The royal members of the Primal Chaos Empire, who were originally considered average among the 30 of them, instantly became opponents who were capable enough to fight against Xueqi. 3 heads and 6 arms. Outside the stellar source, many people had already focused their attention here. To most people, they were afraid of the royal family's 3 heads and 6 arms mystique. Xueqi had no choice but to take it seriously. She swung the Star River sacred sword in her hand, and a starry sky appeared. It was her own starry sky. She used the 3000 Star Soul Dragon technique at this moment. Hundreds of stars shone above her head and connected to her body. At this moment, Xueqi suddenly became the star goddess. Under her control, the stars turned into sword qi and fell from the sky. Shining stars. Back then, Long Chen had used the massacre sword art to break the move of the Star Soul sword art. Although the royal member of Primal Chaos had become much stronger, he was still unable to block Xueqi's sword art of the Star Soul. He roared and charged towards Xueqi, only to be hit by the countless terrifying star sword auras. Even though he had 3 heads and 6 arms and could use 3 Dao items at the same time, he was still quickly defeated by Xueqi's sword art of the Star Soul. The starry sky shook. The royal family retreated again and again. Xueqi took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. She used the Star Soul sword art to break the 3 Dao treasures. Her sharp Star Soul sword qi rushed into the body of the royal family and destroyed it. But she did not go too far. At the very least, she would not kill him, but she could still make him lose his ability to fight. Whoosh! The two separated. Xueqi held the Star River sacred sword, her eyes cold. Even though he had been defeated, he was not afraid. Instead, he glared at Xueqi with a ferocious gaze and said through gritted teeth, "So what if you beat me? Our boss is definitely looking for you. Before long, you will all end up worse than me. This bright star will be called the Nightmare Star in the future, not the Dreamy Star. Chaotic Kunwu. He will get 2 points. In front of him, you are not even worth shit. Dragon City of Life, dragon martial artists, are they really that strong?" Xueqi's eyes were filled with rage as she looked at Xueqi, gritted her teeth, and said, "So what if you beat me? Our boss is definitely looking for you." They seemed to be very confident in Primal Chaos Kunwu. After that, the royal family member of the Chaos Royal family snorted coldly, turned around and left. He had already lost the ability to fight. Basically, it was impossible for him to find the star sand within 2 hours. When the time was up, they would be expelled by the stellar source. In the eyes of Long Chen and Long Chen, they were worthless. Therefore, he was confident that Long Chen and Long Chen would not chase after him. Xueqi looked at Long Chen and said, "Primal Chaos Kunwu is very ambitious. We should hurry up and find the others, lest he takes care of us." Long Chen nodded. The two of them continued on their journey. Unfortunately, the endless galaxy was just too big. It was rather difficult to find their own people in this place. In fact, it was not easy to encounter enemies or star sand. The 4 hours of the first star sand dwindled. Finally, they encountered 2 women from the Illusion Immortal tribe. There were a total of 4 people from the Illusion Immortal tribe. Apart from Xiao Hongchen, there were another man and 2 women. After the 2 women from the Illusion Immortal tribe were blown apart by the turbulence in the starry sky, they weren't far from each other's positions. However, they were very far from the others. In the past 2 hours, they hadn't encountered any enemies, star sand, or any of their own people. This was both fortunate and unfortunate. There was only an hour left, and they still did not have any star sand. This meant that they would have to leave in an hour. No matter what, it was good that they could find people. Xueqi talked with them for a bit and said, "Let's go. We'll go find star sand together." The team battle is a competition of the final number of people. Everyone must try to persevere. Okay. The two beautiful Illusion Immortal tribe women nodded lightly. They had been rather nervous before. After all, there was a terrifying fighter like Primal Chaos Kunwu. If they encountered him, they would not even be able to escape. The four of them moved together. Long Chen focused on using the spirit-touching formation with Lingxi to search for others. This was relatively simple. However, this star sector was too big, and the structure was strange. Many times, Long Chen kept moving forward, but in the end, he would still return to the original place. It was very mysterious. Seeing that the hour was getting shorter and shorter, and the first batch of people in the star source was about to be eliminated, Xueqi also became nervous. Usually, the first batch of people was the most eliminated. After that, the number of people decreased, and the amount of star sand would appear. Most people also had experience and knew how to stay. Time passed quietly. The people in the star source roughly knew who had star sand and who didn't, but they were even more nervous. Look, Xueqi's team is heading over there. Over here, two Illusion Immortals are fighting with a team of 3 from the Golden War God tribe. 2 grains of star sand have already been taken away by the Golden War God tribe. The frequent battles attracted their attention, especially the people from the 3 major tribes. This was related to the birth of the Star-Lord, so they were all very nervous. In the Star-Lord battle, the winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. There was no room for mistakes. At this moment, Long Chen already felt it. In that direction, Xiao Hongchen and the others are over there. There are also martial artists from the vast Sun Wolf tribe, the Eclipse Moon Wolf tribe, and the Golden War God tribe. Xueqi and the 2 young ladies from the Illusion Immortal tribe looked over in surprise. They naturally believed in Long Chen, because at this moment, Long Chen was already charging in that direction. Follow me. They were naturally very excited to meet their teammates again. Among the 4 of them, Long Chen's speed was the fastest. Xueqi followed closely behind him, and the 2 young ladies from the Illusion Immortal tribe followed behind. There were a total of 10 people in the Illusion Immortal tribe team. If Xiao Hongchen and Xueqi joined them, then there would be 6 of them together, and they would only be missing 4 dragon martial artists. Swoosh, swoosh. The fight here attracted the attention of the crowd again. At this moment, Long Chen's fame was still not considered much. It's that dragon martial artist again. His senses seem to be very sharp, and his speed actually exceeds Xueqi's. More than 30 alliance masters of the 9-star alliance, the 3 great tribes, and the captains of the various tribes in the Bright Star constellation all turned their attention here. 4 hours were about to pass, and the people in other places had all quietly hidden themselves, preparing to fuse with new star sand. Only here was there a fight, so it was especially eye-catching. Almost everyone was looking over here. This time, Long Chen had also attracted the attention of more people, and everyone began to ask about the identity of this Dream King. This was also Long Chen's goal. He wanted to become famous. Attack! Very quickly, he saw that in the space in front of him, Xiao Hongchen and another martial art practitioner from the Illusion Immortal tribe were currently being besieged by 2 colossal beings. The Illusion Immortal tribe was the same as the Nightmare tribe. They weren't best at close combat. Moreover, there were 3 of them on the other side, so before Long Chen had arrived, they had been completely suppressed. The 2 of them were almost in danger. Xiao Hongchen was lucky enough to obtain the 2 grains of star sand that had appeared here previously. But now, a team from the Golden War God tribe actually appeared, and there were 3 of them. This team of 3 people blocked them, and 2 of them from the wolf race surrounded Xiao Hongchen, quickly restraining him and snatching the star sand from him. But this was not the end. They still attacked valiantly, wanting to make Xiao Hongchen and the others lose their fighting power, and lose the ability to compete for the star sand. In front of Long Chen, one of the golden god wolves was bathed in the sunlight. Another silver god wolf was surrounded by a silver moon, and the last one was similar in size to the demon race, which was the Golden War God tribe. It was a person completely made of steel, and his entire body was cast from real steel. His bronze body was full of wildness, and when he moved, there was a sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy broken stars that were several times larger than his body, and he could even shoot out strange cannonballs with infinite power. Under the bombardment of these 3 huge opponents, Xiao Hongchen retreated step by step, and the other male from the Illusion Immortal tribe was already injured. 3 against 2, if not for Long Chen's arrival, they would not have been able to hold on. Rumble. The steel on the chest of the golden war god changed its composition, revealing a dark and gloomy hole. Dark red energy converged in it, and golden runes flickered. When the energy continued to reach its limit, a wave of energy that was similar to a Dao technique blasted out, forming a destructive beam of light that rushed towards Xiao Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen was good at illusions, but he was not good at resisting. If not for the vast Sun Wolf tribe holding him back, he could have used illusions to make the Golden War God tribe miss his target, but he could not do so at this moment. He instantly revealed a look of despair. It seemed like his journey in the Genius Team battle was indeed coming to an end. This concerned the birth of a Star Lord, and the other party would definitely not give him a way out. The other Illusion Immortal tribe was still fighting with the Eclipse Moon Wolf tribe, but he had been injured previously, and now he was in even more danger. At this earth-shattering moment, everyone's gazes converged here. The power of the Golden War God tribe erupted, and just as it was about to bombard Xiao Hongchen, a blood mist suddenly rushed over and blocked in front of Xiao Hongchen. That blood mist instantly expanded, and there seemed to be the body of a divine dragon swirling within it. When the power of the Golden War God tribe collided with the blood mist, it was actually strangled by the blood mist and shook back, dissipating into the air. Whoosh! At this moment, Xueqi also appeared with two young ladies from the Illusion Immortal tribe. The originally 2-on-3 situation instantly became 6-on-3, and the Illusion Immortal tribe had the absolute advantage. The team from the Golden War God tribe had already snatched the Star Sand, but now that they saw that the other party had more people, and that there was also Xueqi, the three of them immediately shouted and began to retreat. "You want to leave?" Xueqi laughed coldly and rushed towards the Eclipse Moon Wolf tribe that was closest to them. Chapter 2023. What kind of divine dragon is this? For a moment, everyone was very curious. Long Chen had blocked the Golden War God race's attack previously, which showed that his physical body was undoubtedly quite strong. Such a strong physical body immediately attracted everyone's attention to him. Even Xueqi was no longer noticed. In fact, Long Chen had even used his own strength to fend off two of his opponents. From the looks of it, he wanted to fight 1 against 2. Xiao Hongchen and the other 3 Illusion Immortals originally wanted to help Long Chen, but they saw Long Chen say to them, "You guys guard the surroundings. Don't let them escape. I'll deal with these two." His tone was so big that the 4 Illusion Immortals found it hard to adapt. But when they thought of the rumors that he had defeated Xueqi, coupled with the fact that Xiao Hongchen and the other Illusion Immortal needed to recuperate, they quickly nodded and spread out in 4 directions, completely cutting off the 3's escape routes. When the 3 members of the Golden War God team saw this, they had no choice but to break out of the encirclement. Moon Eclipse Wolf was under the greatest pressure because she had little confidence in dealing with Xueqi alone. However, the other 2 were actually a little stunned. They never knew who Long Chen was, nor did they want to care, but this guy actually said he wanted to deal with the 2 of them. There are only 2 grains of star sand. The 2 of us just need to break out. The vast Sun Wolf race said to the Golden War God race. The Golden War God race nodded coldly. The vast Sun Wolf race, the Golden War God race, and Long Chen were all giants in the starry sky. Time waited for no one. They had to finish off their opponents before the 4 hours were up. In an instant, the 3 of them started fighting. The Golden War God used his huge steel body to attack, while the vast Sun Wolf race used the power of the Flaming Sun to launch a sneak attack on Long Chen. The ancient blood spiritual dragon used its strong physical body to fight against the Golden War God race. Long Chen had once fought against the 8-division Stupa dragon, which was covered in metal. This Golden War God race was very similar to the 8-division Stupa dragon. Their physical bodies were strong, covered in metal, and their bodies were comparable to Dao artifacts with many Dao patterns. But Long Chen, who had experienced the Taisu baptism, did not feel any pressure when fighting against him. Eternal moment. Immediately, Long Chen charged forward and froze his opponent with the Eternal Instant. Even though he had only stopped time for a moment, he had already disrupted the Golden War God's order. Long Chen's mighty divine dragon body shot in front of his opponent. Under everyone's shocked and astonished gazes, his bloody dragon tail immediately turned into a blood sword filled with immemorial massacre runes. Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword. The towering sword swept down in front of the golden war god. He, who had just broken free from the eternal split moment, had no chance to resist. The Heavenly Slaughter Blood Sword slashed at his chest. Can the so-called divine dragon break the steel body of my golden battle god race? The golden war god's eyes were filled with disdain. Ever since they were young, they had never lost to others in close combat. They were full of confidence in the toughness of their bodies. Therefore, even though the heaven-slaughtering blood sword was terrifying, he was still fearless. At this moment, the divine dragon swung its tail and the heaven-slaughtering blood sword fiercely struck his chest. Immediately, an incomparably sharp sound of steel rubbing against each other rang out. Sparks exploded and a large amount of sparks flew everywhere. Rumble. An explosion occurred in the golden war god's chest. The place where the heaven-slaughtering blood sword slashed opened up an incomparably huge gap. The golden war god did not have blood, but the gap was broken and looked rather tragic. Those who looked down on Long Chen never had a good ending. The golden war god was basically defeated in one move. Outside the stellar source, many people immediately started discussing. They looked at Long Chen with shock. To be honest, even though the golden war god was not the strongest genius in their race, he could still be ranked in the top 4. However, he was defeated so easily. This completely showed that Long Chen's battle prowess was at least on par with Xueqi. Who is this young man? Many people could not help but ask the Dream King. After all, Long Chen's performance was really amazing. It could be said that Long Chen made the other party lose his battle prowess in one move. Xiao Hongchen cleverly rushed over and snatched away the golden war god Starzen. At the same time, he also restrained the golden war god. After being seriously injured, the golden war god's body reassembled. A large amount of steel shrunk and finally returned to its previous 4-meter-tall appearance. He was already on the verge of death. There was still a huge wound on his chest. At this moment, there was still a sizzling sound, causing him to be in great pain. He looked at the blood-colored divine dragon above in shock. His mind was still blank. Until now, he still could not believe that this was actually reality. The steel body that he was so proud of was actually broken by the other party in one move. And at this moment, Long Chen was already fighting with the vast Sun Wolf race. Those people who were about to ask the Dream King were attracted by Long Chen's battle again. The battle between Long Chen and the vast Sun Wolf tribesman was equally ferocious. The vast Sun Wolf tribesman had used a mystique like Sun Fall, but it had still been broken by Long Chen. The vast Sun Wolf tribesman was also quickly defeated by Long Chen. The speed at which he was defeated was similar to that of the golden war god tribesman. When the vast Sun Wolf tribesman was defeated, everyone realized that Xueqi had yet to finish off her opponent. Between Long Chen and Xueqi, it was still obvious who was stronger. When Xueqi saw that Long Chen had already defeated 2 opponents, she used 3,000 doppelgangers and made the other party lose their battle prowess in a short period of time. 3 people from the golden war god's team all fell into the hands of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen and the others turned into human forms and surrounded them. The person that those 3 were most afraid of was still Long Chen. Although they were seriously injured and the star sand had also been snatched away by Long Chen and the others, they still huddled together and looked at Long Chen warily. Their fierce gazes reminded Long Chen of the primal chaos royalty that he had defeated previously. He smiled and said, "Are you guys trying to tell me not to be happy too early? Your boss will take revenge for you guys?" The 3 of them looked at each other and were very puzzled. They had already kept the mysterious wolf race a secret. Could it be that Long Chen actually knew of his existence in advance? The golden war god said, "The illusion immortal tribe indeed has no chance. Even if you appear, you can't save the situation. This battle is destined to be a contest between the primal chaos Kunwu and us." Long Chen sneered and said, "At least sending the 3 of you out of the stellar source will be a blow to the golden war god tribe." The other party remained unyielding and declined to comment. Long Chen didn't have time to talk nonsense with them. He rushed forward and called out to them again. 4 hours were almost up. It was impossible for them to find new star sand at this time. Long Chen and the others left the 3 of them here and went to find new star sand. After all, there were 6 people but only 4 grains of star sand. However, what he didn't know was that the outside world was already in an uproar because of him. When Long Chen easily defeated the vast Sun Wolf race with his powerful strength, everyone could confirm that his combat prowess surpassed Xueqi's. Furthermore, some people noticed that his cultivation realm didn't seem to have reached the Samsara realm. For a moment, everyone in the Nine-Star Alliance and those who originally belonged to the Resplendent Stars were discussing Long Chen. Most people were asking the Dream Monarch what was going on with this youth called Long Chen. Under such pressure, the Dream Monarch couldn't hide it anymore. He said, "This person is a member of the human race's dragon warriors. We don't know what divine dragon's inheritance blood essence he received. However, he has a very special identity, and that is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor." This piece of heavy news had undoubtedly stunned everyone. Even for the people of the Chaos Galaxy, the name of the Eternal Dragon Emperor reverberated like thunder in their ears. Back then, he was the most powerful person in the world. Later on, he had mysteriously betrayed the Dragon God region and then died mysteriously. It was a pity. This peerless expert's reputation had just disappeared, and everyone had just forgotten about his existence. At this time, the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor had actually appeared. I seem to have heard that he killed the human race's genius Du in the battlefield of the gods. Therefore, he can be considered to have betrayed the human race. Someone spread the news. At this time, the people from the Dragon City of Life had no choice but to come forward. Gong Qing took a few steps forward and said, "Everyone, the so-called betrayal is only part of the reason. He is still a dragon warrior and also a member of our human race. Although he has done some wrong things, it is not a big deal. Today, letting him participate in the Lord of Stars battle is also a chance for him to redeem himself and return to the human race." Everyone understood. But soon, someone asked again, "This youth has not even reached the Samsara realm. How can he have such combat power? Is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor so heaven-defying? There has never been such an existence in history. Could it be that the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son has inheritance blood essence that surpasses the ultimate divine dragon? I mean the supreme divine dragon." When this was said, the crowd became noisy again. Everyone knew what a supreme divine dragon was. If this was really the case, then this Long Chen's status would be very high. If not for the Eternal Dragon Emperor's matter, if he really was a supreme divine dragon, then he would definitely be treated as a treasure by the human race, even more precious than Du. Gong Qing already knew that the matter regarding Long Chen could not be hidden. He also wanted to let the Dragon God domain know about the situation here through this dissemination, and let Long Chen's reputation rise here. He said, "As for the Supreme Divine Dragon, we can't be sure, but at least it is an ultimate divine dragon. Of course, even if it is a Supreme Divine Dragon, it is impossible for him to display such combat power at this time. We think it is very likely that the Eternal Dragon Emperor did something to him back then to give him such ability. With the Eternal Dragon Emperor's heaven-defying strength, I believe everyone can understand." Everyone nodded. Someone said, "If that is the case, then one day, this little guy will definitely be famous all over the world." Someone else corrected him. "Wrong. After today's battle, his name will spread all over the world." Chapter 2024. Chaotic Kunwu. Outside the stellar source, everyone quietened down. They all looked more interested. The climax of the Star-Lord competition had arrived just like that. First, they realized that Long Chen was very strong, even stronger than Xing Qing. Then, they learned of Long Chen's special identity. Just as everyone was feeling surprised by Long Chen's special identity, Chaotic Kunwu unexpectedly found their direction and headed towards Long Chen. On one side was the strongest member of the Nightmare tribe, and on the other side were the two top figures of the Illusion Immortal tribe. The clash between them naturally attracted everyone's attention. As the Chaos Kunwu advanced at high speed, everyone's attention was drawn to it. The members of the Dream Whisperer clan and the Primal Chaos royalty laughed. Long Chen and the others were invincible, but once the Primal Chaos Kunwu arrived, they would definitely lose. If Long Chen and Xing Qing were taken care of, the Illusion Immortal clan would lose their chance. Before today's battle started, the Illusion Immortal tribe was recognized as the tribe most likely to have a Star-Lord. After all, they had the support of the human race and were very strong. But now, they were likely to lose. It could be said that the outcome of the encounter between Long Chen and Chaos Kunwu would completely affect the outcome of the entire Star-Lord battle. For a moment, The members of the Illusion Immortal tribe were incomparably nervous. This battle was extremely important. Even the Dream King was frowning. Based on the direction that the Primal Chaos Kunwu sect was heading in, they would definitely encounter Long Chen and the others. What made the Dream King even more worried was that the time limit of 4 hours was almost up. Long Chen and the others were currently deciding how to distribute the 4 grains of star sand. Chaotic Kunwu rushed over at this time, so it could be said that it had the upper hand. Outside the stellar source, everyone was very nervous. Long Chen's group didn't feel the danger at all. At this time, Long Chen and Xing Qing were discussing how to distribute the 4 grains of star sand. There's no other way. There are only 4 grains of star sand. We won't be able to get any more in a short time. We have to quickly integrate them, Xing Qing said. The 2 Illusion Immortal tribe women looked at each other and said, "We can play the least role in the team battle. So, let's leave first." Xiao Hongchen and the rest looked at each other. Everyone felt that there was no problem. "Don't worry, we will definitely persevere and get a point for the Illusion Immortal clan," Xing Qing said calmly. With her words, the 2 women felt even more at ease. "The 4 of you fuse with the stardust first. The 2 of us sisters will protect you." At this time, because there was only a quarter of an hour left until the end of the 4 hours, almost everyone who had obtained the star sand sat down to fuse with it. Those who still hadn't fused with it were those who had enough confidence in themselves. Long Chen held the stardust in his hand and suddenly said, "You 3 go first. I'll come back when you're done. There are so many of us gathered together. If someone comes at this time, it'll be easy for others to take advantage of us." They looked at each other and nodded. "Be careful," Xing Qing said to him. Then, she and the other 2 began to fuse new star sand. Meanwhile, Long Chen and the other 2 who did not have star sand stood guard at the side. "Protect the 3 of them," Long Chen reminded them, then walked a few dozen steps away from them. He asked Lingxi to use the spirit sensing formation to check the surroundings. They needed about a quarter of an hour to fuse with the stardust. After that, he would let them replace him. But at this time, he felt that something was wrong. This sense of danger was too heavy. He didn't need to use the spirit sensing formation to know that danger was coming from that direction. And it wasn't just any ordinary danger. Starry sky turbulence. Usually, starry sky turbulence would randomly appear here and sweep people away. It seemed like only starry sky turbulence could bring about such a sense of danger. But Long Chen didn't think so. It was a feeling that made his hair stand on end. It's an expert. When he realized this, Xing Qing and the others had just fused with the stardust for a while. If he interrupted them now, all their previous efforts would be wasted. He hurriedly said to the 2 women from the Illusion Immortal clan behind him, "Before we leave the stellar source, protect them. Enemies are coming." As he said this, he rushed in the direction of the danger like lightning. In the eyes of the people outside the stellar source, Long Chen was charging toward the Primal Chaos Kunwu, the #1 genius of the Galaxy of Chaos. Long Chen knew that he would eventually run into him, but he didn't expect it to be at this time. When Long Chen left Xing Qing and the others and charged toward the Primal Chaos Kunwu alone, everyone outside the stellar source knew that he wanted the Primal Chaos Kunwu to not notice Xing Qing and the others so that they could fuse with the stardust in peace. It wasn't easy for him to have such courage. He was like a comet, crashing toward the Primal Chaos Kunwu. At the place where they met, the Primal Chaos Kunwu could only see Long Chen. Xing Qing and the others were still some distance behind Long Chen. If the battle didn't reach there, the Primal Chaos Kunwu shouldn't be able to notice them. This was Long Chen's quick-witted method. He knew that the Primal Chaos Kunwu was powerful. If a group of people encountered him, other than defeating him, there was no other way to reduce their losses. However, if he encountered him, to be honest, the Primal Chaos Kunwu couldn't do anything to him because of the time-roaming dragon. Upon hearing Long Chen's reminder, Xing Qing and the others naturally knew that someone had arrived. Of course, they weren't sure who it was. After the 2 illusion immortals heard Long Chen's words, they hurriedly used an illusion to hide everyone. Although there were some flaws, it was at least very safe. Xing Qing and the others didn't give up on the fusion. Instead, they sped up the process. When Long Chen and the Primal Chaos Kunwu suddenly met, the people outside the stellar source had already placed all their attention on them. They were very curious about what interesting things would happen when the 2 young experts met. In terms of combat strength, the Primal Chaos Kunwu should be invincible. He was already one level stronger than Xueqi. In addition to his divine powers like 3 heads and 6 arms, his combat strength increased exponentially. He could even fight 5 elements samsara tribulation eminences. Although Long Chen was slightly stronger than Xueqi, he was still not on the same level as the primal chaos Kunwu. After passing through a patch of shattered stars, Long Chen saw the primal chaos Kunwu. He was also carrying a young man in his hand. It was the netherworld dragon of Life Dragon City. Suddenly, when he saw Long Chen, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "It's actually you. What a coincidence." Long Chen wasn't afraid as he said, "I also think it's a coincidence. The 4 hours are almost up, but you still haven't fused with the star sand." Long Chen saw that although this fellow was alone, he had collected at least 3 pieces of star sand. The primal chaos Kunwu smiled arrogantly and said, "What's the hurry? Isn't there still 15 minutes? Those fellows must be fusing with the star sand at this time. I was just about to deal with them, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Why aren't you fusing with the star sand?" Long Chen didn't expect the primal chaos Kunwu to have such thoughts. It was indeed sinister. If he were to make a move at this time, as long as he met someone with the power of the primal chaos Kunwu, he could easily snatch their star sand. When he obtained the star sand, he would also chase the others out of the stellar source. Long Chen said, "My thoughts, of course, are the same as yours. Oh, we are kindred spirits." The primal chaos Kunwu sized up Long Chen with great interest. He was unrestrained, and the netherworld dragon was trembling in his hand. Outside the stellar source, the people of the Illusion Immortal tribe were especially nervous. Their biggest reliance was Long Chen, and now, Long Chen might end up the same as the netherworld dragon. The people of the Nightmare tribe were already laughing loudly. The leaders of the 9-Star Alliance were also secretly smiling. Of course, they knew that the Illusion Immortal tribe had suffered a great loss this time. If it wasn't for Long Chen's quick wits and blocking the primal chaos Kunwu from afar, even Xueqi's star sand would have been snatched away and she would have been chased out of the stellar source. However, Long Chen was much calmer than they had imagined. He looked at the yellow dragon and said, "He will be chased out of the stellar source soon. Why make things difficult for him? We, the dragon martial artists, are not people you can offend like this." "Oh, I'm really sorry." The primal chaos Kunwu was slightly surprised. Then he laughed. He lifted the yellow dragon up and said, "You're right. I've already found the person I'm looking for. You're useless to me. Scram." As he spoke, he threw the yellow dragon out. At this moment, the yellow dragon was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He could only drift in the starry sky, waiting to be chased out of the stellar source. But at least, it was much better than being controlled by the primal chaos Kunwu. The yellow dragon gradually disappeared from sight. Long Chen didn't have a deep relationship with him, so he didn't bother to save him. On the other hand, the yellow dragon was very grateful for his actions. If it wasn't for Long Chen, he would have been tortured for another 15 minutes. And at this time, the primal chaos Kunwu stared at Long Chen and said with a smile, "In that case, you're the strongest genius dragon martial artist. You're the son of the eternal dragon emperor, the son of that world-shaking character." This matter should have been told to him by the yellow dragon. Long Chen didn't deny it. He understood one thing. When the 15 minutes were almost up, the primal chaos Kunwu would also have to fuse with the star sand. He just had to hold on for a little longer and ensure that Xueqi and the others succeeded. In such a short time, no matter how strong the primal chaos Kunwu was, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Seeing that Long Chen didn't say anything, the primal chaos Kunwu laughed coldly and said, "Are you afraid of me? I've long wanted to know what the so-called dragon martial artists are capable of. You're actually the son of that legendary character. You must be the strongest youth in the dragon god domain. In that case, I'll have to properly face you and see what the dragon martial artists are capable of." The primal chaos royalty. Long Chen didn't say anything else. He had the passion for battle that made him boil uncontrollably. The stronger the opponent, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit. To be honest, in this battle of geniuses, it seemed like only the primal chaos Kunwu was qualified to be his opponent. The #1 genius of the Chaos Galaxy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Long Chen's mouth. He took out the god-slaying sword, and a murderous aura appeared. Without saying anything else, he was already prepared for battle. Chapter 2025. Nothing could stop his determination and passion to fight against the strong. Only battles of this level could help him improve. Before, when he had fought against Raging Sea Tyrannosaurus, Xueqi, and the others, they had all been no match for Long Chen. After a battle, Long Chen had basically crushed them. That was why he had not met an opponent who had given him so much pressure in a very long time. In fact, in a place like the Chaos Star region, the primal Chaos Kunwa's fame far exceeded Long Chen's imagination. This was also why the Dream Monarch and the others had caused such a huge commotion when they saw the primal Chaos Kunwu appear and successfully reach the late stage of the four-symbol Samsara Tribulation realm. There was no doubt that he was strong. Seeing that Long Chen really dared to fight him, Chaos Kunwu suddenly laughed. He had been arrogant since he was young. Every time he fought, he would be the one to attack. His opponents would not be able to fight back, and they would always be scared shitless. But Long Chen was the one to challenge him. Although he still felt disdain in his heart, he also urgently needed to prove himself. Among those he knew, there were many people who had exaggerated the power of the 5 great clans and the terror of the 5 great dragon cities before him. He was the pride of the heavens, and he was unconvinced. That was why Long Chen also stimulated his strong will to fight. The strong clashed. Dragon warrior, you will see that in front of the royal family of chaos, you are all trash. After saying this, Chaos Kunwu did not say anything else. He had unparalleled arrogance and ambition. His ambition was to lead the royal family of chaos to completely control the 9-star alliance and take over the system of chaos. He was not willing to let the 5 races live in a place as good as the eternal sacred realm. When he was young, he had sworn that one day, when he became a peerless expert, a god, he would conquer the eternal sacred realm and make it the royal family of chaos. The history of the royal family of chaos is longer than that of the 5 races. Why do we have to live on a small planet in the system of chaos, while the 5 races can divide the eternal sacred realm? When he was young, he had gnashed his teeth and expressed his desire and ambition to take over the 5 races. He had also displayed peerless talent. At least since he was young, no one of his age in the system of chaos could compare to him. The arrival of the world-famous dragon martial artist made his heart tremble. The people from the 5 great clans had actually come to divide the territory of the Chaos Star area. This was simply challenging the limits of the primal Chaos Kunwa's heart. He saw that all the warriors of the human clan and the monster clan hated them from the bottom of their hearts. Chaos origin power erupted. The son of the eternal dragon emperor. He couldn't help but sneer. He still didn't know about what had happened to Long Chen. He thought that Long Chen was extremely popular among the human race. Therefore, at this moment, he was thinking that if he defeated Long Chen, he, the primal Chaos Kunwu, would be able to let the entire Dragon God domain know that he had left. The desire in his heart made his whole body burn, and the whirlpool enveloped him. Boom! He raised his fists, upon which condensed a terrifying fist aura. It was primordial chaos origin power. Primal Chaos Kunwu exuded a destructive aura as he glared at Long Chen with a ferocious glint. Buzz! Primal Chaos Kunwu unleashed its speed and shot over. So fast. Long Chen indeed felt that his opponent was stronger than him in every aspect, especially in terms of power. He could definitely kill him in an instant. Currently, he definitely didn't have any means to win. In other words, even if Long Chen used all his strength, he wouldn't have the power to defeat his opponent. Fortunately, he only needed to tremble. In the boundless world, there were countless experts and monstrous geniuses everywhere. Long Chen was never arrogant and complacent. When the primal Chaos Kunwu attacked him, he was already prepared. He had already trained the massacre sword art to a very proficient level. He casually used it, and instantly, sword chi crisscrossed. Countless deathly sword chi condensed into a torrential river, drowning the primal Chaos Kunwu. Scum. Kunwu of primal chaos was filled with violent tendencies. He condensed his primal chaos origin power and punched out. Immediately, a majestic force broke through the murderous sword energy and rushed toward Long Chen. That force was even more terrifying than most giant beasts. That was the chaotic origin power. Its destructive power almost caused the massacre sword chi to collapse. This battle made the warriors outside the stellar source very worried, especially the Dream King's side. Although Long Chen hadn't been defeated yet, the Dream King and the others had basically given up. We can only pray that he can hold on for a while. When the time comes, the primal Chaos Kunwu will fuse with the Star Sand and will definitely stop fighting. While they were discussing, the battle between Long Chen and his opponent gradually escalated. Although the primal chaos Kunwu was violent, Long Chen had a sense of propriety. He basically didn't confront the opponent head-on. It looked like he was being chased by the opponent. If he confronted it head-on, the opponent's chaotic origin power was too overbearing. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But it wasn't that he didn't attack. At least for now, in front of his increasingly powerful massacre sword art, although the primal chaos Kunwu was a level stronger than him, it couldn't do anything to him. Judging from the gap between the two, Long Chen's performance had already shocked the primal chaos Kunwu. He really is capable. He is much stronger than that stupid dragon from before. The primal chaos Kunwu sneered. Long Chen didn't say much. Instead, he took advantage of the time the primal chaos Kunwu was talking to force the opponent back with the god-slaying sword. The massacre sword Qi soared into the sky. Wherever the sword Qi went, the surrounding broken stars turned Long Chen's killing into pieces. I'm still lacking some power. If I can get past the god of Taisher, I can toy with this guy. If I advance further and reach the later stage of this realm, I should also have the power to deal with him. But for now, Long Chen was still lacking a little. Of course, this wasn't a big gap. With Long Chen's current ability, dealing with the god of Taisher was a huge hurdle. As for reaching the later stage of this realm, it should be very easy. He knew very well that this time, he only needed to stop the opponent. To truly defeat the opponent, he would have to wait until the elite battle. Almost everyone thought that the primal chaos Kunwu had already won the elite battle, but Long Chen didn't think so. Since he had participated in the Lord of Stars battle, his goal was to obtain 2 points for the Illusion Immortal tribe. Only then would he be able to make a name for himself in the Dragon God domain. When primal chaos Kunwu realized that he couldn't deal with Long Chen with just his fists and legs, he became anxious, and anger appeared on his face. Hua! There was a crisp sound. In the air, silver-gray light condensed and gradually condensed into a simple and unadorned spear in front of the primal chaos Kunwu. This spear looked very old and shabby. It was even rusted and covered in dense cracks. It looked like it was about to break. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that these cracks were actually Dao patterns. In the hands of the primal chaos Kunwu, the seemingly dying Dao tool erupted with world-shaking power. This was a power that came from the same source as the primal chaos origin power. Primal Chaos Spear. 301 Dao Patterns. The primal chaos Kunwu held the end of the long sword and the primal chaos origin power erupted from his body. He was like a peerless god of war. Long Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, I don't care about you. There are only 4 hours left, and there are less than 7 minutes left. If you still don't fuse with the stars and, the two of us will have to leave the stellar source. I don't care, but if the nightmare race doesn't have you, they will definitely lose. He grasped this point. Hearing this, the primal chaos Kunwu frowned. Long Chen's words were not without reason. What was hateful was that he had spent so much time and still hadn't defeated Long Chen. Take this, primal chaos unity law. After a short moment of hesitation, he still wasn't willing to give up. At this moment, he rushed over and injected the primal chaos origin power into the primal chaos spear. Its combat power was actually infinitely close to that of the Xueqi king with the Styx River battle halberd. That spear attack was so strong that it was almost impossible to dodge. It was like a terrifying demon was swallowing this side. The entire world was under his control. The power of the primal chaos spear was so strong that it was terrifying. At least for now, it had completely suppressed the god-slaying sword that had less than 200 Dao patterns. Who wants to fight with you? Long Chen laughed coldly. Although he wanted to determine a true victor, now wasn't the time. So when the primal chaos spear was taken out, he had already made his choice. Time Dragon. He rushed into the river of time and completely disappeared in front of the primal chaos Kunwu. When Long Chen disappeared, not only was the primal chaos Kunwu stunned, but the people outside the stellar source were also stunned. They were indeed very strong. If Long Chen entered the river of time in front of them, he might not be able to hide from them. But now, they were in the stellar source. To the strong, everything in the stellar source was very blurry. So, no one could find traces of Long Chen. He disappeared into thin air just like that. It could only be described as miraculous. Everyone looked at each other. The 30 leaders of the 9-Star Alliance were all above the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were even quite a few who had the 7-star divine power. This seems to be the power of time. I remember that the Eternal Dragon Emperor also knows how to use the power of time. But it is obvious that this child's inheritance blood came from the slaughter god dragon. What is going on? Instantly, most people turned their attention to the Dragon City of Life. In reality, Xingyu didn't understand either. He shook his head and said, "We don't know the details. But in history, no one has been able to accept the inheritance blood of two kinds of divine dragons. The new strong inheritance blood will chase away the old one. There has never been a case of the same inheritor. But the divine dragon inheritance isn't everything to a dragon martial artist. I think he still cultivates the Tao of time." Hearing this, everyone understood. But it is really surprising that this child can survive in the hands of the primal chaos Kunwu. To be honest, the primal chaos Kunwu doesn't seem to be able to do anything to him. The primal chaos Kunwu should be invincible among the young generation under 4,000 years old. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.